Chapter 15:12. Looking back at the grand hall, the sky-bearing monarch frowned. His eyes darkened. For many years, the emperor clans had tried to set up the military, but it hadn't gone smoothly. His Majesty had become even more cautious. He was still willing to try, but he had to see hope and feasibility. Thus, this chess piece needed to rush out on its own in order to have the qualifications to enter the chessboard. Otherwise, it would be better to destroy it to avoid damaging the dignity of the emperor clans. After His Majesty expressed his stance on this matter, he could only remain silent and wait for the final outcome. Now, it all depended on whether or not the darkness ruler Ningqin could live up to expectations. As the imperial guards moved in, the palace returned to silence. As Li Yizhou thought, there was no one in the Western Desolate that dared to openly provoke His Majesty. But he knew that the darkness ruler couldn't hide here forever. He would eventually have to go out. But at the very least, this would buy him some time to prepare and make arrangements. Ningqin, I have already asked to see the previous Desolate Emperor. I want to see if I can ask him to come forward and ease the relationship with the Empress Yi family. Li Yizhou slowly spoke, but he didn't have full confidence. The abdicated Desolate Emperor rarely interfered with the internal affairs of the empire, especially when it came to the military. But this was the only method he could think of right now. As for Li Yizhou, even if his status as the Sixth Highness had been restored and he had the qualifications to compete for the throne, he still wasn't enough to make the Empress Yi family dread him. He was well aware of this point. He cupped his hands together. "Thank you, Your Highness." He frowned, his expression heavy. Even though he didn't say it out loud, the two of them knew things weren't so simple. Moreover, even now, there was no news from the imperial palace. This silence was unusual. Moreover, True Saint Baitu and the sky-bearing monarch behind him hadn't made a move either. Did they want him to rush out himself and use this as a test? If that was really the case, holing up in the palace would be the worst plan. What should he do? His thoughts raced and he began to consider. Then, he would wait for them to make their move. With the imperial guard stationed in the palace, Li Yizhou's status rose in the eyes of everyone. At the very least, this meant that the Sixth Highness who had fallen into a difficult situation had turned around and had even obtained the approval of the Desolate Emperor. Then, they would have to adjust their attitude towards Li Yizhou. The future succession of the throne would be even more confusing. However, in the eyes of those with discerning eyes, Li Ju was facing a huge test. If the chief ruler of darkness Ningqin were to die, that would be a massive blow to his reputation. No one would be willing to be close to him, and even if he managed to escape, he wouldn't have another chance in the future. Therefore, this was not just a simple murder for revenge. This is not a simple murder. The great princess's expression was cold, her eyes like a calm lake. Later on, Yi family wanted revenge, similarly expressing their stance, rejecting the emperor clan's excessive interference in the military. As for me, I want to ease the relationship between the Yi clan and the Yi clan. I also want to beat Li Yizhou into the dust again, not giving him the slightest bit of hope. She turned and looked towards the distant imperial palace, awe in her eyes as well as a bit of mockery. Although His Majesty has already transmitted his will, he still wishes to conduct another trial. He wants to see whether or not the chief sovereign of darkness, Ningqin, has the qualifications to become a chess piece. Therefore, to kill him, we must be quick. We must do it before the imperial palace's edict arrives, and we must do it within the time that His Majesty has tacitly agreed to. There was one more point that the first princess did not mention. This matter was also a test for her. If she successfully killed Ningqin, it would prove that this chess piece wasn't qualified. Then, everything that he had done before could be erased and not investigated. Otherwise, if she disobeyed His Majesty's will, even if she was the first princess, she still needed to pay a price. These were the rules. The person behind her frowned. He said in a low voice, "Your Highness, rest assured that this subordinate will handle this matter well." The first princess nodded. "If I want you to do it, then that means I believe in you. Go, do this well, and I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. Your Highness, please wait for good news." The sound of footsteps sounded out, quickly disappearing into the distance. A trace of helplessness and self-deprecation appeared on the first princess's cold face. If she had a choice, she wouldn't have been willing to take this risk. But there was no turning back. The chief sovereign of darkness, Ning Qin, had to die. During the incident at the Western Barbarian Emperor's tomb, one of the two leading generals of the Imperial Guard Division, Yi Qin, had died. Of course, the public announcement was that Yi Qin had died in some secret operation of the empire. The specific details would not be revealed. As an extreme ruler powerhouse, an important general of the army, and a direct descendant of the Yi clan, his death was destined to not be silent. The spirit summoning ceremony was set for 2 days from now. This was a treatment that only great generals of the military and those with sufficient status had the qualifications to enjoy. After his death, his heroic spirit would not be extinguished. It would fuse into the soul of the Empire's army and obtain the support of the Empire's national destiny, eternally indestructible. Only those with an honored status, or those who had a close relationship with the deceased, had a chance of being invited. And once one received an invitation and participated in the spirit summoning ceremony, they viewed it as an honor. This was because this was the recognition of the heroic spirit of a great general who had died in battle for the empire. As a prince, Li Izhou had returned to the ranks of the struggle for the throne, so it was natural for him to participate in the spirit summoning ceremony. This represented the attitude of the emperor clans and the respect they had towards the military. But for Qin Yu to also receive an invitation from the old Yi clan, that was strange. There's a problem. Li Izhou furrowed his eyebrows, deep with worry. You clearly don't have much interaction with Yi Qin. If the Yi clan invites you, I fear there will be an accident. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Your Highness, I cannot refuse. He already understood the meaning of the spirit summoning ceremony. He certainly knew that to refuse was the greatest insult to Yi Qin. He would push the old Yi family to the opposite side and become his enemy. Just think about it. The chess pieces that the emperor clans were trying to set up for the military had not even truly landed, yet they had already offended 2 great Yi families at the same time. What future did they have to speak of? The imperial palace might even give up on Qin Yu and change their plans. The emperor clans were indeed trying to strengthen their authority in the army, but they absolutely did not wish for a rift to appear between them and the military. The logic was simple, and it was easy to understand. Li Izhou bitterly smiled. This was because Qin Yu was right. Even if he knew there was a problem, he knew there would be an accident. However, since it was an invitation from the old Yi family to participate in Yi Qin's spirit summoning ceremony, the ruler of darkness couldn't refuse. Even though he knew it was a fire pit and a trap, he still had to bite the bullet and jump in. Ning Qin, I will do my best to help you. Moreover, during the spirit summoning ceremony, if anyone tries to cause trouble, the Yi family will not allow it. If you're careful, you might be fine. Qin Yu nodded, not speaking. He knew in his heart that this was only Li Izhou's wishful thinking. Since the other party had already made their move, it was only natural that they had laid out a plan. It was just that no one knew what they were going to do. Soon, the day of the spirit summoning ceremony arrived. Li Izhou's black clothes were heavy and dignified. As the person involved, he was even clearer on what the great princess was thinking. If something happened to the darkness sovereign Ning Qin, then he would also suffer. But there were some things that he was powerless to do. Let's go. With a deep sigh, Li Izhou boarded the carriage. Qin Yu followed behind. Around the carriage were 8 imperial palace guards. With them here, they could prevent anyone from being assassinated. The journey was smooth. When the Yi family residence appeared in the distance, the carriage stopped on its own. Li Izhou stepped off the carriage first. He looked around and saw that the trees on both sides of the road were covered with white silk. The atmosphere was gloomy and stifling. At this time, another carriage stopped not too far away. Li Izhou turned his head as if sensing something. His complexion changed and fear appeared in his eyes. But this expression only lasted for a short period of time. He coughed and smiled. He cupped his hands together and said, "Little brother Li Izhou greets big sister." The great princess had a light expression. Her eyes paused behind him for a moment before she nodded and walked towards the residence. Qin Yu never imagined that he would meet the great princess like this. Although it was the Yi family that wanted to kill him, the one who did it was this great princess. Both sides were mortal enemies. It's about time. Let's go. Li Izhou coughed. He glanced at Qin Yu and walked forwards. The reason that the old Yi family had the word old in their name was because they had a long inheritance. Before the Western Wasteland's Zhu clan took control of the empire, this bloodline had already existed. No one knew how deep the roots of this great tree were in the empire's territory or how much strength was hidden within. But any family that could hold a seat in the imperial capital understood a single truth: when facing this residence, they had to maintain a sufficient amount of awe in their hearts. Li Izhou respectfully bowed with Qin Yu outside the main entrance. Then, he solemnly stepped in and arrived at the place where the spirit summoning ceremony would be held. Numerous gazes gathered from all directions, sizing up the two people who had just arrived. Most of them were looking at Qin Yu, probing him with indifference. His identity and his situation weren't a secret to the masters of these eyes. In truth, they weren't optimistic about Qin Yu. Otherwise, they wouldn't have this sort of attitude. "Sixth brother, you've come." A calm voice sounded out. Then, a calm face appeared. Li Izhou cupped his hands together. "Fourth brother." Then, he nodded to the people around him, calling out second brother, fifth sister, seventh brother, and so forth. The princes and princesses of the Western Wasteland had almost all arrived. Qin Yu swept his eyes over them. His expression was calm, and so was his heart. He had already prepared himself to deal with all troubles. Since the Western Wasteland Emperor wanted to test him, then he would hand in a report card. The better he performed, the more he would be valued in the future. This was fair. "This is the ruler of darkness, Ning Qin. Not bad. If there is a chance in the future, you can come to my palace to drink." The Fourth Highness smiled. He lowered his voice and said, "Zhe is my little sister that I grew up with. Since you saved her, I will owe you a favor." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Thank you, Your Highness." These words were a bit sincere and also a bit provocative, but he was too lazy to care about them. Without accident, today was the key day. If he could succeed, he would be able to leave the circle of the imperial capital, where the skies were high and the waters were wide. Li Izhou could be used, so Qin Yu feigned civility. As for the struggles between the princes and princesses, he didn't care at all. The Fourth Highness smiled. He turned and said, "Sixth brother, I'm not trying to poach you. You must believe in your fourth brother." Li Izhou smiled and nodded. As for what he was thinking in his heart, only he knew. The group of people seemed united but were actually divided. They spoke in low voices and the atmosphere was harmonious. Qin Yu glanced at the great princess. Her expression was cold and indifferent, as if she didn't care about anything that was happening in front of her. Suddenly, the great princess turned her head and their eyes met. One was icy cold, one was calm. Donger a light sound rang out, breaking their gazes. The Yi family had arrived. Chapter 15:13. His armor was white, and his sorrow was tinged with a murderous intent. All of the Yi family's sons had joined the army. Today's summoning ceremony was to awaken the heroic spirit of Yi Qin. Thus, the clansmen wore armor to express their respect. The Yi family members came in two lines. There were only 7 or 8 people in the middle, led by an old man. His face was withered and his hair was white. He gave off the feeling of a skeleton in a tomb, and his body was covered in the aura of decay. But his eyes were bright and penetrating, surging with divine light and emitting a chilling aura. His every movement was like a moving mountain. All obstacles before him would be crushed and destroyed. The Yi family's old patriarch, Li Izhou, had spoken of this terrifying expert who had lived for an unknown amount of time and was rumored to be comparable to an emperor realm cultivator. The Yi family's anchor. But now, Qin Yu's attention was focused on the middle-aged man next to the old patriarch. This person was half a step behind, but his back was straight and he was in high spirits. His aura wasn't suppressed at all. Compared to the old patriarch's withered, decaying, strange, and undetectable aura, this person was much stronger. Brilliant, majestic power. He was like a tiger descending the mountain, murderous to the heavens. Suddenly, the middle-aged man seemed to sense something and swept his gaze over Qin Yu. At this moment, he felt as if he had been locked onto by a ferocious beast. His eyes felt like they were being pricked by needles. He lowered his head, tears still flowing uncontrollably. Although this gaze didn't linger for long and quickly moved away, Qin Yu could still feel the icy killing intent within. And the incomparably terrifying suppression this killing intent gave him. Li Izhou's hoarse voice rang in his ears. Yi Bohu. The Yi family had a long history. There was an important meeting place in the family that only those with great power could enter. Hence, it was called the Grand Council. But after Yi Bohu inherited the position of patriarch and took control of the Yi family, the name was changed to Fighting Tiger Hall. No one objected. This alone was enough to show Yi Bohu's strength and authority. But today, he had appeared at the Yi family's, old Yi family, Yi Qin's spirit summoning ceremony. Gasps rang out in the hall, accompanied by gasps. Pairs of eyes widened slightly. The two opposing factions of the empire didn't get along with each other. Although they maintained harmony on the surface, they fought both openly and covertly. This was also a situation that all parties had long since gotten used to. But now, Yi Bohu was actually standing beside the Yi family's old man. The meaning behind this, the message it conveyed, made them nervous. "Greetings, old master." "Greetings, General Yi." Everyone bowed. The old patriarch waved his hand and said indifferently, "Rise." His expression was calm, as if he was not affected by today's events. As a member of the Yi family who had served in the army for generations and held military power, he did not know how many descendants and sons died in battle every year. He had long been accustomed to the separation of life and death. A strong mind would not be affected by this. Let the ceremony begin. He went straight to the point. He displayed the demeanor of a soldier. He turned a blind eye to everyone's shock and nervousness, not showing the slightest intention of explaining or comforting them. The empire's most powerful god of war, a legendary veteran general of the empire's military, displayed his strong will. He didn't need to explain. If Yi Bohu came, then so be it. If you've seen him, then so be it. So what? This toughness was more like a declaration of position. Coupled with the sudden appearance of Yi Bohu and the gathering of the military's two mountains, to be able to entice them. These two were clearly only interested in the imperial palace. Could this be the military's way of vaguely expressing their dissatisfaction? Strong winds rose at the end of the green duckweed. At this moment, everyone felt a formidable pressure and restlessness. His Majesty, who was about to abdicate the throne, and the powerful military of the empire, this was a confrontation between two wills. If anything went wrong, the great empire would fall into turmoil. And without a doubt, this was a situation that none of them wanted to see. Li Ju was dripping with a cold sweat. He didn't think that the response of the empire's military would be so intense. He felt that he had been pushed to the edge of a vortex once more. If the darkness ruler was destroyed, it would be impossible for him to stay out of it. Once he was involved, it was the same as cutting himself off from the empire's military, and without the approval and support of the empire's military, he would not have the chance to sit on that throne. At this moment, only Qin Yu was shaken for a brief moment before his heart gradually calmed down. He had guessed the reason why Yi Bohu had appeared here. He wanted to personally see the murderer of his son killed. Qin Yu didn't know if it was because that Ruru behind Sect Master Night Demon had leaked some information, or if there was some other reason. But that wasn't important. What was important was that his premonition wasn't wrong. The crucial moment was today. His eyes swept around. The Yi family, old Yi family, had dignified expressions as they began the summoning ritual of the heroic spirits. According to Li Ju, the entire process was solemn and dignified. No one was allowed to disturb them. So, he couldn't think of any reason why they would attack him. After all, the one who killed Yi Wangu was a barbarian cultivator. Without any evidence, even Yi Bohu wouldn't dare to openly attack him. After becoming the barbarian sovereign, Qin Yu's memories were filled with information related to the barbarians. So as he looked at the altar that the Yi family had constructed, he was actually able to sense some clues that belonged to the barbarians. Even at this time, He was left speechless. This was because the heroic spirits that were summoned were immortal and fused into the soul of the Empire's military. The slogan they used was to trample the barbarians to pieces. This was far too comical, and the Empire's military had actually grasped a portion of the barbarian methods. Was it simply borrowing them, or was there some other secret behind this? Qin Yu didn't know, but he soon solved another puzzle in his heart. How were they going to deal with him? Woo-woo, chilling winds blew and the temperature dropped. The light of the 9 suns that sprinkled down from the skies dimmed. A hazy shadow covered the altar. It violently shook and squirmed, like a tumbling spring. The priest that presided over the heroic spirit summoning ceremony began to shout out loud. The inscriptions on the altar began to shine and shine. Finally, a blurry figure appeared in the hazy shadow. It was like there was a strength constantly pulling at it, imprisoning it, trying to lock it back in. And the strength of the summoning was slowly pulling it out. Finally, this figure completely broke free and flew above the altar. Although its appearance wasn't too clear, one could still recognize that it was the already dead Yi Qin. At this time, Yi Qin's phantom above the altar suddenly emitted a miserable cry. Pitch-black chains appeared on the surface of his body. They contracted and tore him to shred. Humph! Yi Bohu stood up and punched out. His fist fell without a sound and no fluctuations of strength erupted. But on the altar, the black chains that appeared on the surface of Yi Qin's phantom seemed to suffer a heavy blow. They shattered and fell to the ground. The strength of the barbarians. It was just that he had concealed it well. It was difficult for others to detect him. Sure, after breaking free from the black chains, Yi Qin's phantom opened his eyes. Pain and brutality tumbled within him as he roared out loud. Qin Yu's mind shrank, a bit of restlessness in his heart. Kill you, kill you. The wind howled, filled with endless hatred. Yi Qin's phantom bared his fangs and claws. He stubbornly stared at Qin Yu as he tried to rush out of the altar. A sharp light flashed in the depths of the first princess's eyes. The entire area was deathly silent. At this moment, everyone's eyes gathered on Qin Yu's body. In the shaking, it was like they were looking at an icy cold corpse. If one's heroic spirit wasn't extinguished, then if they could retain the obsessions of their previous life, they could sense it. But this required a strong enough obsession and the two sides to be close to each other. For instance, the grudge of killing someone. On the altar, Yi Qin had such an intense reaction. In that instant, everyone realized that his death was related to Qin Yu. The scene in front of them was the best evidence. So, this was their plan. Qin Yu didn't know what they had done to help Yi Qin find the murderer by accident. After all, he had indeed died under Qin Yu's hands. He wasn't wrongly accused. But even though he said this, his expression was one of shock and anger. His eyes widened, revealing panic and disbelief. At the same time, his thoughts raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. Capture him! A Yi family general roared out, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, several armored figures hurled forwards, cold and grim. Qin Yu roared out loud, fake. This is a false accusation. His figure drew back, not attempting to resist. Of course, if they really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't just stand there and wait for death. All he had to do now was express his stance and wait for others to stop him. Qin Yu knew that the Yi family was right and that they had found Yi Qin's murderer. But these people didn't know what Qin Yu knew. Moreover, they would surely overthink things. If they overthought things, they would give Qin Yu a chance to explain. This was because no one was willing to be a knife in the hands of others. In particular, if they were stained with blood, there might be trouble. Did they really think that there was no price to resist Emperor might? It had to be known that the one who wielded authority in the Western Wilderness was still Huang Ju's bloodline. Stop! The old patriarch calmly said. His voice wasn't loud, but it contained a transcendent dignity. The several figures that rushed towards Qin Yu coughed and tumbled to the ground. Beneath his white eyebrows, his eyes were as tranquil as a well. Who are you? Qin Yu honestly said, this junior is called Ning Qin. When I entered the Western Wilderness, I was on the same team as General Yi Qin. The old patriarch frowned. When Yi Qin died, were you present? Qin Yu's forehead dripped with sweat. I was. The old patriarch said, the Yi family needs an explanation for this matter. He lifted a hand and pointed, are you willing to undergo the test of being possessed by a heroic spirit? Qin Yu didn't know what this was, but he knew that if he wanted to pass this test, he couldn't hesitate at all. He immediately shouted, I am willing. The old patriarch's eyes flashed. The moment his finger fell, there was a dull popping sound as if something had broken. Yi Qin's phantom that was imprisoned on the altar howled and wildly rushed forwards. Like a malicious ghost, it drilled into Qin Yu's body. Then, he understood what it meant to undergo the test of being possessed by a heroic spirit. Simply put, it was a ghost-seeking life. You killed someone and now you were entangled with them. The result could be imagined. Chapter 15:14. And this was the terrifying part of being possessed by a heroic spirit. Once one was tainted by it, if it was true, then there was absolutely no reason for one to escape. Li Izhou was drenched in cold sweat and his face was slightly pale. Even though he was a prince of the empire and had received elite education since childhood, it was still difficult for him to remain calm. The reason was simple. If something happened to Qin Yu, his future would be ruined. The first princess's eyes were calm and cold. The plan was going smoothly. As long as Ning Qin died today, all the troubles that were entangled with her would disappear with the wind. Moreover, after today, the two Yi clans would owe her a favor, and in the future, they would definitely be close to her. This would undoubtedly increase her chances of competing for the throne in the future. Yi Bohu's expression was grave and stern, and his aura was as still as a mountain. He had come here today precisely for this scene. The murderer who killed his beloved son must suffer the pain of a vengeful ghost. The old man furrowed his eyebrows slightly, and a grave look appeared in his eyes. If Yi Qin's death really had something to do with the chief sovereign of darkness, and the fact that he was now favored by his majesty and was preparing to make a move in the army, the implications of this caused him to overthink things. Everyone was deep in thought. As they looked at Qin Yu, they revealed a heavy and solemn expression. His life and death involved too many things. If he wasn't careful, he might cause a huge upheaval. But everyone was thinking too much. Qin Yu was very calm. This wasn't an act. Everyone believed that they weren't mistaken. He was truly calm. He wasn't at all affected by the experience of being possessed by a heroic spirit. In other words, Yi Qin's spirit didn't do anything after entering his body. Of course, everyone knew what this meant. The first princess's complexion changed. She could no longer maintain her cool demeanor. She turned to look at Qin Yu, shock surging in her eyes. The plan had already succeeded, so why was there no movement? This was impossible. Yi Bohu clenched his fists, and a mark appeared on the armrest of the wooden chair he sat on. His gaze fell on the first princess, and his expression became even more indifferent. Even if women had some tricks up their sleeves, they were unreliable at crucial moments. Li Izhou exhaled, as if he had finally surfaced from the water. His face revealed an unconcealable ecstasy. As long as Qin Yu was fine, he wouldn't be implicated. This was a very simple truth. The old patriarch's eyes flashed. He suddenly stood up and bowed. Summon the spirit of the Empire's army. A roar suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. The phantom of a black dragon appeared above the Yi family. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it spiraled in the sky. This black dragon was the manifestation of the Empire's military soul. It possessed boundless divine might. At this time, it dove down and landed above Qin Yu. It opened its mouth and roared. Yi Qin's heroic spirit was undying. After being summoned, he was supposed to merge with the black dragon. The two of them had already established a relationship. The black dragon's roar could shatter all shackles. If Yi Qin's heroic spirit had any abnormalities, it would have been detected. But Qin Yu remained calm. Besides the impact of the black dragon's aura, causing his robes to flutter and his complexion to pale, his aura didn't change at all. The old man frowned. He flicked his sleeves and withdrew the imperial army spirit. Yi Qin's death has nothing to do with Ning Qin. Regarding this matter, it was the final verdict. Qin Yu bowed. Old Commander, thank you for clearing this junior's name. Shuo Yi-Qin's heroic spirit, resentful soul, that fused into his body flashed out. After separating from Qin Yu, it began to howl once more. He could truly feel the aura of the enemy that had killed him. An intense desire for revenge rose in his heart, causing his cruel killing intent to boil. But just now, the Yi family's old man had personally announced that his death had nothing to do with Qin Yu. This gave off a strange feeling. Some eyes began to wander between the great princess and Yi Bohu. After all, some of the news that was circulating in the imperial capital wasn't a secret to them. At this time, Qin Yu suddenly said, General Yi Qin's heroic spirit is undying and he wouldn't go crazy for no reason. There might be some dark secrets involved. I asked the old commander to look into it and avoid being used by others. His words had directly placed everyone's thoughts in front of them. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The way they looked at Qin Yu changed once more. They thought that this dark ruler was far too bold. Although his words weren't clear, no one was stupid. They certainly knew who he was referring to. The great princess was a bit better. Even if she had a chance to ascend to the throne, there were still many variables. But as for the other, Yi Bohu's domineering and forceful attitude. Even in the imperial capital, no one dared to provoke him. At this time, Qin Yu's heart was calm. No matter what the reason was, the Yi family had already determined that Yi Wanggu had died under his hands. Just this point alone meant that the two sides were mortal enemies. There was no possibility of reconciliation. If so, there was no need for Qin Yu to have any misgivings. His actions were also a clear statement of his attitude towards the king in the imperial palace. Even if they shared the blood of the berserkers, he would not be close to the Yi family. At the same time, there was another thorn in the side of the army. Although the two Yi families weren't on good terms, sharpening the conflict was something that His Majesty would be happy to see. Beside the altar, one of the priests in charge of the spirit summoning ceremony suddenly collapsed to the ground, dead. Black blood flowed out of his mouth and nose, emitting a foul stench. A Yi family general came forward to inspect, his expression ugly. It's a barbarian Gu worm. The old man suddenly opened his mouth. The barbarians have sinister intentions. They are trying to sow discord in the stability of the empire's military. Send orders to the 9 divisions of the border armies to behead 1,000,000 barbarians. With a cold shout, he settled the matter. Today's matter was done by the barbarians. With that, he turned his head and looked at the calm Yi Bohu. Bohu, the ceremony is over. This old man still has some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. Yi Bohu stood up and cupped his hands. Farewell. He strode away. The discord between the military's 2 horizontal mountains finally leaked out a little. Imperial Palace. Behind a bead curtain, the Western Wasteland Great Emperor looked at the table, at the palace lantern that flickered with flames. A light smile lifted his lips. Very good, this chess piece hadn't disappointed him in the end. The spirit summoning ceremony seemed simple, but it was actually a life or death struggle. Although Ning Qin had borrowed the power of the lantern, the wisdom and attitude he displayed were the key to the great emperor's satisfaction. As for the truth behind Yi Qin's death, that wasn't important at all. Of course, the fundamental reason he had chosen Ning Qin as a chess piece was because his status was perfect and he could be manipulated. If he was used well, then when the barbarians were destroyed in the future, this person might be the turning point. Issue the decree. Zhu Chengtian smiled, in a good mood. Ning Qin had smoothly passed the imperial examination and his plans had been realized. Although Ning Qin had entered the army to strengthen the authority of the emperor clans, this matter was still in his hands and he could benefit from it. As a branch family of the emperor clans, he didn't have any extravagant hopes of inheriting the throne. But, it was necessary for him to stabilize his own status and ensure his power and wealth. Go to the Yi family. Within the carriage, he lightly gave an order. He looked at the bright yellow imperial decree in front of him. Today, he had personally issued the decree to explain everything to Ning Qin so that he could properly position himself. The emperor clans could raise him up and make him a force to be reckoned with in the future, but they also needed his absolute loyalty. Otherwise, they could knock him into the dust with a flip of their hand. And this didn't require much. The jade slip next to the emperor's decree was enough to easily accomplish this. The disturbance of the Yi family's Yi Qin's spirit summoning ceremony ended with the old man's verdict. But, in truth, only they knew what everyone was thinking. The banquet was prepared. Although no one was in the mood to enjoy it, they still had to follow the formalities. Li Yizhou was in an extremely good mood. Even though the occasion wasn't right, he still pulled Qin Yu over and drank several cups. Moreover, he didn't need to hide his emotions. He was a prince and was in the line of succession to the throne. If he suppressed the crown princess today, it would inevitably cause her reputation to plummet. In turn, all of this would help Li Yizhou become even more famous. He was naturally overjoyed. The emperor's decree has arrived. The complexions of everyone in the hall changed. They didn't know what was happening, but they quickly stood up to greet him. The sky-bearing monarch had a solemn expression. He swept his eyes over everyone. "Where is Ning Qin?" Qin Yu's heart stirred. He stood up and said, "Ning Qin greets the Skyspan King." Zhu Chengtian faintly smiled. He lifted the bright yellow edict in his hand. "Ning Qin, receive the decree." Qin Yu respectfully bowed. In the matter of the Western barbarians, Ning Qin has performed meritorious deeds for the country. He has been promoted to the position of Golden General, guarding the western frontier on behalf of the heavens. The fewer the words, the more the story. This point was applicable everywhere. Everyone in the hall looked at Qin Yu with envy in their eyes. His Majesty was using this method to express his previous dissatisfaction and point out his hatred for Qin. "You thought highly of her." General Jin Wu. This was one of the commanders of the Imperial Palace Guards. Although it was only a nominal position, it represented His Majesty's trust and honor. Guarding the western frontier on behalf of the heavens. With these words, in the future, there would definitely be a place for him in the 5 divisions of the Western Frontier Army. In other words, as the Emperor's decree descended, Qin Yu leapt up and became a shining star in the Western Wasteland Empire's army. This was the reward he received for passing the test. If it weren't for the first princess and the Empress Yi family helping him, he might have been able to enter the army, but he would never have his current status. Li Yizhou was wild with joy. He laughed and said, "Ning Qin, hurry up and thank me." This time, he had profited big time. Qin Yu had entered the Western Frontier Army with the status of General Jin Wu. This was the same as having his own representative in the army. If he used this properly in the future, it would be like a rolling snowball that would constantly increase his strength. There was also one more thing. His Majesty clearly knew of his relationship with the ruler of darkness. Yet, he still rewarded him and raised his status. Was there a deeper meaning behind this? Thinking of this, he became even more excited. Qin Yu kowtowed and accepted the decree. "Thank you, sky-bearing king." Zhu Chengtian's eyes swept over the ecstatic Li Yizhou. He sneered inwardly. It was too early for the Sixth Highness to be happy. Perhaps on the surface, Ning Qin was indeed his trusted aide. But after today, the ruler of darkness would have a new master. When the Emperor's decree arrived, everyone had to kneel to welcome it. The Yi family's old man had already given special permission not to bow to the Emperor's decree. So, he waited outside the hall and only came in after the decree was announced. He smiled and said, "Sky-bearing king, long time no see." He turned and said, "General Ning Qin, you are highly regarded by His Majesty. In the future, you must do your best to repay the Emperor's kindness." With his status, since Qin Yu had entered the army, he had the qualifications to say this. Moreover, this was also a show of his attitude and approval of His Majesty's arrangements. Zhu Chengtian smiled in return. "Greetings, old commander. I still have some matters to attend to. General Ning Qin, I ask that you arrange a quiet room for me." The old patriarch lightly said, "All right." Moments later, in the quiet room, besides the sky-bearing king and Qin Yu, the Yi family's old man was also present. The sky-bearing king took out a sphere from his chest. After touching it, it activated. Countless runes shot out, carving themselves into the void. A powerful imprisonment descended, sealing off the inside and outside. "Ning Qin, I have a jade slip in my hands. Take a look at it first. Qin Yu received it with both hands and probed it with his divine sense. What was recorded in the jade slip was the scene of his aura erupting and the abyssal titan appearing above his head. Although his heart was calm, his expression was one of panic. His face was pale and beads of sweat covered his forehead. He put down the jade slip and said with a trembling voice, "Sky-bearing king, this." The old patriarch sat down and sighed inwardly. He had already seen the contents of the jade slip ahead of time. So this was His Majesty's deeper meaning. Was this another Yi family? As the military god of the empire, the number one person in the military, Yi Taidu naturally had the qualifications to access all the secrets of the empire. And today, he had come to the Yi family to announce a decree. This was to establish Qin Yu's status in front of everyone and also to express his respect towards the Yi family's old commander. Even His Majesty of the Western Wilds had to show sufficient respect towards this military god of war, someone who had established the rule of Imperial Zhu and who had established illustrious military merits. Zhu Chengtian said, "Ning Qin, you have the Goliath bloodline in your body, thus you were able to obtain the approval of a rare treasure and return from the Imperial Mausoleum." His tone suddenly changed, becoming cold and harsh. "With the hatred between Western Wasteland and the Berserkers, when we noticed this, we should have executed you on the spot. His Majesty remembered that you had done a great service and that you were loyal to Western Wasteland, that's why he gave you a chance. Following that, there was nothing more than coercion and temptation. Simply put, there were great advantages to being obedient. With the Yi family as an example, it was enough to prove Western Wild's sincerity. If Qin Yu dared to betray them, they had 100 ways to make him suffer a fate worse than death." Zhu Chengtian and Yi Taidu echoed each other, their methods extremely skilled. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain, because Qin Yu was about to agree to begin with. Everything that happened today was the result of his plan, so he certainly wouldn't reject it. The result was that Qin Yu's complexion paled and he accepted the order with a lingering fear in his heart. The sky-bearing king revealed a faint smile, a bit of happiness in his eyes. Success. Chapter 15:15. Imperial General Ning Qin. This name spread throughout the imperial capital in one day, attracting the attention of everyone. He was chosen by His Majesty to be the key to the military. If he succeeded in the future, his future would be limitless. Just this alone was enough to make him extremely popular. The undercurrents and dangers that lingered around Qin Yu were swept away like this. His Majesty had already issued a decree. At least in the imperial capital, there was absolutely no one that would dare to harm Qin Yu. Otherwise, they would be directly confronting the might of the heavens. The past examples had already proven that anyone who dared to do so would not have a good ending. The first princess's carriage was on its way back to the palace. She sat on the soft couch and sighed softly. She looked tired. Today's plot seemed simple, but it was actually a sure kill. It had to be known that it was extremely difficult to tamper with the Yi family's spirit summoning ceremony. As long as it was calculated, there was no possibility of escaping. However, things had ended up like this. The first princess could not understand it, but she could only accept it. In the corner of the carriage, there was a light sigh. "Your Highness, this is inappropriate." The one who spoke was an illusory figure. She only had a faint and indistinct wheel hub that was faintly discernible in the air. The great princess raised a hand and rubbed her forehead. "Flowing cloud, today's failure means that I have no way of obtaining the forgiveness of the Yi family. But if your Highness does this, they will be very dissatisfied. It will be disadvantageous for the future. I know, but the most important thing now is for His Majesty to stop pursuing this matter." The first princess put down her hand and revealed a faint look of helplessness. "If I had succeeded, His Majesty would not have punished me. But since I have failed, I must make a choice." On the altar, the barbarian GU worms on the dead priest's body were arranged by her to prevent any accidents. Thinking about this, His Majesty would be lenient towards her. "Ning Qin," the first princess murmured. She had underestimated this person. Zhu Chengshan smiled. He was in a good mood. Ning Qin had smoothly passed the test and his future prospects were bright. Although there were many dangers and uncertainties in the future, it was already worth the investment. What was even more amazing was that she had already given him help before this. Sending charcoal in snowy weather was far better than icing on the cake. In addition, due to the incident at the mausoleum of the Western barbarians, their relationship could be considered close compared to the various parties in the capital. Go to the Sixth Highness Palace and send a congratulatory gift on my behalf. Invite Ning Qin to come to my place when he's free. The atmosphere in the Crouching Tiger Hall was heavy. Everyone knew the patriarch's plan. He went bankrupt and was given the cold shoulder by the Yi family, old Yi family. Moreover, His Majesty in the Imperial Palace might even be dissatisfied. However, it was the same as the reason why the Fighting Tiger Hall was called that. Although they frowned slightly, they did not dare to reveal the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Fighting Tiger, there's nothing we can do now. We can't attack anymore, an old general said slowly. His seniority was high, and he was Yi Bohu's uncle. He was usually upright and reliable, and had quite a bit of prestige in the clan. Only he could say that. Yi Bohu said indifferently, since His Majesty has issued a decree, I naturally know what to do. His eyes swept across the crowd. Old Marshal Yi has ordered the 9 divisions of the 4 sides to dispatch troops and behead millions of barbarians. You can go and participate in the deployment. Everyone felt slightly relieved. Yes, Marshal. After receiving the order, they stood up and filed out. Only Yi Bohu was left. He picked up the teacup, and with a crack, the cup shattered and hot tea spilled onto the ground. Frowning, Yi Bohu put down the broken pieces and wiped them on his clothes. His expression was extremely calm. However, the shattering of the cup and the falling tea was enough to show how angry he was right now. He had many sons, but Yi Wangu only had one. Back then, he had given him this name because he had high hopes for him. But now, he was dead. Dead, in the hands of Ning Qin. Yi Bohu believed in his intuition, and after seeing Qin Yu, he was even more certain. There was no reason, and there was no need for a reason. He had to die. The decree had been issued, and no one could attack in the imperial capital. However, there were frequent battles in the Western Border Army, so it was normal for accidents to occur. Qin Yu came to the imperial palace for the 3rd time. He was highly regarded by the Emperor of the Western Wilderness and was given the title of General Jin, guarding the western border on behalf of the heavens. Of course, he had to personally enter the imperial palace to express his gratitude and loyalty. Sky-bearing King. The group of imperial palace guards bowed, then turned to Qin Yu and knelt on the ground. Greetings, General Jin. The imperial palace guards had special privileges. They didn't need to kneel in front of a king. However, Qin Yu was given the title of General Jin. Although it was just a title, he was still one of the commanders of the imperial palace guards. He naturally had the qualifications to accept this bow. Qin Yu nodded. Rise. The sky-bearing king smiled and gestured with his hand. General Jin, His Majesty is waiting for you. Let's go. Entering the imperial palace, Qin Yu felt a solemn majesty, as well as a terrifying pressure that was omnipresent. If he could choose, this imperial palace was the place Qin Yu didn't want to come to. If there was an accident, he would have no chance of escaping. Perhaps the Western Wilderness Emperor only needed a thought to kill him. Perhaps with just a thought, the Emperor of the Western Wilderness could kill him. Without a choice, he could only endure. Following the long palace path, Qin Yu passed through a large number of buildings. The luxurious, exquisite, and majestic atmosphere didn't need to be described. Outside a golden palace, Qin Yu couldn't help but squint his eyes. At this moment, the sky was clear and there were no clouds. 9 suns shined down, reflecting a dazzling golden light. Here, Qin Yu saw a familiar person, Grandma Wu. Her face was still that of a dead person, cold and gloomy. Whoever she looked at would feel cold air coming out of their bodies. Grandma Wu, why are you waiting here? The sky-bearing king took the initiative to speak with a smile. Qin Yu's heart moved. This seemingly ordinary old grandma really had an unusual identity. Otherwise, did she really think that a king's smile was so cheap? Greetings, sky-bearing king. Grandma Wu bowed and said, I just went to the palace to deliver the medicinal cuisine for His Majesty. He's waiting to be cleaned up. The sky-bearing king nodded. I see. He turned and said, His Majesty is eating the medicinal cuisine. Let's wait here for a while. Qin Yu, of course, had no objection. A moment later, the palace door opened and a eunuch came out. Grandma Wu, His Majesty is done. Please clean up. Grandma Wu nodded and bowed to the sky-bearing king. Without waiting for him to speak, she turned and entered the palace. Qin Yu suddenly said, Sky-bearing king, I've met Grandma Wu several times. She seems to have a high status in the palace. Zhu Chengtian thought for a moment and said in a low voice, She's His Majesty's wet nurse. She has been taking care of His Majesty since he was a child and is respected and trusted by His Majesty. Of course, this was not the whole reason. For example, the medicinal cuisine was delivered by Grandma Wu alone. Even the eunuchs close to the emperor did not have the right to clean it up. Just this point alone showed that it was unusual. But the sky-bearing king's explanation was enough. His Majesty's wet nurse had been taking care of him since he was a child. It was natural for such a person to have a high status in the palace. Grandma Wu carried the food box and walked out of the palace. She nodded to the sky-bearing king and disappeared around the corner. The eunuch appeared again and bowed with a smile. Sky-bearing king, His Majesty knows you're here and invites you in. Zhu Chengtian nodded. Let's go. Qin Yu took a deep breath and followed behind him, stepping into the hall. He was about to face the Emperor of West Wilderness, one of the top existences in the wasteland. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. Especially since he was hiding too many secrets. Once exposed, he would definitely die. Chapter 15-16. Your subject, Sky-bearing King, greets your Majesty. Zhu Chengtian bowed. Qin Yu quickly followed. Although he didn't want to kneel in his heart, there were things in this world that you couldn't do if you didn't want to. Before you had enough strength, it was best not to be pretentious. Get up. The Western Wasteland Emperor waved his hand and looked at the kneeling figure. His eyes flashed with appreciation. Smart people were always easier to control. Ning Qin, regarding your problem, the sky-bearing monarch has already explained it to you. Qin Yu respectfully said, Yes, Your Majesty. Very good. You just need to remember to be loyal to me and to Western Wasteland and you will have a good future. The Western Wasteland Emperor's words were the law. This was a promise. If it was anyone else, they would have been excited and grateful. But as Qin Yu suppressed his thoughts, all he could do was sneer. He wasn't friends with Western Wasteland. If his true identity was exposed, not only would he ruin Western Wasteland's plan to search for the ruler's legacy. As long as Western Wasteland knew that Qin Yu had the power to close the passage in the broken world, he would not be allowed to live. Of course, what he thought didn't matter on the surface. So in the Western Wasteland Emperor's eyes, Qin Yu was extremely respectful and grateful. This satisfied him. Hualala, the bead curtain was lifted and a lantern flew out, landing in front of Qin Yu. It was the one he brought out of the Western Wasteland Emperor's tomb and sent to the palace. Ning Qin, since you can use this lantern, I will temporarily give it to you. As long as you perform well enough in the future, it will be yours. After a brief pause, the desolate Emperor's calm voice conveyed a strong will and confidence. I will allow you to reach the Emperor realm. The sky-bearing king's eyes were filled with shock and envy. Even he didn't expect His Majesty to offer such a shocking price. Emperor realm, that was a realm that he longed for. Qin Yu frowned. He didn't doubt the desolate Emperor's words. Those in power often cared about face, not to mention that the sky-bearing king was here today. But this reward was just too great. Could it be that it was only for the sake of increasing the authority of the emperor clans in the army? No. There must be more to this. Ning Qin, drop a drop of blood on this lantern and it will recognize you as its master. You can use it for the time being. Of course, this wasn't a discussion. Qin Yu was well aware that he had no grounds to object. In fact, he couldn't even hesitate, or he would be suspected. Yes, Your Majesty. Clenching his teeth, his face revealed just the right amount of excitement and apprehension. He flicked his finger. A drop of blood flew out and landed on the surface of the palace lantern, instantly merging with it. The lantern trembled and the flames within pulsed. Qin Yu suddenly felt as if he were connected to it by blood. Immediately after that, there was great terror. It was as if he was facing boundless lava, and he would be swallowed and smelted in the next moment. Qin Yu's face paled and his body shivered, a look of fear on his face. Behind the bead curtain, the desolate emperor's calm voice sounded out. Only after this can I truly trust you. I hope that you will not betray my trust. The monarch seemed to have thought of something. His pupils constricted in fear. As she glanced at Qin Yu from the corner of her eyes, there was no longer any envy in them. Instead, there was a bit of pity and sympathy. At this point, Ning Qin was completely under His Majesty's control. Even if he were to reach the Emperor realm in the future, he would still be under the orders of the Emperor clan. He would no longer have freedom. His Majesty's methods were truly good. It seemed that he was prepared to use Ning Qin as the key to dealing with the barbarians. He would likely be the one to complete the killing trap he had laid out in the past. This was why he had given Ning Qin such a generous reward. At some unknown time, the eunuch had appeared at the side. He smiled and stretched out a hand. General Jin, allow me to send you out. Thank you. Qin Yu bowed once more and left the hall. Zhu Chengtian bowed. What orders does your Majesty have? There was naturally a reason for him to stay behind. The desolate emperor faintly smiled. Sky-bearing king, I have always trusted you. Ning Qin has just entered the army and might need some help. I will leave this matter to you. Yes, your Majesty. Seeing that official matters had been discussed, Zhu Chengtian bowed and left. When the doors closed behind him, he took a deep breath and let out a long breath. His Majesty really knew what he was thinking. Of course, Zhu Chengtian didn't want to hide this. His Majesty was wise and heroic. Any attempt to deceive him would be the truly foolish one. He had laid out everything in front of His Majesty to express his attitude. This was why His Majesty had nodded and allowed him to continue. That was enough. Without a doubt, Ning Qin would have great achievements in the army in the future. Without a doubt, Ning Qin would have great achievements in the army in the future. Although he was one of His Majesty's people, outsiders didn't know that his bloodline was close to His Majesty. Qin Yu had never been one of anyone's people. He wasn't one of them now and he wouldn't be one in the future. He would only follow his heart and be himself. As for the lantern that he brought out from the Emperor's tomb, the desolate Emperor had done something to it. Others might only be able to sense it, but they wouldn't be able to recognize it. But Qin Yu could. After he dripped his blood on it, it was the same as carrying a landmine by his side. As long as the desolate Emperor wanted to, he could kill him with a single thought. Qin Yu didn't doubt this at all. But he didn't feel any fear in his heart. This was because although he couldn't contend with the desolate Emperor's methods, that didn't mean he couldn't solve them. Not to mention that Qin Yu had already become a locust on a rope with a mysterious existence hidden in space-time. If he asked her to help, there was a high chance she would be able to resolve this hidden danger. Even if she couldn't, there was still the little blue lamp. If its main body took action, it wouldn't be too difficult. Of course, he couldn't do these things now. At the very least, he had to wait until he left the imperial capital before he could try. In the carriage, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light surging within. No matter what he did, he had already achieved his basic goal of returning to the Western Wasteland's imperial capital. In fact, it was even better than he had expected. In Li Ijo's palace, Folding waited for Qin Yu to return. She smiled and congratulated him. Qin Yu said, I must thank Miss Folding for giving me a warning. After receiving her message, Qin Yu was able to clearly understand the situation and understand the role of the Great Princess. It is because General Ning Qin is strong enough that you can have today's achievements. She handed over a gift. His Excellency Zhu Chengshan asked me to pass on a message. When General Ning Qin has some free time, he would like to visit her Dao field. Qin Yu nodded. I'll have to trouble Miss Folding. I will pay a visit soon. Folding didn't stay for long. After saying a few more words, she bid her farewells and left. Yi family, old Yi family. The old patriarch tapped his fingers on the table. Everyone had solemn expressions and the atmosphere was heavy. His Majesty had already decided to interfere in military affairs. And without a doubt, this would encroach on their interests. The friction between the emperor clans and the military would inevitably cause turbulence. They would need to be more cautious in their actions in the future. General, Ning Qin has already left the imperial palace. Do we need to do anything? A general of the Yi family slowly asked. The imperial military had great authority, but they needed to respect His Majesty's will. At the very least, before His Majesty clearly harmed the interests of the military, they couldn't take the initiative to do anything. This was respect towards the emperor clans and also respect towards the swift and fierce His Majesty in the imperial palace. Up until now, His Majesty's superb methods and strength left one in awe. There is no need. The old patriarch opened his eyes. The number one figure of the imperial military had a bright light that shined with wisdom. His Majesty's will does not need our approval, nor does he wish to see us involved with Ning Qin. So, we do not need to do anything. He knew of Ning Qin's background. Now, he could faintly guess His Majesty's intentions. At this time, he certainly wouldn't attempt to do anything that might arouse suspicion. Doing nothing was the most correct course of action for the Yi family right now. Your Highness, His Highness Zhu Chengshan requests your presence. In the air, the vague outline of a woman emitted an incantation. It was pleasant to hear. The first princess had a cold expression. Flowing Cloud, do you think I should go? Your Highness can't refuse your good intentions. Auntie is somewhat sincere towards me, but I see that Ning Qin isn't someone who can wipe away grudges with a smile. Your Highness, the first princess revealed a self-deprecating smile. I'll go. She shook her head. In truth, I decided to go as soon as I received the news. Ning Qin is someone chosen by His Majesty. If I can mend our relationship, then that is naturally for the best. Thus, those from the emperor clans, as long as their bloodline is pure, they can't help but be called hypocritical. Flowing Cloud said in a soft voice, Your Highness, there is no need for you to hurt yourself. You are also forced to do so. The first princess waved her hand and changed the topic. Let's go. Let's go and choose a gift for Auntie. I must thank her for taking so much trouble for me. Zhu Chengshan. The Skyspan monarch furrowed his eyebrows. He originally wanted to have Bai Su personally come to invite him, but he didn't expect that someone would beat him to it. This woman, she was smart enough. However, from the fact that she also invited the first princess, it was clear that she was only smart in small ways. To damage Ning Qin's favorable impression for the sake of so-called feelings was foolish. Uncle? True Saint Bai Su asked. Ning Qin had been invited away by Auntie Chengshan. What would they do? The Skyspan monarch smiled and waved his hand. Tomorrow at the latest, Ning Qin will go to receive the seal and armor. You can go there and wait. Not inviting Qin Yu wasn't a big problem. He was someone that His Majesty had tacitly agreed to help Qin Yu. This meant that in the future, there would be many exchanges between the two sides. There would be plenty of chances to pull their relationship closer. The maid led Qin Yu to the entrance of the hall. She bowed and drew back. Qin Yu stepped in. He immediately saw Zhu Chengshan sitting in the main seat and the first princess sitting to his left. He frowned for a moment before composing himself. He cupped his hands together. Greetings, ruler, greetings, first princess. Zhu Chengshan smiled. Ning Qin, you and I have gone through trials and tribulations together. There is no need to be so polite. He gestured with his hand. Sit. Qin Yu thanked him and sat down. This caused Zhu Chengshan's smile to become even brighter. With a light cough, she went straight to the point. Ning Qin, I invited you here today to congratulate you in person. You have been granted the title of General Golden and your future prospects are limitless. Secondly, there have been some misunderstandings that I hope you can clarify. As she finished speaking, she swept her eyes over the calm and cold first princess. Ning Qin, Yi Wangu entering the western wilderness was my decision. After his death, the Yi family was dissatisfied, so I had no choice but to act. She lifted the wine cup in her hand. If you are willing to let go, then drink this cup of wine. Everything that happened in the past will be forgotten, and I guarantee that I will no longer be your enemy." Her tone was calm, but there was a bit of coldness in it. Zhu Chengshan furrowed his eyebrows, a bit of helplessness in his eyes. The first princess's personality was a bit too headstrong. These words didn't seem like she was taking the initiative to reconcile with someone. Ning Qin, the first princess's mother's family, has some achievements in the military. Although they cannot compare with the two great Yi families, they still have some foundation. If you are willing to let bygones be bygones, I can guarantee that in the future when you are in the military, I will do my best to help you." Qin Yu thought for a moment. He lifted his wine cup and said, "As your highness says, let bygones be bygones." The first princess's eyes bloomed with brilliance. Her cold expression softened a little and she nodded, draining her cup. In truth, Qin Yu was indeed angry about this matter. But he had to admit that it was the first princess and the Yi family that caused trouble for him that helped him obtain his current status. Next, he would need to borrow the strength of the Western wilderness. After completing his plan, he would take advantage of the situation to move against that clan. This would require support from within the empire. It wouldn't be good to make too many enemies. Of course, if there came a day in the future when Qin Yu revealed his identity and became hostile with the Western wilderness, then what he said today would no longer count. Good. Zhu Chengshan laughed. A true man is able to pick up and let go. Ning Qin, I wasn't wrong about you. With the trouble resolved, the host and guests enjoyed the banquet. Qin Yu stood up and bid his farewells. Zhu Chengshan personally saw him off, treating him with great courtesy. After watching his figure vanish into the corridors, the first princess said, "Thank you, Auntie." Zhu Chengshan waved her hand. "This is all I can do for you. What happens in the future will depend on you." She paused for a moment and then lowered her voice. "As I said before, regarding military matters, you need to grasp them well. Although Ning Qin was brought to the Western wilderness by Li Yizhou and is now his trusted aide, as the times change and status changes, he will not remain the same. If he could choose, Zhu Chengshan hoped that the first princess would have some achievements and sit on that throne. This was related to benefits and the hearts of the people. The first princess nodded. "I thank Auntie for the advice. I will remember it." Ning Qin, right now, the greatest label on him should be that he was His Majesty's man. Of this, she was certain. From this perspective, everyone was the same distance from him. At most, Li Yizhou had taken the initiative, but she still had a chance. This wouldn't be easy. But she had her own advantages, for instance, her status as the first princess, and also, she was a woman. Qin Yu didn't know that he had already become the target of others' hunting. He left Zhu Chengshan's Dao field. After a moment of thought, he headed straight for the Imperial Military Headquarters. After receiving the title of Imperial General, he needed to receive his own official seal before he could take up his post. He didn't want to stay in a place like the Imperial capital. If he left earlier, he would be like a fish or bird returning to the sea, where the skies were high and the waters were wide. Oh, he almost forgot. Before he left, there were still some trivial matters to take care of. For instance, Yun Qing and Little Butterfly. Leaving them in the imperial capital was the best way to avoid future troubles. But Qin Yu had just displayed a deep affection for Yun Qing. If he were to turn around and abandon her like a pair of old shoes, he feared it would arouse suspicion. Although he shouldn't have any problems in his current state, success was right in front of him. It was best to be cautious. He would take them with him for now. If he found a chance in the future, he would send them away. He arrived at the military headquarters. The carriage stopped. Just as Qin Yu stepped out, he heard a greeting. "Brother Ning Qin, ha ha ha, we meet again. It was true, Saint Bai Yu." Chapter 15-17. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "Bai Su, why are you here?" "The lie is that I just happened to come to the military headquarters to handle some matters. The truth is, my uncle, the sky-bearing king, knew you would come here, so he told me to wait here." True Saint Bai Su smiled. Qin Yu shook his head. This fellow was quite frank. He walked towards the gates of the military headquarters. Seeing that he didn't say anything, True Saint Bai Su's smile widened. He chased after him. I once worked in the Imperial Military Headquarters, so I can help Brother Ning Qin finish some trivial matters as soon as possible. Qin Yu said, then I'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble at all. True Saint Bai Su shouldn't be lying about having worked in the Imperial Military Headquarters. With his help, and in addition to the fact that everyone in the imperial capital knew that the Dark Ruler was someone chosen by His Majesty, no one dared to make things difficult for him. Soon, Qin Yu obtained General Jin Wu's seal and completed his enlistment into the military headquarters. General Ning Qin, the military headquarters has already sent a letter to the Western Border Army. You can head there at any time. A general from the military headquarters smiled. Qin Yu expressed his thanks. After exchanging some pleasantries, he stood up and left. True Saint Bai Su followed beside him. He lowered his voice and said, "This person comes from the Zhao family and has always been close to the great princess." These words were enough to remind him. No wonder that general from the military headquarters had smiled so kindly. Qin Yu's lips curved up. He could be said to have experienced the benefits of being kind to others. Of course, this was just a bit of emotion. After all, he was destined to be mortal enemies with the Western wilderness just because of his identity as the savage sovereign. True Saint Bai Su, I've finished my business. If there's nothing else, please help yourself. Facing this person, Qin Yu felt a bit uncomfortable. This was related to True Saint Bai Su's attitude towards him. Although it involved benefits, there was still a bit of sincerity. This was something Qin Yu could sense. He had already mentioned the relationship between him and the Western wilderness. If True Saint Bai Su was too close to him, he would only be asking for trouble. Haha, I'm sorry, but I really can't help myself. True Saint Bai Su laughed. He took out a seal and said, "Yesterday, this saint received orders from the Imperial Military Headquarters to be a counselor under General Jin Wu. I will follow the general to the Western Border Army." That's right. I'm talking about Brother Ning Qin. So, we can be considered colleagues. I hope the general will take care of me in the future. Qin Yu was speechless. He thought to himself, there's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. Instead, you barge into hell where there's no door. Bai Zu, oh Bai Zu, your luck and foresight are indeed problematic. In normal circumstances, if Qin Yu, the newly promoted Golden General, wanted to smoothly reach the western borders, he would need to delay for a period of time. This involved the allocation of personnel, the division of authority, and also gave the Western Border Army some time to prepare. But with the arrival of the Western Frontier Army's report, everything sped up. The barbarians had suddenly launched a large-scale attack, and the pressure on the Border Army had doubled. They needed the imperial capital to provide assistance. The Emperor of the West Wilderness issued an imperial order, sending Golden General Ning Qin to lead the Imperial Reserve Army to reinforce the Border Army at the Azure River. As long as he successfully completed the mission, he would be able to directly integrate into the Xinjiang Border Army. What a great opportunity! Capital region, outside the teleportation array. Li Yizhou revealed a worried expression. Ning Qin, you must put your own safety first. If you encounter any difficulties, send a message back and I will do my best to help you. He was truly worried. Ning Qin's rise and fall were one with him. The two of them had long since become inseparable. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'm going. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. He turned and stepped into the teleportation array. True Saint Bai Yu and the 12 Imperial Guards behind him bowed to Li Yizhou and quickly followed behind. The teleportation array lit up. Space violently twisted and the group of figures vanished from sight. As for Yun Qing and Dai Qin Yu had a headache dealing with them. Now that he had received the imperial order, he could use this reason to keep them here. This could be considered saving him some trouble. Azure River's full name was Azure River East's 20 counties. It was rich in resources and was one of the most important places for the Empire to station troops. Cultivators were all proficient in the path of slaughter, but the battlefield was different. Only by cooperating with each other could they display their greatest strength. This was a camp. The key to training soldiers. Of course, if one was strong enough, they wouldn't be restricted. The military had many small special squads to choose from. The teleportation array lit up. Space twisted and Qin Yu was the first to step out. He wore battle armor and his eyes shined with a cold light. The soldiers guarding the teleportation array hurriedly bowed. From this aura, one could tell that he was a great figure from the imperial capital. They couldn't be neglected. True Saint Baiyu stepped forwards. General Golden Qin, Lord Ning Qin, I have come to Azure River under the imperial order. Where are the military personnel? General Golden Qin was the commander of the Imperial Palace's Imperial Guards. Although it was only a title, his status was incomparably honored. This lowly one greets the general. I didn't think you would arrive so quickly. Someone from the Azure River Army is waiting for you. We will immediately report your arrival. Soon, several figures flew over and landed in front of everyone. Azure River Zhongshan greets General Golden Qin. True Saint Baiyu said, General Zhongshan is in charge of training soldiers at Azure River. He is an old veteran of the army. As he spoke, he smiled. General Zhongshan, Lord Ning Qin has the imperial order. Please prepare as soon as possible so that we can hurry on our journey. The various cities of the empire were all connected by transmission arrays. But the scale of an army was massive. Unless the situation was dire or extremely dangerous, they wouldn't hesitate to use transmission arrays to send a large number of troops to battle. In this current situation, although the Western Border Army was in a tight spot, they could still stabilize themselves for the time being. The troops only needed to hurry on with their journey. Zhongshan nodded. After Azure River Army received the imperial order, they have already begun to prepare. General Golden Qin and everyone else should rest for a moment before leaving. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand. Qin Yu nodded. I'll have to trouble you. When they arrived at the temporary resting area, True Saint Baisu took the initiative to complete the handover with the Azure River sect. This made Qin Yu feel much more at ease. The First Thorn felt that it wasn't a bad idea to have him by his side. At least he didn't have to worry about these things anymore. He sat down at the table and drank some hot tea. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. The Green River was located in the western part of the Western Wasteland Empire, not far from the border. If the army took a slight detour on the way, they would be able to pass through a mountain range. This place was called the Sky Demon Mountain Range, and it was where the Devil Sect was located. The leader of the Night Demon Sect was the current leader of the Demon Sect. His position was extremely high. If he wasn't mistaken, he should be in the Demonic Mountain Range. In that case, that Lady Ruru who was by Sect Master Night Demon's side should also be there. There were some things that even though the possibility wasn't high, it was still better to confirm it in order to be at ease. Thinking of this, Qin Yu made a decision. Blue River's side moved quickly. It was unknown whether it was because they were worried about the war situation in the western borders or because they didn't want to offend a rising star like Qin Yu. One day later, the reserve army was ready to head to the front lines. Depart! Qin Yu shouted out loud. Woo woo, a long horn was blown, its sound spreading far and wide through the air. The runes on the surface of the giant airships lit up, releasing a thick protective shield as they slowly rose into the air. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate. Finally, they broke through the air, letting out deep rumbling roars. They were like giant whales in the sea as they charged towards the Empire's western borders. Below, the countless cultivators of the Blue River realm couldn't help but reveal expressions of deep awe when they saw the roaring airships above their heads. This was the prestige of the Empire's military. At the same time, it was also a status that the military had fought their way to with their own strength and iron blood. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, they couldn't withstand a single blow from the well-trained Imperial army. Even if it was an Emperor realm existence, once they fell into the army's killing formation, only death awaited them if they couldn't escape. As for the rest, they weren't even worth mentioning. Sky Demon Mountain Range, Devil Sect. Two shadows flashed across the sky, as fast as lightning, disappearing without a trace. Soon, the shadows reached the highest peak in the depths of the mountain range. They landed on the ground, revealing two figures with anxious expressions. Reporting. The Imperial Army is coming from the direction of the Blue River. There are many airships, no less than 100,000 of them, The expressions of those from the demon sect changed slightly. The night demon sect master raised his hand and suppressed the noise in the hall. He said in a deep voice, "Have you found out who the leader is?" "The Empire's golden general, Ning Qin." The night demon sect master frowned. It was him. To be honest, he never thought that Qin Yu would have such a fortune when they separated. It could be said that Qin Yu had suddenly risen to the top of the waves, becoming someone that even the demon sect feared. With the current status of the imperial sects, Ning Qin's ability to lead an army of 100,000 was much weaker. "It's fine. I've received news that the Golden General, Ning Qin, is leading an army to reinforce the war at the western border. They should be passing by the demon sect's mountain gate. Investigate closely and don't make contact with them." "Yes." 2 patrolmen shot into the sky and turned into black shadows, heading straight for the army. "General, the mountain gate of the demon sect is in front," True Saint Baisu reminded. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Qin Yu glanced at him. "What do you want to say?" Cough cough. True Saint Baisu coughed. He smiled and said, "The Empire has been fighting against the barbarians for many years and the treasury has been severely damaged. There are some sects within the Empire that have a tradition of sponsoring military expenses. After all, the soldiers of the army are fighting on the front lines to protect them." Qin Yu immediately understood that this fellow was overthinking things. However, it just so happened that he needed this reason. He humphed and said, "Since you've guessed it, then pass down the order. The army has been marching for a long time and everyone is tired. Stop near the Sky Demon mountain range and rest." "Yes, General." True Saint Baisu turned and left. Soon, there were bursts of cheers from the airships. The so-called sect sponsoring military expenses, in other words, it was extortion. If the general of the army ate meat, the subordinates could also drink soup. They hadn't even entered the battlefield and they could already make a fortune. The generals that came from the Blue River looked at their general's airship with much gentler eyes. Although they didn't know him, as long as he could make his subordinates rich, then he was a good general. Several black shadows circled around the airship fleet. As they heard the heaven-shaking cheers, their complexions changed. "Quick, send a message to the sect. The military has come with ill intentions." Whoosh! 3 black shadows immediately turned and left. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in the direction of the vast mountains. When the giant airships slowly stopped outside the mountains, casting a large shadow over them, the people of the demonic sect had no choice but to believe that they had indeed come for the demonic sect. They had gone too far. A group of demonic sect elders that didn't even have 2 or 3 teeth trembled in anger. They clenched their teeth and cursed. They had long heard about how the Empire's military blackmailed the various sects to sponsor the army. But this was the first time that the dignified demonic sect, the leader of the world's sects, had encountered such a situation. "Open the heavenly demon array and kill them all. When has our demonic sect ever suffered such humiliation? We will teach them a lesson. Why aren't you attacking? What are you waiting for? Are we just going to wait for them to tear down our demonic sect?" The elders angrily cursed. But the people in charge of the demonic sect could only bitterly smile. The present was different from the past. If the sects were in their heyday, even the Empire's military wouldn't dare to be impudent. But now, the military had great power and even the imperial families had to respect them. As for the sects, they had declined for many years and had almost fallen out of the ruling class. "Open the heavenly demon array?" Haha, as long as the demonic sect did this today, no matter what the reason was, the entire demonic sect would be razed to the ground within half a month. "Come, invite the elders to rest." The night demon sect master gritted his teeth. The curses became even louder. The struggling demonic sect elders were finally dragged away. But the expressions of the people present became even uglier. "Leader." A demonic sect elder bitterly smiled. The night demon sect master took a deep breath. "Go, send someone to ask the military why they are stationed in the heavenly demon mountain range." In his heart, there was still a trace of hope. After all, they were the demonic sect. But soon, this hope was crushed to pieces. General Jin had ordered that the army lacked supplies and the demonic sect was ordered to help. The word life caused the faces of the people of the demonic sect to turn as black as the bottom of a pot. This was the same as tearing off their dignity and throwing it into a quagmire to be trampled on. Chapter 15:18. Turning hostile. It was impossible to turn hostile. The reason was already stated. Unless the demonic sect was tired of living and decided to hang themselves. Then they could only endure. Send someone to invite General Ning Qin to my demonic sect. Only the heavens knew what sort of willpower it took for a dignified peak ruler like the Night Demon Sect Master to calmly say these words. A mouthful of good teeth were almost all broken. Chief. The demonic sect people roared. Go. Yes, within the Sky Demon mountain range, grief and indignation soared to the heavens. Countless demonic sect cultivators had resentment in their eyes. From today onwards, the leader of the world's sects would no longer exist. So when Qin Yu stepped into the demonic sect, he was welcomed with countless icy gazes. Like arrows, they seemed to want to tear open countless holes in his body. Unfortunately, looks couldn't kill and Qin Yu's mental fortitude was good. In addition, he was already prepared so he wasn't afraid at all. Behind him, True Saint by Two revealed a look of praise. Brother Ning Qin is truly a smart person. He had been given the title of General Golden and was someone chosen by His Majesty. Now that he was leading an army to support the Western Border Army, he had great momentum behind him. In this situation, so what if he was the demonic sect? He had to endure this extortion. He had to endure it even if he couldn't. This was fame and momentum. The dignified number one sect of the world had been stepped on. Before he even entered the army, General Golden's fame had risen. This would be very helpful for him to gain a foothold in the army. It had to be known that there were many conflicts between the military and the sects in the early years. Brother Ning Qin's choice of starting point was truly wonderful. But the truth was that True Saint by Two was overthinking things. Qin Yu's goal in coming here was only to see someone. In the demonic sect's main hall, a group of powerhouses had gathered. As the saying went, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The dignified number one sect of the world had a strong background. There were over a dozen people at the ruler level. Among them was the Night Demon Sect Master, who was an extreme ruler. Pressure like the sea. Qin Yu stepped in and frowned. He swept his eyes over everyone. This is how the demonic sect treats its guests. He really wasn't afraid. Since he dared to come to the demonic sect to extort, he naturally had everything planned out. The Western Wasteland Imperial Army was powerful, and now, he was the favorite of the great emperor. Even if the demonic faction ate up the courage of a leopard, they still wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Of course, he had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. With the palace lantern in hand, even if the demonic sect went crazy and turned hostile, he was confident that he could escape. Then, he mobilized the 100,000 soldiers on the airship and directly annihilated the devil sect. Once and for all, he had to cut the weeds and pull up the root. The Night Demon Sect Master stood up. He said in a deep voice, General Ning Qin, I didn't think that after we parted in such a hurry, you would already be a great general of the army. Congratulations. Qin Yu said, Sect Master is too polite. Please have a seat. Qin Yu nodded. He walked to an empty seat in the hall and sat down. Night Demon Sect Master's eyes swept over True Saint by Yu and then over the 4 armored Imperial Palace guards behind Qin Yu. His expression became increasingly gloomy and sullen. He was a dignified peak ruler, but facing several Saint Juniors in front of him, his aura was actually suppressed. The Western Wasteland Imperial race had gone too far. Inviting Qin Yu here meant that he was prepared to lower his head. Since he had already decided, the Night Demon Sect Master didn't plan to delay any further. He directly said, My sect has already prepared resources to support the Imperial Army in their war with the Western barbarians. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Sect Master is righteous. I will report this to His Majesty. The demonic faction is loyal to the Empire. As he spoke to hear, his eyes flashed. However, I have one more matter that I hope Sect Master will agree to. The Night Demon Sect Master had no expression. General, please speak. Qin Yu said, I have some matters that I would like to ask Miss Ruru. I hope that sect master can invite her to come out and see me. In the hall, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. The night demon sect master frowned. A cold light appeared in his eyes. General Ning Qin, you should always leave some leeway. Don't go too far. A terrifying aura erupted, like a mountain crashing down. True Saint Bai Yu didn't know who Miss Ruru was, but she seemed to have touched upon the demonic faction's reverse scale. But soon after, he coldly sneered, Sect Master, do you plan on attacking my general? He took out a command token and grasped it between his fingers. Do you believe that with a single command from me, the 100,000-strong army outside the mountain can raise the entire heavenly demon mountain range to the ground? Sect? Ha. Of course, they still thought that things were the same as they were in the past. If they dared to become enemies with the military, they would instantly turn over a new leaf. Chief, don't be impulsive. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The people of the demonic faction were panic-stricken. That's right, they were indeed enraged before. They wanted to use their eyes to kill off all these bandits that broke into their sect. But now that they were serious, they were afraid. The situation was stronger than they were. An army of 100,000 could easily destroy the demonic faction. The night demon sect master trembled. He slammed his hand down on the armrest and the chair beneath him instantly shattered. He angrily coughed and turned to leave. Behind him, True Saint Bai Yu coldly sneered. I ask that you quickly call for this Miss Ruru. The army carries the Emperor's command token and cannot stay here for too long. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. It seemed that bringing True Saint Bai Yu with him was quite useful. At the same time, he understood just how strong the Western desolate military was. Even the dignified Night Demon Sect Master, an extreme ruler powerhouse, had been forcefully suppressed. If they dared to resist, they would exterminate their entire sect. Although the demonic faction had admitted defeat, they would still hold a grudge in their hearts. This would intensify their resentment towards the imperial clans and the military. This was the unstable factor within the Western Desolate, and it was also a situation that Qin Yu was happy to see. Following that, everything proceeded smoothly. Qin Yu saw that Miss Ruru again. It had to be said that she was extremely beautiful and wouldn't be easily forgotten. But when Qin Yu saw her, he was still dazed for a moment. Oh, it really is her. It was like there was some kind of strength that was constantly wiping away the traces she left behind. Cough. With a light cough, Qin Yu said, Miss Ruru, the reason I came to see you today is because I have something to ask. Across from him, the little girl's face was filled with fear. Her head was lowered and her body constantly shivered. This caused Qin Yu to feel a bit guilty before he even spoke. Do you remember Yi Wangu? Because of his death, I encountered some troubles. Is this related to you? She went straight to the point. Qin Yu stared at Miss Ruru. It was said that even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them, one's expression shouldn't change, that one's mind was as steady as a boulder. Most of these were just empty words. Sudden, caught off guard, as long as one had a guilty conscience, they would inevitably reveal traces, whether more or less or not. If this matter was indeed related to her, then Qin Yu might have to do something cruel and merciless. Regarding the barbarians and the barbarian sovereign's identity, he absolutely could not reveal a single thing. No, it wasn't me. I didn't say anything. Her face was flustered as she constantly waved her hands. Qin Yu believed that she hadn't said anything, but no matter how he listened to her words, it seemed as if she really knew something. This caused Qin Yu to frown. A gloomy look appeared in his eyes. Don't kill me. With a loud scream, a terrifying strength broke out from her body. Space violently twisted, forming a terrifying tide. Qin Yu's complexion changed. Before he could respond, there was a loud bang as he was sent flying away. Following that, the entire hall collapsed. Countless stones shot through the air. Shua. Space twisted and the Night Demon Sect Master appeared. His face was filled with anger as he rushed into the ruins of the hall. Pa. There was the sound of shattering beneath his feet. Cracks spread out and spread. Qin Yu frowned as he looked at the ruins in front of him. Swoosh. Swoosh. True Saint Bai Yu led the Arch Palace guards to his side. General, are you all right? Qin Yu frowned and shook his head slowly. The people of the Devil sect rushed over from all directions. Their faces turned pale when they saw the scene in front of them. Chief, what's going on? An elder of the Devil sect shouted. The Night Demon sect master carried the unconscious Ruru and landed on the ground through the dust. His cold eyes locked onto Qin Yu. I want to know what you're trying to do, General. His tone was calm, but at this moment, the air seemed to freeze. True Saint Bayu's heart skipped a beat. He had acted domineeringly before because he was sure that the Night Demon sect master wouldn't dare to act out. But now, it seemed like this old fellow was really going to turn hostile. Not to mention the uproar that destroying the Devil sect would cause. Even if everything went smoothly today, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive. No one below the Emperor realm could stop a peak ruler's attack. Qin Yu frowned as he weighed his options. Because this was an opportunity. As long as the Night Demon sect master acted, he would have a reason to mobilize the army to sweep through the Sky Demon mountain range and wipe out all the hidden dangers. Perhaps there were innocent people, but if one didn't look out for himself, then heaven and earth would destroy him. He only wanted to protect himself. He could only blame the Devil sect for being involved in the secret of his life and death. Thinking of this, Qin Yu raised his head and looked at the Night Demon sect master. His eyes narrowed and a sinister light flowed in them. As long as he acted, everyone here would die. Chief, everything can be discussed. Don't be impulsive. A few Devil sect elders rushed in front of him. True Saint Bayu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and bowed. General, the Devil sect is not ordinary. There's no harm in extorting them, but if we really start a war and lose the support of the border army, the Emperor will definitely hold us responsible. It won't be good for you. He really didn't think that Brother Ning Qin would be so unyielding. He even dared to face a peak ruler head-on. Just then. At this moment, with a soft humming sound, Ruru, who had fainted, woke up. The Night Demon sect master hurriedly lowered his head. Ruru, how are you? I'm fine. Ruru was clearly afraid of being stared at by so many people. Her body trembled a few times. The people of the Devil sect let out a long breath. Luckily, this ancestor was fine, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to stop the chief from going crazy. Chief, the girl is fine. There must be a misunderstanding. Please calm down. Right. General Ning Qin is an old friend of the girl. Maybe he said something to her and unintentionally provoked her. Our Devil sect has always been loyal to the Western Wilderness and His Majesty. Why would we be enemies with the military? Isn't this like a flood against the temple of the Dragon King? As he spoke, he signaled with his eyes. Chief, hurry up and step down. We can't offend the military. Humph. The Night Demon sect master coldly snorted, but his aura calmed down. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly said, I am under the orders of the Emperor to help the Western Frontier Army and fight against the barbarians. I have the right to recruit the citizens of the Empire. Today, I recruit Ruru to serve in my army. I ask the Devil sect to agree to this. With these words, the atmosphere suddenly tensed up. The people of the Devil sect wanted to cry. General Ning Qin, could you not continue to provoke our chief? You are a sensitive person. If he recruited Ruru, then something bad was bound to happen. True Saint Bayu took a deep breath. He said, General, but just as he spoke, he was interrupted. Qin Yu had no expression. I have already made my decision. If the Devil sect doesn't agree, then that is disloyalty to the Empire. Don't blame me for launching an expedition against you. The Night Demon sect master laughed in anger. Even if he died, he absolutely wouldn't allow the mist to suffer any harm. Launching an expedition? Good, then let's see who dies first. Bang! The terrifying aura of an extreme ruler erupted like a volcano, wanting to swallow everyone. Hold on, Miss Ruru suddenly said, I will go with him. The Night Demon sect master anxiously said, Miss, you cannot. Ruru shook her head, a firm expression on her face. I said go with him. Like this, the Great War vanished without a trace. Outside the Sky Demon mountain range, the airship carrying the army slowly flew into the distance. True Saint Bai Yu let out a long breath of relief as he looked at the devil sect's entrance being left behind. It was only then that he discovered that the clothes underneath his armor were soaked in a cold sweat. This was far too dangerous. If it weren't for that little girl agreeing at the critical moment, the 100,000-strong army would have already begun to attack the devil sect. And before that, his head would have likely been crushed by the night demon sect master. True Saint Bai Yu looked up at the cabin Qin Yu was in and bitterly smiled. Although he already knew that Qin Yu loved beauties, this degree was a bit terrifying. For a little girl, he was willing to give up his life. Moreover, that little girl was shriveled and shriveled. Besides her good looks, she was simply underdeveloped. Could it be that Ning Qin had some sort of fetish? Now that he had her, he couldn't wait to return to the cabin. Then, the current situation was, he couldn't think about it, that was too hot. But the situation in the cabin was completely different from what True Saint Bai Yu had imagined. There wasn't the slightest bit of heat. If there was, it was only an icy cold aura. Qin Yu was expressionless. He leaned forward slightly and a terrifying pressure appeared in his eyes. Miss Ruru, I don't care who you are or what you know, but I hope that you can keep everything that involves me a secret. Otherwise, I will immediately kill you. Believe me, everything I said is true. Ruru's tears flowed down her face. Her body was curled up and her face was pale. She looked at Qin Yu and nodded desperately, as if she had just been dragged into a pile of straw. Weak and helpless, easy to bully. Very good. Then from today onwards, you will be my personal maid. Without my permission, you cannot disappear within 1,000 feet of me. Yes. Qin Yu stood up and walked out. After closing the door, he revealed a helpless expression. In truth, killing this little girl was his best choice. Once and for all, he would no longer have any worries. But Qin Yu had already thought about it. If he really did this, the Night Demon Sect Master would definitely go crazy. A crazy and fearless peak ruler would create a terrifying situation. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. And besides that, there was another reason that forced Qin Yu to make this decision. That was because there was something wrong with his mind. It seemed that if he killed this little girl, he would be stained with great karma and cause trouble for himself. This feeling was weak but strong. Qin Yu took a deep breath and let out a long breath. Forget it, at least he had her under his control. He would observe her for a period of time before making other considerations. Chapter 15-19. Demonic Sect Mountain Gate. The Night Demon Sect Master had a gloomy expression. He ordered all the demonic sect cultivators that tried to comfort him to retreat. He returned to his dwelling and opened a secret door. Then, he went down the crack and entered a cultivation chamber. His gloomy face was like snow under the blazing sun, quickly melting away. His face flushed red with excitement. He walked to a corner of the chamber and rapidly formed seals with his fingers. Soon, in an empty area, space wriggled and a small memorial tablet appeared. Faint traces of fog lingered on it, covering the words on the surface so that they were unreal. The Night Demon Sect Master knelt down and respectfully kowtowed. Master, the Miss seems to have seen the chance to take revenge for you. She left the sect and followed this person. But, please rest assured that I will do everything in my power to ensure the Miss' safety. The fog that lingered on the surface of the tablet began to gently float. Wisps of Dao aura were emitted from it, which slowly floated in the chamber deep underground. The Night Demon Sect Master respectfully bowed to the ground. After a long time, when everything calmed down, he stood up and formed seals. Space wriggled and swallowed the tablet. After the demonic sect incident, the army didn't linger. They raced towards the western border camp. Qin Yu secretly observed Ruru for several days. She was well behaved and didn't try to do anything. This allowed him to feel a little more at ease. Of course, it was only a little more, he wouldn't be careless. Qin Yu retracted some of his energy and began to study the seal he had obtained from the military before leaving the imperial capital. This was a square seal that was 2 fingers wide and had the words Golden General engraved on it. This was proof of his identity. But soon, Qin Yu discovered that this thing wasn't so simple. As mentioned before, it was related to the Western Desolation and the Divine Kingdom. The massive Western Desolation Empire was a massive divine kingdom. All the cultivators ruled by the emperor races were a part of this divine kingdom. Simply put, they were the believers of the divine kingdom. And the function of the divine kingdom was to collect faith. It could also be called incense. Qin Yu himself had a divine kingdom and could constantly receive a weak power of incense from the distant divine kingdom. He wasn't unfamiliar with this. Thus, he discovered the secret of this seal. It was a Joss flame treasure. That's right, in Qin Yu's perception, this seal could automatically absorb incense. A small portion of them would slowly fuse into his body, but most of them would vanish into thin air after accumulating a certain amount of praise. After thinking about it for a long time, Qin Yu began to understand. The function of the seal in his hand should be that of a transit station for the power of Joss flames. In other words, it could absorb a portion of the Joss flames within the borders of the Great Western Frontier Empire and then transfer and use them. Compared to his own elementary level divine kingdom, the power of Joss flames in this seal left his heart racing. The power of Joss flames was of great help to cultivation and could strengthen one's divine kingdom. Perhaps he could try to intercept some of the Joss flame collected by the seal in his hand. Of course, there were risks, but if they succeeded, the rewards would be astonishing. Within his room, Qin Yu played with the seal in his hands. At this time, he could see countless runes carved into the surface of the seal. It was these runes that interweaved with each other and formed a strange force field that served as a transfer station for Joss flames. If he wanted to take a share of the loot, he would have to change this force field. Moreover, he had to do it in secret without revealing the slightest flaw. Everything Qin Yu knew about the divine kingdom came from the chicken overlord. Thinking for a moment, he reached out and snapped his fingers. Soon, with a flapping sound, the door was pushed open from the outside and a furtive pair of small eyes appeared. As the eyes met Qin Yu's, they immediately revealed an obedient and flattering expression. "Master, you called for me? Come in and speak." "Yes." The chicken overlord drilled its way in. Its current status was that of General Golden Wu's only beloved pet. Its status was extraordinary. At the very least, on this airship, everyone was in awe of it. At this time, the chicken overlord was wearing a small set of armor that had been gifted to it by true Saint Baisu. Ever since this fellow heard that the barbarians were savage and that the battlefield was extremely dangerous, it had worn the armor without ever taking it off. Qin Yu frowned. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with this fellow, but that it was a bit strange for a chicken to wear such exquisite armor. Whatever, it was just a minor matter. "Chicken overlord, what do you think of this seal?" The chicken overlord's eyes widened, a choking expression on its face. It thought that this evil star was good in all aspects, but his ability to name things was just too terrible. Chicken overlord. What was this? It was simply too pungent. Cough. "Master, I've thought about it. You can call me Little Chicken or Little Overlord. It's simple, smooth, and friendly." "I understand, Little Chicken Overlord." The chicken overlord cried. It rubbed its eyes and decided not to speak any further. Otherwise, who knew what sort of critical attack was waiting for it? "Master, this seal is a Joss flame treasure. Hehe, the western wilderness is quite rich, the cost to make this isn't low." A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. "You recognize this?" The chicken overlord said, "I heard from the white ape that this is a treasure that can only be refined when the divine kingdom is powerful to a certain degree. Its goal is to make it faster and more convenient to collect Joss flames." Then, did the white ape say how to absorb the power of Joss flames from a treasure? The chicken overlord said, "It's simple. When the Joss flames accumulate to a certain degree, they will automatically transfer and fuse into the divine kingdom. There is no need to control them." Qin Yu looked at it, not speaking. Was this fellow pretending to be stupid or was it really confused? The chicken overlord shrunk its neck back, its eyes wide open. "Master, you shouldn't be thinking of." "That's right, you've guessed correctly." The chicken overlord's legs buckled and it nearly fell to the ground. It looked at Qin Yu with shock. It really wanted to roar out loud. "Master, please don't play dumb, okay? You are a broken world cultivator. After coming to the desolate domain, in a short period of time, you suddenly have your current status. People should know how to be content with what they have. What are you messing around with? Do you think you can easily move the joss flames within this seal? As long as even a tiny bit of this was leaked out, then everything would be over. It originally thought that after a short period of twists and turns in its life, it would welcome a new and brilliant tomorrow. So how did it suddenly reach this step? Gulp, the chicken overlord gulped. Master, I don't know. There was sincerity in its eyes, but there was also a bit of guilt and a bit of helplessness in that guilt. Qin Yu coldly sneered. Stop pretending. Just looking at your eyes, I know you aren't telling the truth. The chicken overlord nearly choked to death on its own saliva. Its eyes were filled with horror. This evil star actually understood it so deeply. Speak. Perhaps I can add something to your meal today. Qin Yu had no expression. What he would add would naturally be a charcoal roasted chicken, or a spicy chicken wing, or a spicy diced chicken, or a boiled chicken. The chicken overlord fell to its knees, a sad expression on its face. Master, I really don't know. It shivered. Facing Qin Yu's sneering expression, it shivered and said, It's just that in the past, White Ape inadvertently mentioned something called the incense tree. Something called the incense tree, something that can steal the power of joss flames from joss flame treasures. It's true. Master, that's all I know. But as for how to do it, White Ape didn't say and I didn't ask. I'm sure you believe me. Qin Yu frowned. He glanced at the trembling chicken overlord. This fellow shouldn't have the courage to continue speaking such nonsense. For better or worse, he had obtained a little harvest, the incense tree. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He waved his hand. Leave. Don't think of slacking off. Keep an eye on the women outside. Consider this as atoning for your crimes. The chicken overlord turned and left, afraid that if it was even a step slower, it would become an additional meal. This evil star was becoming increasingly terrifying. He actually wanted to eat chicken. The room quieted down. Qin Yu rubbed his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Stone pagoda, he shouted out loud. A space trembled and the phantom of a stone pagoda appeared. You've already heard what I said just now. Is there anything I can tell you about the incense tree? The stone pagoda hesitated for a moment. Master, I have faintly come into contact with the incense tree before, but my memories are very blurry. The incense tree seems to be a method of using the power of one's own incense flames. It can be used to plunder other incense flames for one's own use. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. This was exactly what the chicken overlord had said. How? The stone pagoda said, I can't remember clearly. I can only recall as much as I can. But before I have absolute confidence, Master shouldn't try anything. Qin Yu nodded. I naturally know this. If the Western Wilds were to discover that he was intercepting the incense flames, then Qin Yu's disguise would lose its effect. The consequences could be imagined. Master, I'm going to sleep first. Let's see if I can obtain any harvests. The stone pagoda phantom trembled for a moment before vanishing from sight. Qin Yu let out a light breath. His expression was calm. He couldn't be too hasty when it came to intercepting the incense flames. For now, he would take his time and see how things went. Western Frontier Border Army Camp. News had already arrived from the imperial capital. The newly promoted Golden General Ning Qin had sent 100,000 Blue River soldiers to reinforce the front lines. They would arrive soon. With his status as the Golden General and the commander of 100,000 soldiers, everything was obvious. His Majesty wanted Ning Qin to take control of a portion of the Western Frontier Border Army. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. No one wished to have their authority divided. Moreover, the will of the military and the authority of the emperor clans had always been in a faint confrontation. They were constantly probing each other and compromising. This was a natural resistance. General Wu, the reinforcements have passed through Mountain Pass. They will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. A counselor worriedly said. Everyone else couldn't help but frown. The commander of the Western Frontier Border Army, Wu Tongtian, was one of the top leaders of the military. He came from a family of hunters in the wilderness of the frontier and had been recognized and promoted by nobles. Because of his outstanding merits, he had accumulated many years and been promoted step by step until he finally became a commander. He was one of the 4 great generals of the empire. He was of medium stature, but he didn't seem angry at all. He faintly smiled. I naturally have to follow His Majesty's will. As the commander of the Western Frontier Border Army, he had to take the lead in expressing his attitude. The emperor clans could allow this, but the military had its own will. Even so, they would never allow a commander of the border army to openly disobey His Majesty. The councillor's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. But Commander Wu's letter, Wu Tongtian waved his hand, interrupting him. I will explain this. Pass down the order that no one is to act rashly. Make preparations to arrange for reinforcements. Yes, Commander. In the tent, everyone bowed and left in a single file. Soon, Commander Wu's attitude spread throughout the camp. Chapter 1520. Marshal Wu, you have a good plan. A sneer sounded in the tent. Yi Sang put down the wine glass, and with a bang, it exploded into pieces. Great General, watch your words. Below him, a general smiled bitterly. The number 2 general of the Western Border Army coldly snorted. Since this general dares to say it, I'm not afraid of Marshal Wu finding out. His cousin's letter had long been delivered to the army, and he had read the contents. Although it didn't say anything directly, it made his stance clear. When Wu Shuai did this, he did not put the Yi family in his eyes. Wu Shuai couldn't say anything even if his grumbles reached his ears. The general smiled bitterly. Grand General, let's think about what we should do now. Reinforcements will pass through the Shanhai Pass and arrive in the blink of an eye. Yi Sangdu stood up and waved his hand in annoyance. These people in the border army have all left bloody footprints with each step. They've charged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood to get to where they are today. No one would be willing to have their power seized by others. Even if it is His Majesty's will, there will be resistance. What made him angry was that Wu Shuai had actually cowered, so he could only rush to the front. Whether it was the prestige of the Yi family or the will of his cousin Fighting Tiger, he had no other choice. He took a deep breath. Go, send someone to invite Jiang Chengzi over. Tell him that I have an urgent military matter to discuss with him. The sky-bearing monarch's plan was already laid out in the open. If Ning Qin wanted to gain a foothold in the border army, he would need help. Jiang Chengzi was the key. At the western border of the empire, they had arrived at the border army camp that stretched for thousands of miles. On the airship, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a look of amazement on his face. As far as the eye could see, a baleful aura soared into the sky, and all the clouds in the sky were torn into pieces. The majestic aura condensed into the pressure of a great army. It was like a coiling dragon and crouching tiger, opening its mouth to devour people. This was the Western Desolation's western border camp, an army purely made up of cultivators. Previously, Qin Yu had borrowed the strength of his 100,000-strong army to suppress the demonic sect and force peak sovereigns to bow their heads. At this moment, there were more than 1 million soldiers in front of him, and it was appropriate to say that they were filled with an imposing aura. 3,000 li away from the main camp, the airships stopped one after another. The messengers rushed towards the main camp with a letter in hand. This was the rule of the army, and it was also out of respect for the military commander who had been in charge of the Western Border Army for many years and had great prestige. General, Wu Shuai was born into a family of hunters at the border. He obtained his current position by fighting on the battlefield. Of course, the merits on the battlefield are one thing, and the capital also needs to have nobles to speak up. After all, the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Western Great Border Army is not something an ordinary person can take. True Saint Bai Yu said in a low voice. Qin Yu frowned. Successor Yi family? True Sage Bai Tu nodded, that's right. But the general doesn't need to worry too much. It's precisely because of Marshal Wu's high position and authority that some things can't be done too obviously. After a slight hesitation, he continued, Jiang Chengzi, Uncle Jiang, you have met him before. He is an old general in the Western Border Army. Although he is only ranked 4th, he has a deep foundation in the army. My uncle has already sent a letter to him, and I believe he can help you integrate into the border army as soon as possible. Qin Yu nodded, but he didn't relax. It wasn't convenient for Wu Shuai to do some things, but as long as he passed on a bit of his attitude, there were many things that he didn't need to do. To him, opening up the military situation as soon as possible was also a test. But in this matter, Qin Yu was in a passive position. He could only react according to the situation and act accordingly. The messenger officer returned. According to the directions of the border army, he stopped outside a camp. General Golden Ning Qin, Marshal Wu is currently holding an urgent military meeting with several great generals. Please rest in the camp and wait for Marshal Wu to summon you. The young border army general's face was covered with traces of wind and frost. He bowed, and without waiting for Qin Yu to reply, he turned and left. This scene caused the many generals that stepped off the airship. Their complexions changed. In terms of military rank, this young border army general was at least 7 or 8 ranks lower than General Golden Ning. If he didn't have a backer behind him, would he dare to be so rude? It seemed that this newly promoted General Golden Ning's situation wasn't too good. The several generals that had come to ask Qin Yu for instructions turned and hurried away, commanding their subordinates to set up camp. True Saint Bai Tu's complexion darkened. He clenched his teeth and said, "General, rest assured. You have a noble status and you also came here on the orders of the Emperor. They won't dare to be too insolent." Qin Yu had a calm expression. "Let's go. Let's settle down first." A simple cold shoulder was enough to establish his dominance. Wu Shuai had made it clear that he didn't like this newcomer that had dropped in from the imperial capital. With Wu Shuai's prestige and status, the difficulty for Qin Yu to integrate into the border army would instantly increase by countless times. Great tent. Several great generals bowed and drew back. Wu Shuai drank a mouthful of hot tea and leaned back in his chair. He rubbed his face until it flushed red. Have the reinforcements arrived? Yes, everything has been arranged. How did General Golden Ning perform? A strange expression appeared on the counselor's face. He was very quiet. A sharp light flashed in Wu Shuai's eyes and he smiled. He had become famous overnight and received a high position. Now that he had come here on the orders of the Emperor, he actually didn't respond at all. This was a smart person. And a smart person was undoubtedly easier to get along with. Between His Majesty and the Empress Yi family, Wu Shuai didn't want to make a choice. He also couldn't do that. If he maintained a slightly biased attitude and maintained a basic balance, that would be good for everyone. His thoughts raced and Wu Shuai changed his mind. He lightly said, "It's too late today. Tomorrow morning, General Golden Ning, please come to the commander's tent." Yes, Commander. In the army, there was no distinction between day and night. The army maintained a posture that was ready to go at any time. Although this place was still some distance away from the front lines, one could still feel the fluctuations of fighting coming from time to time. It was filled with cruelty and slaughter, but Qin Yu had rested well. Based on what he had learned, he carefully analyzed the current situation. If he wanted to open up the situation and gain a foothold in the border army, it would be difficult to do so through normal means. There would be many people willing to set up obstacles for him, making it difficult for this chess piece of the Emperor clan to make every step he took. Even if they didn't disobey His Majesty's will, that didn't stop them from letting His Majesty see that his decision was wrong. So, opening up a strange path was likely Qin Yu's only chance. But he had to wait. In particular, Qin Yu didn't know the true situation within the Western Frontier Border Army. He would at most believe 30% of the information he heard. The rest would have to be grasped by himself. "General Golden Ning Qin, Wu Shuai invites you." A shout sounded out from outside the tent. Qin Yu left the tent and waved his hand to stop the indignant True Saint Bai Yu. He said, "Lead the way." The young general's eyebrows arched up. The coldness on his face faded. He bowed and left. "General, you have gone too far. With your rank, this young general," Qin Yu interrupted True Saint Bai Yu. He lightly said, "Wait for me to return." Today's young general was the same person as yesterday's young general. Qin Yu didn't know who he was, but for him to be so arrogant, his status must be extraordinary. His guess was soon answered. This young general was a guard of the commander's tent. In other words, he was one of Wu Shuai's people. Thinking about it, this wasn't strange. If it weren't for Wu Shuai expressing his stance, no one would have dared to be so insolent. The commander's tent was massive. It was like a moving hall. Jew. The guards were tight. At the very least, at this moment, Qin Yu could sense at least 7 divine senses locking onto his body. Sharp and cryptic. 2 of them were at the peak of the ruler realm. The military truly had as many powerhouses as clouds. No wonder they had the confidence to stand up to the emperor clans. The young general stopped. He said in a low voice, reporting to Commander, General Golden Ning Qin has arrived. Several breaths of time later, a person walked out from the commander's tent. His expression was calm and his eyes were bright. From his clothes, he seemed to be a counselor. He smiled and bowed. General Golden Ning, Commander requests your presence. Qin Yu nodded. He cupped his hands together. I'll have to trouble you. He stepped into the commander's tent. The situation in the tent was different from what Qin Yu imagined. But even though there were many people, he immediately found the main character. Wu Shuai. It wasn't just because he sat in the center of the commander's seat, but also because of his intimidating aura. His aura was awe-inspiring, like a lion or tiger occupying the summit of a mountain, suppressing the world. At this time, his eyes fell, covering Qin Yu. A sharp light flashed in their depths. Like a bolt of lightning tearing through the clouds, it instantly pierced through the vast skies. Qin Yu felt as if he had been completely seen through. His heart chilled. He suppressed his restlessness and took several steps forward. He bowed. General Golden Ning Qin greets Commander Wu. The slightly noisy commander's tent quieted down as he spoke. Eyes gathered on him. Within the icy coldness, there was a deep pressure. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He stood where he was, not moving at all. Wu Shuai smiled. There is no need to be so polite. Please rise. Thank you, Commander. Qin Yu stood up. 100,000 reinforcements have come under the orders of the Emperor. They have all entered the camp yesterday. I already know about this. Wu Shuai gestured. General Golden Ning, please sit. Below the commander's tent, there were 6 seats. The second seat on the left was empty. This seat wasn't low at all. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, Commander. He stepped into the seat and sat down. As he thought, the eyes that looked at him became much colder. But Qin Yu had no choice in this, so he didn't say much. Yesterday he was given the cold shoulder and today he was praised. His methods were all over the place, but if he continued like this, it would be beneath him. Wu Shuai's laughter echoed out. Yesterday the military situation was urgent. Everyone discussed with me late into the night. It was too late, so I didn't want to disturb General Golden Ning's rest. Today, I will introduce him to my comrades in the army. This was an explanation and also a way to ease the situation. Qin Yu's eyes swept around. I am General Ning Qin. Greetings, generals. The first one to respond was the person to his left. I am General Zhao Chong. Greetings, General Golden Ning. Surnamed Zhao, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. As he responded, he could faintly see some familiar traces between his eyebrows. Without a doubt, this General Zhao should be related to the Great Princess. Harvest, the second reward of doing good to others. Someone spoke up, breaking the deadlock. I am General Jiang Chengzi. General Ning Qin, we meet again. The white-haired, white-bearded old general slowly said. Qin Yu cupped his hands together in greeting. I am General Yi Sang. A voice suddenly sounded out. The commander's tent fell silent. Qin Yu looked up. Yi Sang had a calm expression. Speaking of which, General Ning Qin and I also have some relationship. Yi Wangu is my nephew. I heard that before he died, General Ning Qin was the last person to see him. He went straight to the point, full of malice. With these first words, this number 2 general of the Western Border Army expressed his attitude. He was very dissatisfied with General Ning Qin. Chapter 1521. The commander tent was silent. Qin Yu met everyone's eyes and nodded. Yes, Before Yi Wangu died, I was present. He paused for a moment and looked at Yi Sangdu, his eyes sharp. When I was in the imperial capital, in consideration of Marshal Yi Bohu's face, there were some things I couldn't say. But today, I'll have to ask General Yi to pass them on. If Yi Wangu is dead, then he is dead. Do not mention this matter again. If anything else is drawn out, I fear it will tarnish his reputation after his death and bring shame to the Yi family. Ho! Good heavens, Qin Yu's words clearly had a hidden meaning. His attitude was tough and threatening. Yi Sangdu's complexion changed. With a loud bang, he slammed the table. General Golden, you cannot speak nonsense. Just what do you mean? Qin Yu glanced at Wu Shuai, who was still calmly watching from the sidelines. He sneered inwardly. Not long ago, I was ordered by the Emperor to enter the Western Savages. This matter shouldn't be a secret to everyone. When I left the Western Savages, Yi Wangu coveted my treasure and tried to kill me to steal it. Thus, he exposed his aura and attracted the bitter barbarian cultivators. Qin Yu was expressionless. He stared at Yi Sangdu. So, what I mean is that Yi Wangu died to the bitter barbarian cultivators because he brought this upon himself. The commander tent was in an uproar. General Golden Ning Qin had actually revealed such a shocking news. In an instant, everyone believed him. After all, saying these words was the same as tearing off all pretense of cordiality with the Yi family. This was simply seeking death. It was because of this that there was no possibility of Qin Yu lying. What nonsense! Yi Sangdu roared. With a loud cracking sound, the table in front of him shattered. General Golden, my Yi family's reputation cannot be tarnished. Looking at the pale-faced Yi Sangdu, Qin Yu remained expressionless. If Wu Tongtian continued to act like a bodhisattva, then don't blame him for dragging everyone into the mud. This was the Yi family's secret. Touching it would be troublesome. At that time, no one would have a good time. Enough. Wu Shuai suddenly spoke up. He frowned and swept his eyes over Qin Yu, a warning in them. You are all generals of the army. How can you harm the friendship between you because of a dispute of tongues? No one is allowed to speak of what happened in today's tent. I will not forgive anyone who disobeys. Yes, Marshal. Everyone stood up to receive the order. Wu Shuai naturally wasn't happy that Qin Yu had forced him to stop this battle. He lightly said, in the future, everyone will have plenty of opportunities to get closer to each other. Military affairs are urgent, so let's directly discuss the accounts. A soldier quickly stepped forward and tidied up the mess, setting up a new table for Yi Sangdu and eat. He snorted coldly, bowed to Wu Shuai, and sat down with a frosty expression. After retreating to the edge of the commander's tent, a group of military affairs counselors carefully returned. They set up the sand table and prepared the information. Yesterday, powerful warriors from the barbarian tribe tried to break through the third battlefront. Our camp was ambushed and suffered some losses. According to the statistics, the intensity of the barbarian tribe's attacks has been increasing for the past 7 days. We have reason to suspect that the internal strife within the barbarian tribe has died down. The specific cause is unknown, and we are still trying to find out. The black-robed man who appeared in the Berserker tribe's camp in the battlefield has been confirmed. He's a black shaman berserker of the Berserker tribe. The condition of the wounded barracks is basically stable. However, there aren't many medicines left to treat the barbarians' poison. We need to prepare them as soon as possible. Piece after piece of information was delivered to everyone. The generals in the commander's tent judged the situation and then made adjustments to the war situation. But none of this had anything to do with Qin Yu. He had just arrived at the Western Border Army and was completely ignorant of the battlefield situation. To him, these pieces of information were completely useless. The army was at war and the military situation was urgent. The commander's tent became busy and no one bothered with General Jinwu, who had appeared out of nowhere from the imperial capital. Qin Yu was like an invisible person. As everyone began to discuss, this feeling became increasingly clear. An invisible repulsive strength surged within the commander's tent, isolating him from the outside. If it were anyone else, they feared they would feel uneasy, embarrassed, or annoyed. But Qin Yu didn't. He had already prepared himself. What was happening in front of him wasn't anything at all. At the very least, he was still sitting in the commander's tent. As long as he didn't want to leave, no one could make him leave. Night fell and the camp was brightly lit. There were people coming in and out of the commander's tent from time to time. The handling of military affairs had finally come to an end. Wu Shuai ordered some people to serve tea. After moistening his throat, he finally thought of Qin Yu. He smiled and said, "The military situation is urgent, so I have neglected General Jinwu. If you feel bored, you can return to your tent and rest." He paused for a moment and said, "Once the war situation stabilizes a little, I will make some adjustments and see which part of the military affairs General Jinwu will be in charge of." In terms of position, Qin Yu's current position was fourth in the Western Border Army. He had occupied Jiang Chengkeng's previous position, giving the Western Wasteland Great Emperor enough face. But this position was just an empty shell, without any real power. After delaying for a while and waiting for the war situation to ease, Qin Yu could be casually sent to some corner to eat dirt. This would be enough to make him a laughingstock in the border army. For a general to rush to the border army to end up sitting on a cold bench, this was a sign of incompetence. Wu Shuai stood up. "Leave. According to the plan, we will launch a counterattack tomorrow, have the barbarians return to where they belong." "Yes, Wu Shuai." The generals all stood up. "Hold on." Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. Facing Wu Shuai's sharp gaze, he cupped his hands together and bowed. "I don't understand the current state of the war, so it's not good for me to intervene. But, His Majesty has ordered me to lead the army to the western border, so it's not good for me to just hide in my tent and enjoy my leisure. Ning Qin earnestly requests Great Commander to temporarily hold the position of a counselor in the army so that I can participate in the daily military accounts. This is also in preparation for my future arrangements. I ask for Great Commander's permission. Neither servile nor overbearing. Polite and courteous." By bringing up the Western Wasteland Great Emperor, he was also giving Wu Shuai face. The dignified General Jinwu, on the surface, was the fourth highest authority in the border army. He didn't participate in actual military affairs and only needed the position of a counselor to participate in the accounts. If he rejected this, it would be too excessive. Although the western border was far away, it was still under the attention of the imperial capital. His Majesty would not be happy. Wu Shuai nodded. "Good, then let's do it like this." The generals left the tent. A cold snort sounded out in Qin Yu's ears. He looked up at Yi Sang. He approached and lowered his voice. "Ning Qin, there are some things you should have been warned about. It is best not to speak about them." Qin Yu said, "If no one forces me, I naturally won't say anything. After all, if I stir up trouble, it won't be easy for anyone to clean up." Yi Sang turned and left. Looking at his back, Qin Yu frowned. Today, it seemed as if he had easily broken through this Yi family general's difficulties. But the truth was that Qin Yu had used the Yi family's secret to force Wu Shuai to appear. This had already left him unhappy. And Wu Shuai's attitude was undoubtedly the key to whether or not Qin Yu could stand firm in the army. This Yi family general might have already calculated this point. With a small loss of face, he had created a difficult situation for Qin Yu. What a good plan. "General Jinwu, I still have military orders to carry out, so I won't speak with you any further. In the future, you and I will be closer." Chen Xiling faintly smiled. He cupped his hands together and left. Although he seemed polite, he was actually distant. It had to be known that providing help in the hour of need was always better than adding flowers to embroidery. Qin Yu was currently in a difficult situation. If he really wanted to befriend him, he wouldn't have this sort of attitude right now. This person was unreliable. Jiang Chengzi straightened his back. In the Western Border Army, he was an old general who had walked step by step to where he was today. His prestige was extremely high and he had countless trusted aides. If he had his help, Qin Yu would be much more relaxed. But today in the commander's tent, besides the greetings at the start, he hadn't said a single word. Something seemed to have gone wrong with the Skyrise Monarch's plans. Qin Yu didn't know what had happened. But the only external force he could rely on had most likely failed. Returning to the tent, True Saint Baiyu anxiously welcomed him. General, the 100,000 soldiers in the camp have been transferred to the front lines. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. I understand. True Saint Baiyu bitterly smiled. General, they were brought to the western border camp by you. He didn't finish his words. Originally, these 100,000 soldiers were the foundation that His Majesty had given them. But now, before they could do anything, they had been removed. This was the same as removing the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron. It had directly cut off Qin Yu's foundation. With no soldiers under his command, how could he have a place in the army? Qin Yu said, "This is Wu Shuai's will." Today, Wu Shuai had invited him into the commander's tent and had transferred the entire army, leaving him without a single person under his command. It seemed that Wu Shuai was indeed dissatisfied with his actions. True Saint Baiyu took a deep breath. General, I will go now and pay a visit to Uncle Jiang. Qin Yu didn't stop him. He watched as True Saint Baiyu left the tent, his expression calm. He wasn't optimistic about the results of True Saint Baiyu's trip. Jiang Cheng's silence today had already expressed his attitude. Towards Qin Yu, he maintained a neutral attitude. He wouldn't suppress him, but he wouldn't help him either. In truth, the current situation wasn't friendly to Qin Yu. If he wanted to turn things around, he couldn't even see an 80% chance of success. If he couldn't turn things around, the imperial capital would surely be disappointed. This wasn't beneficial to Qin Yu's future plans. He needed to borrow strength from the western wilderness. The only good news was that Wu Shuai still cared about face and didn't stop Qin Yu from attending military affairs. He had the qualifications to attend the meeting. What he needed to do was wait for a turning point to appear and blaze a new path to break out of this situation. True Saint Baiyu hadn't returned for the entire night, but Qin Yu wasn't worried about his safety. Even without Jiang Chengzi, there shouldn't be anyone who wanted to offend the sky-bearing Heavenly King. After tidying himself up and putting on his armor, he went straight to the commander's tent. General Jin, outside the commander's tent, the weather-beaten young general frowned. At sunrise, the commander's tent meeting will be held on time. You came late. Qin Yu said, I will pay attention next time. He looked up at him and arched an eyebrow. Did Wu Shuai order me not to enter the tent? The young general's complexion changed. He coldly snorted and drew back. Qin Yu didn't bother to lower himself to his level. He stepped into the commander's tent. The meeting had already begun. The one speaking was Yi Songdu. As he saw Qin Yu enter, he only glanced at him but didn't stop speaking. Qin Yu bowed to Wu Tongtian and sat down to listen. The so-called military counselor was a general term for those who assisted with military affairs. But Qin Yu didn't have any specific responsibilities in his hands. When he participated in the meeting, he could only bring his ears, he didn't have a chance to speak. As night fell, Qin Ning left the commander's tent. He looked up at the starry skies above his head. This time, no one spoke to him. Chen Xiling only nodded and hurried away. Qin Yu's lips curved up and he turned to leave. True Saint Baiyu returned. He had an awkward expression as he saw Qin Yu. General, before he could speak, he was interrupted. Qin Yu said, I believe Jiang Chengzi must have his own difficulties. I can understand. True Saint Baiyu let out a long breath. Thank you for your understanding, General. But, what should we do next? He had been sent by his uncle to follow Ning Qin into the army. The two of them shared weal and woe. If Ning Qin's performance was outstanding, he would receive credit for it. Otherwise, he would also be implicated. Qin Yu said, I have obtained Wu Shuai's permission to participate in the meeting. I'll wait for a period of time and grasp the situation of the war before making any further plans. True Saint Baiyu bitterly smiled. That's all we can do. After sending him away, Qin Yu sat down and drank some tea. His calm eyes revealed a thoughtful light. What he said just now was of course only an excuse. He wasn't really waiting for a period of time. True Saint Baiyu was likely trustworthy, but he still had to guard against him. Of course, Qin Yu also had to use True Saint Baiyu's attitude to send a signal to the outside that he was trapped. Only by doing so would he be able to make some people relax and not pay too much attention to him. In the following half a month, Qin Yu, this golden general, truly became a transparent person. He punctually attended the meeting every day, but he never had the slightest chance to meddle in military affairs. The gazes that fell on him became increasingly few and far between. Even when they occasionally looked at him, most of them were filled with ridicule and pity. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before a reprimand from the imperial capital arrived. Then, this golden general would have to leave with his tail between his legs. Qin Yu's expression was calm, as if he were tacitly agreeing to all of this. No one knew that countless pieces of military information had gathered in his mind. In terms of the right to know, Qin Yu, who participated in the meeting, was at the highest level of the Western Border Army. Qin Yu peeled away the silk of a cocoon, constantly deliberating and calculating, finally grasping some things. If his guess wasn't wrong, then he should be able to confirm it tomorrow. This was the turning point he had been waiting for. At night, the sounds of battle shook the heavens and earth. A terrifying aura soared into the heavens. A barbarian army had launched a sneak attack, breaking through the Western Desolate's front lines for 3,000 miles. Nether Radiant City had fallen. The ninth sun hadn't risen yet, but the commander's tent was already brightly lit. The cultivators in the army all had heavy expressions, worry in their eyes. After Nether Radiant City was broken through, our army immediately responded and fought with the barbarian army in an attempt to retake the city. But the barbarians are extremely stubborn and have fought for an entire night without retreating. Both sides have lost over 30,000 soldiers. Intelligence shows that the barbarians are still reinforcing. There are over 100,000 barbarians stationed in Nether Radiant City. Everyone, Nether Radiant City is less than 1,000 miles away from the mine. The goal of the barbarians is self-evident. We must retake Nether Radiant City. The mine cannot be lost. The front lines had been defeated. In the commander's tent today, besides the several leaders of the Western Border Army, there were also many frontline generals present. Everyone's opinion was clear. The reason the barbarians had attacked Nether Radiant City was because of the mine. They had to mobilize the army as soon as possible to repel the barbarians. Everyone, the barbarians have reinforced Nether Radiant City and their attitude has been extremely stubborn. I fear it will not be easy to retake it in a short period of time. Jiang Chengkengzi suddenly spoke. The voice of this old general caused everyone to quiet down and look over. He stood up and cupped his hands together. Commander Wu, the mine is of great importance and there cannot be any mistakes. In order to avoid any accidents, we must send our best generals to guard the mine. The commander's tent became even quieter. Mine, to the Western Border Army, this was a nearly taboo existence. No one was willing to guard this place, even if it occupied a vital position in the strategic map of the Border Army. To guard the mine, to them, this was the same as a dead end. Once they stepped in, there was no turning back. They would be locked in that bitter and barren land for the rest of their lives. A sharp light flashed in Wu Tongqian's eyes. General Jiang's words are correct. The mine cannot be lost. He swept his eyes around the tent, as if he were considering who to send. Yi Sang suddenly stood up. Commander, the mine is of utmost importance. In the current situation, we need a general with a high enough rank to be qualified to guard it. He lifted a hand and pointed. General Jinwu has rushed to the western border under the Emperor's orders. He has yet to be assigned a specific position, but he is qualified to do so. Shua, countless eyes gathered on Qin Yu. Qin Yu's complexion was ugly. He frowned and said in a low voice, Commander, I do not know the details of the mine. If I rashly go, I fear there will be an accident. I ask that Commander carefully consider this matter. I indeed do not have full confidence. Yi Sang said, General Jinwu, there is no need to be so modest. You came here under the orders of the Emperor's mausoleum, so I naturally believe in your ability. He turned and cupped his hands together. General, the military situation is urgent. The barbarians may attack at any moment. We must decide on a general to guard the mine as soon as possible. Wu Tongqian slowly nodded. General Jinwu, heed my order. Qin Yu revealed a look of grief and indignation. Subordinate is here. I order you to lead your personal guards and immediately rush to the mine to guard it. You must leave immediately without delay. You must ensure the safety of the mine. Yes. Commander. News spread through the entire border army camp like a gust of wind. General Jinwu, Ning Qin, had been ordered to guard the mine. Once he left, it was likely he would never return. Hee. Tragic. This was far too tragic. Chapter 1522. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. A hero leaves, he wants to return home. My name is Baizu, and I come from a branch family of the Western Wasteland. Because my uncle is trusted by His Majesty, I was given the title of Sky-bearing King. My status is decent. Basically, even if I don't do anything, I can still live a carefree life as a wealthy young master. But if a person doesn't have any goals, how are they any different from a salted fish? So, I followed the orders of my uncle, Sky-bearing King, and followed General Jinwu to the Western Border Army camp. I originally thought that I would be able to obtain some good fortune here and rise in the army, fighting for a bright future for myself. But things are hard to predict. General Jinwu will be rejected by the border army and exiled to a mine to guard. I will also follow him as his trusted aide. How heartless the heavens and earth are. Tears flow down my face. Every step I take I turn back 3 times, but the turning point has yet to arrive. The border army camp gradually moves further and further away, and all I can hear is the howling of the wild winds. My future is bleak and without light. Border army camp. At this moment, countless eyes were looking at the 2 departing figures. That's right, there were only 2. This was because as the commander's orders were passed down, the generals responsible for taking care of daily matters immediately ran away without a trace, afraid that they would be implicated. The 12 Imperial Guards didn't hesitate to stay out of this. With their special statuses, the border army camp tacitly agreed to this. Only true Saint Baizu, who was Qin Yu's trusted aide from the start, didn't even have a chance to leave. Of course, there were still people responsible for escorting them. This was to prevent any accidents from occurring and prevent General Jinwu from smoothly assuming his position. And the one responsible for this was a young general with a weather-beaten face. His expression was cold and he didn't hide his arrogance at all. This was the one stationed at the commander's tent and could be considered an old acquaintance of Qin Yu. Commander, General Jinwu is not ordinary. I fear His Majesty won't be happy with your arrangements. The counselor revealed a worried expression. Wu Tongtian had a light expression. His Majesty doesn't like me to begin with, but as long as the Western barbarians don't retreat, I will be as steady as a mountain. Although the foundation of his rise to power was his own merits, the Yi family had contributed greatly in the process. Of course, in return, he had guaranteed the Huye family's influence and authority in the army. During these years, the emperor clans had tried to intervene in the army, but all of their arrangements had failed. This was no secret. The counselor smiled bitterly. Even so, this is still too obvious. Wu Tongtian put down his teacup. If your Majesty is dissatisfied, you can go and find trouble with the Yi family first. After all, I'm just taking advantage of the situation today. His eyes flickered as he pondered. Jiang Chengzi. This old general of the border army was close to the bloodline of the sky-bearing king. It was indeed unexpected that he would make a move. Yi Sangdu had some tricks up his sleeve. This was the only and most logical explanation. Congratulations, great general. You have banished General Jin Wu and exiled him to guard the mines. From now on, he will never be able to rise again. His subordinates congratulated him loudly. The corners of Yi Sangdo's mouth curled up, revealing a pleased expression. Of course, he believed that all of this was due to his own scheming. Since Jiang Chengzi was so smart, he would definitely give him some benefits in the future. As for the possible consequences of this matter, humph, His Majesty in the Imperial Palace would soon be embroiled in trouble and would not have the energy to find trouble with him. What's more, the dignified House of Yi was one of the 2 great forces in the army. It was not a force that could be touched casually. Even the emperor clans had to show them a certain amount of respect. This was the balance obtained after countless conflicts and compromises between the military and the emperor over the endless years. After entering the mines, Ning Qin's future path would be severed. After a period of time, he would gradually be forgotten by others, and then he would be able to find a chance to make a move. Yi Sang understood his cousin's intentions. Ning Qin, on the other hand, Ning Qin would definitely die. Jiang Chengzi had a solemn expression. He stood at the entrance of the tent, looking into the distance with a calm expression. "General, this subordinate cannot understand this matter." Behind him, a lieutenant furrowed his eyebrows. Jiang Chengzi waved his hand. "I have my own reasons. There is no need to speak further." "Yes." The lieutenant bitterly smiled. "But soon, the day of the letter will arrive. How should we explain this to the sky-bearing king?" His highly regarded nephew had been sent into the mines by his own general. Although this was only a side effect, this was still the truth. How could the sky-bearing king not be angry? Jiang Chengzi said, "I will write the letter. There is no need for you to worry about it. You may leave." This subordinate bids his farewells. The lieutenant turned and left, his face full of confusion. Yi Sang-do indeed had some information that could be used against the general in the past. However, this was not enough to make the general, who had always acted calmly and with a sense of propriety, suddenly make such an abnormal move. There must be another reason. As the footsteps faded away, the surroundings quietened down. Jiang Chengzi took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He shook his head and a bitter smile appeared on his face. In truth, he did not know why Ning Qin made such a request. Moreover, he had brought up His Majesty and the sky-bearing king, so he had no choice but to agree. However, there was one thing that could be confirmed. Ning Qin was the one who led them to the mines. In other words, everyone in the camp today was wrong. The future might not be as they had imagined. Who knew what would happen, but what was Ning Qin planning to do? The young general, who did not speak or smile and had traces of hardships on his face, brought along a group of subordinates who also had an ice-cold temperament and were clearly keeping people at arm's length. This caused the air pressure in the group to be extremely low, and even breathing became extremely difficult. In the carriage, True Divine Bai Yu's face was slightly pale. He barely managed to maintain his calm. "General, you have a plan, right?" "You must have one." Qin Yu glanced at him. True Divine Bai Yu was about to cry. "Brother Ning Qin, my general, please don't be so stubborn. We cannot go to the mines, we absolutely cannot go there. Otherwise, you and I will be finished in the future." Qin Yu said, "The commander has already given the order. Unless we disobey it, we have no other choice." He paused for a moment and continued to say, "As for the consequences of disobeying orders, I don't need to tell you. I believe that there are many people in the camp waiting for us to do this." True Divine Bai Yu's body shook. He understood Qin Yu's meaning. Disobeying the commander's order was tantamount to rebelling. At that time, all they needed to do was send out a single order and an army would arrive and turn them into mincemeat. True Divine Bai Yu didn't doubt the terrifying strength of the Empire's army. His eyes widened and his face turned blank. Then we will accept our fate. I want to go home." Qin Yu closed his eyes. He could understand the despair in True Divine Bai Yu's heart. Mines, information about this place surged into his mind like a tide. Although it was called a mine, the truth was that it wasn't accurate. Strictly speaking, this place was a massive mineral mining area. The products here could be used to forge all sorts of military equipment and make up for the endless losses on the battlefield. It was an important area where military resources were stored. According to common sense, being stationed in such an important area of military supplies was a lucrative job. Not to mention some private transactions, just the benefits offered by various parties was enough to make one's mouth drip with oil. After all, who wouldn't want more military supplies and the better the quality? There were other reasons why the mines had become a place that everyone avoided and was a taboo existence in the Western Border Army. A long time ago, this mineral-rich area was ruled by the barbarians. But in a great war, it was occupied by the Empire's army. As for the specific details of that war, Qin Yu had already used his status as a counselor to look them up. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a meat grinder. The Western Wilderness and Western barbarians had lost at least 1 million people in this area. It could be said that in this massive mining area, every inch of soil, every piece of ore, was stained with blood. There were even 2 peak sovereigns who perished together with a barbarian tribe grand shaman. And the change in the fate of the mines was related to this. Before the barbarian shaman died, he used the terrifying deaths of millions on both sides to display the barbarian curse. This place was ominous. The aura of the barbarians shrouded this area, and any human cultivator that stepped into this area would be corroded by this aura. The consequence of this was that the human cultivators stationed here or those who entered the mines would be barbarian. Their bloodline would no longer be pure and they would become half human and half barbarian. They would become an alien species that both sides rejected. Besides the first batch of people who fought for the qualifications to station in the mines, when the barbarian curse erupted, this place became a plague that everyone avoided. Abandon, of course they couldn't. The Western Wilderness had suffered countless casualties and consumed countless war resources in order to seize this area. This was all in order to forge military supplies here and reduce the loss of resources to the empire. Mining had to be carried out and there had to be a garrison. But those who were corroded by the barbarian curse would forever remain here without a chance of leaving. After all, the military also wanted face. This sort of scandal had to be suppressed. Violating military rules, committing grave mistakes, losing in battle, all sorts of military cultivators were sent here to guard the mines for the empire and continue to provide minerals. And this was the hot potato that Qin Yu was about to take over. It was also because of this that true Saint Bai Yu was in such despair. Once one stepped into the mines, they would be corroded by the barbarian curse, there would be no light to speak of in the future. But in reality, was this a problem for Qin Yu? He was the new barbarian emperor. He didn't need to worry about the barbarian curse. This was the taboo that everyone in the Western Border Army camp avoided. But, in Qin Yu's eyes, this was a turning point. This was an important area for military supplies and was responsible for providing nearly half of the army's military supplies. As long as he could control this place, he would be able to gain a firm foothold in the army. The Western Wilderness Army has dispatched a team to the mines. A team of barbarians was hiding underground. In the darkness, one could see a ruthless and cruel light surging in their eyes. The Black Sorcerer's plan hasn't been smoothly carried out yet. We have to stop them to prevent any accidents from occurring. A barbarian roared. His words soon gained the approval of everyone present. Kill them. With a roar, the barbarian team left through the exit. With a whistle, the earth began to shake. With a loud rumble, heavily armored barbarian war horses wildly galloped over from the distance. One by one, the sturdy and well-built barbarian warriors leaped onto their mounts. Kill. With a roar, they rushed out like a raging flood. Within the carriage, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He frowned, a bit of helplessness on his face. Just as he was about to smoothly enter the mines, an accident had occurred. Outside the carriage, there were already roars. The elites of the Western Wilderness Army had clearly sensed that something was wrong. Defend against the enemy. A young general with a face covered in frost roared out. He drew his sword and stared at the distant horizon, at the barbarians howling towards him. War horses. The strongest barbarian soldier type, the kind that could fight 10 enemies at once. The High Commander was right. The barbarians' goal was indeed the mines. Whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, a signal flare shot into the skies. But in order to avoid a surprise attack, the border army camp hadn't set up a transmission array. Even if they saw the signal, it would take time for reinforcements to arrive. Facing the strongest barbarian war horses, they might not be able to last. As his thoughts raced, the barbarian war horses had already arrived. Kill. Chapter 1523. Qin Yu was currently the Golden General, so it was definitely inappropriate for him to attack the soldiers of the Western Wilderness. But as the barbarian emperor, it was even more impossible for him to lay his hands on the barbarian tribe's warhorses. Thus, Qin Yu chose to watch from the sidelines. Outside the carriage, the roars of battle were like a tidal wave. From time to time, the mournful screams before death could be heard. True Sage Baisu's face turned pale. General, what should we do? Although he was a saint and his strength was quite tyrannical, he still did not have the slightest confidence in facing a formation of brute race cavalry. Qin Yu glanced at him. You want to help? True Sage Baiyu nodded instinctively. Although he was dissatisfied with the people of the Western Border Army, he still had to unite against the barbarian tribe. Moreover, after these border soldiers were killed, it would be their turn next. Qin Yu nodded. All right, you can go. True Sage Baiyu glanced at the calm Qin Yu, unable to guess what he was thinking. Gritting his teeth, he turned around to push open the car door. But just as he turned around, his vision suddenly went black, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Qin Yu glanced at the fainted True Saint Baitu, and his lips twitched. In the end, Zhongxian was still unable to control the power of the palace lantern well enough. He had only intended to knock Zhongxian out temporarily. Who would have thought that in a moment of carelessness, he would nearly smash his head into pieces? He coughed and wiped away the embarrassment in his heart. Then, he rubbed his chin. Outside, the slaughter was still continuing. But it was clear that the border army was already in a state of being surrounded and slaughtered. Before long, they would all die. At that time, he, the new Berserker sovereign, would be forced to come out. Of course, this result was unacceptable. Killing these war riders wouldn't be difficult for Qin Yu, but his status as the Goliath sovereign wouldn't allow him to do so. This involved the brand of the Berserker's bloodline. What a headache. Qin Yu took a deep breath. If he really couldn't do anything, then he could only reveal a trace of his aura and force these cavalry to retreat. Then, he could think of a way to erase this hidden danger. The sounds of fighting gradually stopped. Just as Qin Yu was about to attack, his eyes brightened. He sensed a familiar aura. It was him. His thoughts raced and he immediately came to a decision. With a loud bang, he kicked open the door. General Jinwu of the Western Desolate is here. Barbarians, prepare to die. The shout was like thunder, spreading far and wide. The surrounding brute race cavalry instantly locked their cold and bloodthirsty eyes on him. However, right at this moment, the ruthless leader's expression changed slightly. Retreat. Rumble, the brute tribe cavalry carried the corpses of their brethren and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. The young general who had fallen to the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth and nose, his face full of traces of hardships, stared at the scene before him with wide eyes. To think that the Golden General would possess such might, before he could finish his thoughts, he fainted. Qin Yu's eyes seemed to inadvertently sweep over somewhere in the distance. He grabbed True Saint Baitu and then brought this young general with him. Whoosh, he soared into the sky and headed straight for the mine. The war riders that had retreated from the killing field respectfully knelt on the ground. In front of them was a barefooted ascetic cultivator. A terrifying scar ran through his face and tore open his scalp. Although it had already healed, the reddish-purple color was still sinister. Great ascetic cultivator, why did you stop us from killing General Jin Wu of the Western Wilderness? Although he was extremely respectful towards this person in front of him, the war rider couldn't die for no reason. He needed an explanation for his dead brute tribe comrades. The ascetic cultivator's eyes were warm and gentle, completely different from his fierce appearance. I will give you an explanation for this matter, but not now. He waved his hand. Go. Take away Black Shaman and end the matter of the mine. The war rider leader frowned but didn't dare to speak. Yes, my lord. Rumble rumble, the earth shook and roared. They howled far away. The ascetic cultivator let out a deep breath and his eyes brightened. He never thought that the Golden General who had suddenly risen up in the Western Wilderness Army would be that young man. Could all of this be related to His Majesty the Brute Sovereign? The ascetic cultivator turned and left. He had to bring back what happened here as soon as possible. My name is Ironstone. That's right, I am Ironstone with a heart of stone. Ever since he joined the army, he had followed at the side of the commander and participated in hundreds of battles. What sort of scene had he not seen? He had long since tempered himself into a tiger's courage. He had never feared death. For a soldier, dying on the battlefield was the best ending. I, Ironstone, have always been waiting for this day to come. But now, I have to admit that I am afraid. Because in this world, there are many things that are even more terrifying than death. For instance, I was actually brought into the mine. Because of my injuries, I have no idea how long I have been unconscious. Although there are no changes on the surface of my body, I can already feel some changes within me. I have been tainted. I am no longer a pure human, but a half-human, half-barbarian creature. I was terrified. I couldn't imagine how I was going to survive in the future. What accompanied this was endless anger. If looks could kill, Golden General Ning Qin would have already been riddled with holes. After forcing back the barbarian war riders, shouldn't you have waited for reinforcements from the main camp? Even if you wanted to leave the battlefield, you could have just chosen any direction. Why did you have to run all the way here? Taking a step back, if you wanted to come then come, why did you have to bring me along? If I could choose, then I, Ironstone, would rather die on the battlefield. Woo 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 woo, a strong man made of iron was crying in grief. Had he ever seen such a scene before? True Saint Baiyu's face was filled with grief. He looked at Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged not too far away. His eyes were extremely complex. The barbarian war riders had been intercepted and Golden General Ning Qin and his subordinates had been severely injured. They no longer had the strength to guard the mine. What a good reason, what a perfect opportunity. As long as he pushed the boat along with the current, he could escape from this nightmare. But Golden General Ning Qin refused. Not only that, but he even took the initiative to lead him and Tai Shou, who was now crying like a little wife, into the mine. Everything was settled. I, Baiyu, have the bloodline of the Emperor clan flowing through my veins. I am a youth with great ambitions. But in the end, I ended up in this situation. I was trapped here for the rest of my life, with no chance of leaving. Farewell, imperial capital. Farewell, all my beauties. He thought about how many years later, as the curse of the barbarians worsened, he would slowly show signs of turning into a barbarian. He was neither a human nor a ghost. At this moment, from deep within the mine, he could hear the constant sobbing. True Saint Baiyu's eyes were wet. Don't even think about interrupting my plan. The mine would be my base. I would stand firm and take control of the military. This was the starting point. Qin Yu could feel True Saint Baiyu's gaze. This boy's eyes were filled with bitterness and resentment. But that didn't matter. Soon, he would learn that this so-called hopeless situation was meant to be broken. Sure, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He heard footsteps. Someone was coming. The generals stationed in the mine greet Golden General Ning Qin. A low and deep voice rang out. As the blades of armor rubbed against each other, the dim and cramped mine was suddenly filled with a much more somber atmosphere. As mentioned before, the people stationed in the mine could be summarized as the losers of the border army. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been exiled here, filled with despair and unwillingness, passively suffering the corrosion of the barbarian's curse. It wasn't easy for him to get over his mental breakdown. Then, he struggled to gain some power in this mine. But suddenly, the border army issued an order. A Golden General Ning Qin appeared out of nowhere and became the true controller of the mine. Who would be willing? Therefore, it was understandable that he was filled with rejection and hostility. When Qin Yu turned around, True Saint Baiyu had already stopped. He warily looked at the people in front of him. They were tall and their skin was dry and rough. Some of their bodies were even covered in scales of different colors. Their pupils were pale green or blue and they were no longer perfectly round. Instead, they were vertical and flat, like some savage beast. This was the transformation of a barbarian. The function of the barbarian curse wasn't to turn humans into barbarians. Otherwise, the result would be that many spies from the Western Desolate would appear within the barbarians. What was terrifying about it was that it could corrode the human bloodline and forcefully twist and transform them. This caused the cultivators who entered the mine to fall into a state where the human and barbarian bloodlines coexisted but couldn't merge. That was why their appearances had changed so strangely at this moment. As the saying went, a twisted appearance often gave birth to a twisted soul. True Saint Baiyu could feel thick malice from these people. He couldn't help but take several steps closer to Qin Yu. Although saints were strong, the half-human barbarian aura was terrifying. This was especially true for the one standing in front, the one with the black scales covering his forehead. Ruler. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful existence that wasn't too far away from becoming an absolute being. Even such a powerhouse wasn't able to resist the corrosion of the barbarian curse. If this person were to attack him, he would only need to casually strike out and he would be turned to powder. Rise. Qin Yu glanced at True Saint Bai Yu. Seeing his pale complexion, he knew that he had been frightened. Then, he could only take the stage himself. I am General Ning Qin, conferred the title of General Golden by the Great Emperor. I have come here on the orders of Great Commander Wu Tongtian to guard the mine area and prevent any surprise attacks from the barbarians. So, Qin Yu took a step forwards. There was a loud thud on the ground. From today onwards, I have the final say here. Bang! A powerful aura broke out from his body. It was like a mountain crashing down, suppressing everything within. When he was at the Western Desolate Border Army Camp, Qin Yu had some scruples in his heart and had no choice but to endure. But now that he had entered the mine, he didn't want to waste any more time in this chaotic and lawless land. He didn't need any plans or schemes, nor did he want to obtain the loyalty of these half-human barbarians. It was enough to suppress them and have them submit to him in awe. After a brief silence, the black-scaled half-human barbarian was the first to kneel on the ground. Hualala, everyone prostrated themselves on the ground. The mines of this forbidden land were dark and cruel, far from what the outside world could imagine. For them to rise up and become rulers of power, this was because their strength and methods were all top choices. Even so, these people could only kneel on the ground and acknowledge Qin Yu's status. This was because he was strong enough. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the aura that Qin Yu released caused them to instinctively feel a deep sense of fear. It was like this was a strength that could easily control their lives. With just a single thought, he could doom them to eternal damnation. In fact, the half-human barbarians hadn't sensed wrongly. As they bore the barbarian curse, what they sensed was the aura of the palace lantern. Qin Yu really could use the palace lantern to control the curse in their bodies and instantly wipe out all life. Lord Blackscale, are we going to submit like this? The half-human barbarian with an enchanting figure and rough skin asked. Snake Woman, he is very strong. I don't have the confidence to win. Blackscale slowly said, his attitude clear. The Snake Woman screamed, this mine is our mine. He is just an outsider and yet he wants to take away all our rights. I can't accept this. Blackscale glanced at her. If you can't accept this, then you can think of a way yourself. I am tired. The Snake Woman clenched her teeth. She twisted her enchanting figure and left. Blackscale, if you think it through, then come to the snake cave and look for me. Humph. Blackscale coldly coughed, a cold light in his eyes. That cheap Snake Woman, she actually tried to provoke me into confronting General Jin. She's trying to provoke me into going against General Jin. She's sending me to my death so that she can reap the benefit. General, it's true that the Snake Woman is ruthless, but the authority over the mine should have been yours. Are you really going to hand it over like this? A subordinate angrily roared out. Blackscale sneered. General Jin is very strong and I am not his match. If he wants authority, then I can only hand it over. But the mine isn't truly a place without control. If he grasps authority but cannot maintain the operation of the mine, there will definitely be problems. General, are you talking about the sinners down there? Go and tell them that the person in charge of the mine has changed. If they don't want to be purged, they should know what to do. A sharp light flashed in Blackscale's eyes. General Jin Qin was indeed strong, but the mine was a place where people would be eaten alive. Western Border Army Camp. Wu Tongtian frowned. He looked at the weak and helpless girl in front of him. Ruru, I have already sent word to the Night Demon Sect Master. He will arrive soon and take you back to the sect. No, I want to go to the mine. The girl who sounded like Ruru but was actually called Ruru revealed a determined expression. She blushed and bit her lips. I am already his woman. Of course I want to be with him. This reason was strong enough. Wu Tongtian's frown deepened. The mine isn't an ordinary place. Are you sure about this? Ruru nodded. I want to go. Wu Tongtian waved his hand. If that's the case, then don't blame me. The Devil Sect was the leader of the world's sects. Although they didn't have an Emperor Realm cultivator, their foundation couldn't be underestimated. As the general of the border army, he wanted to give them some face. Since they didn't appreciate it, there was no need to pester them. When he thought of the mine and Qin Yu, a trace of hesitation appeared in Wu Tongtian's eyes. He vaguely felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. However, the barbarian curse was formed by the sacrifice of millions of lives and injuries. Even an Emperor Realm cultivator couldn't resolve it. What could Ning Qin do? The barbarian curse was harmless to the barbarians. Moreover, Qin Yu, the new emperor of the barbarians, actually made him feel comfortable. The power in his body became more active. The mine was a terrifying forbidden place for the cultivators of the western wilderness. But for the barbarians, it was a sacred place for cultivation. It could speed up their cultivation. Qin Yu opened his eyes and exhaled. A sharp light flashed across his eyes. He could vaguely feel a strange fluctuation deep underground. And these fluctuations seemed to have sensed Qin Yu's existence. It was calling to him. No, to be more precise, it was a cry of joy. Qin Yu didn't feel any malice from it. He thought of the barbarian curse and the terrifying great shaman. Perhaps it had something to do with him. It seemed that he had to find a chance to go underground and take a look. But now, he had to take care of some small matters to prevent them from being depressed. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Invite True Saint Bai Yu here." After suppressing the barbarians, Qin Yu changed his residence. Although the conditions of the mine were simple, the ruler could still enjoy luxury. At the very least, this cave abode that was built underground and inlaid with countless illuminating gems was full of extravagance. "General, you were looking for me?" True Saint Bai Yu walked in and bowed. He tried his best to appear calm, but he couldn't hide the bitterness in his eyes. Qin Yu glanced at him and took out a pill. "This pill can suppress the mutation in your body. It will protect you from being corroded by the curse for a period of time." True Saint Bai Yu suddenly looked up. His eyes were wide with joy and disbelief. He impatiently swallowed the pill and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and sensed the changes in his body. As a warm current swept through his body, he could clearly feel the terrifying changes in his body rapidly vanish. He had become pure again. Sure, True Saint Bai Yu opened his eyes and laughed. "Brother Ning Qin, I knew that you would have a backup plan. You wouldn't be so easily manipulated by others." Qin Yu sneered. "I feel that you have cursed me countless times in your heart these past 2 days." Having his thoughts seen through, True Saint Bai Yu revealed an embarrassed expression. Qin Yu was disinclined to argue with him. He threw out another pill. "Take this to Ironstone. Otherwise, I'm worried that he will drown my mansion in tears." For such a strong man to cry like this, it was clear that he was heartbroken to the extreme. True Saint Bai Yu caught the pill with both hands. He awkwardly said, "General, this, in his opinion, a pill that could suppress the changes in his body and resist the barbarian curse was incomparably precious." Although he had eaten one, if it lost its effect in the future, Qin Yu immediately saw through his thoughts. He frowned and said, "If I tell you to go, then go. I still have more pills, but only the 3 of us can know of this matter." A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Tell Ironstone that if he dares to reveal anything, I will throw him into the mines to do hard labor." "General, rest assured." True Saint Bai Yu strode away. He was confident that he could make Ironstone keep his mouth shut. After all, a pill that could suppress the changes in his body and temporarily isolate the curse only existed in Qin Yu's hands. If anyone dared to disobey him, their fate could be imagined. In Ironstone's heart, as long as there was a tiny bit of hope, he would know what to do. The so-called pills were in truth only some ordinary pills used to restore one's strength. It was only because Qin Yu had poured in the aura of the palace lantern that they had such an effect. With this aura protecting them, as long as Qin Yu didn't take it back, True Saint Bai Yu and Ironstone wouldn't have any problems. In order to open up the situation and gain a firm foothold in the army, It was unrealistic to rely on a single person. Qin Yu needed helpers. True Saint Bai Yu was one of them. Ironstone could be considered a test. His body was marked with the mark of the mines and he was destined to be abandoned by the commander tent. It would be best if this boy listened to orders, otherwise Qin Yu had 100 ways to instantly kill him. Chapter 1524. Deep underground, in a pitch-black mine, there were some special crystals that emitted a dark green light. They barely managed to outline pairs of icy cold and terrifying eyes in the darkness. There's a letter from above. They say that the border army has sent a general who has taken over authority over the mine. They want us to do something to let this general know that the mine isn't something he can control. In the deep and low voice, every syllable seemed to have been soaked in blood for countless years, emitting a thick and pungent smell of blood. Looking at his features, he was a man. But beneath the dark green light, one could faintly see that he didn't seem like a human at all. He had 3 arms, 2 on the left and 1 on the right. On his shoulders were 2 heads, one large and one small. The one who spoke was Big Head. Just as his voice fell, Little Head coldly sneered. Do you think those bastards above will obediently hand over their authority? It seems that this newcomer has some strength. Another voice sounded out. To have us cause trouble is to use us as a knife. With empty words, do they think we are stupid? Big Head looked at the faint mountain of flesh in the darkness. He slowly said, they have agreed to send 500 women down. Gulp, or in the darkness, there was the sound of gulping. Normally when we ask for them, they refuse and refuse. Now that they are so generous, it can only mean that Mr. Little Head is right. The new general is very strong. Being enemies with him might not be the right choice. That's right. We underground rats have barely managed to survive to this day, so it's best if we don't take risks. Little Head screamed. How about we give the choice to the new general? If he can give us better conditions, then we will recognize his rule. Otherwise, he can't blame us for not giving him any face. Big Head slowly said, that is a good idea. Soon, the sinners in the darkness reached a consensus. As for their demands, there was certainly a way to pass them to the higher-ups. In fact, these underground sinners were extremely efficient. Qin Yu saw a letter on his desk in his residence. But he didn't know where this letter came from. After opening it, the content was extremely respectful. It simply summarized the contents of the matter, but within this respect, there was also an unyielding attitude. If you agree to the conditions, then everything can be discussed. I guarantee that you, the Guardian General, will be able to complete your tasks on time every month. Otherwise, humph, of course, everything would have to be changed. Putting down the letter, Qin Yu rubbed his chin and sneered. It seemed like some people still didn't understand the situation. Since that was the case, he would make use of this matter to let them know. In the mine, he had the final say. Be it above or below ground, no one had the right to bargain. Causing trouble would only lead to death. Half an hour later, the barbarians stationed in different areas hurried to General Jin Wu's residence. They looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Clearly, they did not know what was going on. After waiting for a while, they were finally allowed to enter when their hearts gradually became anxious. Greetings, General. Black Scale, Lamia, and the others knelt on the ground. Since they had already submitted, they naturally didn't lack superficial skills. Since you've come, then kneel. His words made the half-human barbarians' hearts tremble, and their eyes revealed uneasiness. The air fell deathly silent. After several breaths of silence, Hei Lin took a deep breath. General, may I ask what has happened? Qin Yu glanced at him. Good question. I have a letter in my hands, but I don't know how it grew legs and ran into my room. He held it between 2 fingers and flung it forwards. With a light puff, the letter cut open the ground and stood straight up. Hei Lin opened the letter. As he swept his eyes over it, his complexion changed. How insolent! These underground sinners deserve to die. They dare to threaten the general. I ask that you give the order to severely punish them. Qin Yu faintly smiled. Of course there will be punishment. But, what I want to know is, who gave these conditions to the underground sinners? There was silence. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Women aren't ores that can be casually hidden away. As long as we search them, there should be some harvests. Hey Lin, you were the one in charge of the mine, so where do you think we should start searching? Hey Lin furrowed his eyebrows. He slowly said, General, I believe that this matter was deliberately provoked by the underground sinners. So, you mean that I shouldn't investigate? Hey Lin nodded. He wanted to say something but was interrupted. But, I have already investigated. Qin Yu's eyes swept over everyone. When you left, Advisor Bai Su had already left. I hope that your subordinates aren't too impulsive. If something happens to Advisor Bai Su, I will not be happy. Sure, a cold sweat appeared on Hey Lin's forehead. He cursed inwardly. These underground sinners actually dared to play such a trick. Once he passed this hurdle, he wanted to see just how he would deal with these trash in the future. It's fine, it's fine. Those women have been imprisoned in secret places. True Saint Bai Su has just arrived, so it is impossible for him to find them. Just as this thought appeared, there was the sound of footsteps. True Saint Bai Su walked in and bowed. General, I've found them. Hey Lin fiercely looked up, meeting True Saint Bai Su's finger. They have been imprisoned by Hey Lin in a secret mine. At this time, his first thought was that there was a traitor. Then, he couldn't admit it. Hey Lin's thoughts raced. He roared out, slander. This is naked slander. Advisor Bai Su has just arrived at the mine and isn't familiar with the terrain. How could he possibly find those women in such a short period of time? True Saint Bai Su sneered. You don't believe me? They have already been brought back. I can have these women identify who imprisoned them at any time. His eyes revealed an icy cold light. After all, according to what they said, Hey Lin, you have already enjoyed several of them in advance. More and more beads of cold sweat appeared. Hey Lin's eyes revealed a trace of anger. His last bit of hope vanished. They had really been discovered. Looking at General Jin's methods and his previous expression, something bad was going to happen. Something bad was going to happen today. Hey Lin took a deep breath and stood up. General Jin, how despicable of you. In order to thoroughly control the mine, you actually used such a method to harm me. He turned and roared, everyone, today I, Hey Lin, have had bad luck. Now it will be your turn. If you don't want to be killed one by one, then follow me in rebellion. The half-human barbarians behind him began to breathe heavily. What Hey Lin said was what they were most worried about. Now, it seemed that this really was a chance. Although General Jin was strong, if they joined forces, they might have a chance. As for the consequences of this, what the border army camp wanted was a steady monthly supply of ore. As for their internal killing and struggles, they wouldn't care about them at all. Humph. Qin Yu suddenly sneered. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. He lifted a hand and pressed his fingers forward. Dong, there was a loud explosion on the ground and cracks spread outwards. Hey Lin was casually pushed to the ground. The air fell deathly silent. All of the surging impulses, ruthlessness, and killing intent vanished without a trace. All that was left over was fear and trembling. Even someone as powerful as Hey Lin, someone who had long since reached the ruler realm, had been casually suppressed. General Jin was inconceivably strong. At this time, True Saint Bai Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. He knew that since Qin Yu had acted, he would surely have a way. But, he never imagined that Qin Yu would have such a formidable strength. Was there some good fortune in the trip to the western savage lands, or had he been hiding his strength all this time? But no matter what the reason was, this was good news for True Saint Bai Yu. His future was already tied to Qin Yu's. It was good to enjoy the shade of a great tree. The stronger he was, the better. At this time, in the eyes of everyone, Qin Yu was like a great mountain shrouded in clouds, unfathomably profound. But in truth, he wasn't that strong. The reason he could casually suppress Hey Lin was because of the curse power of the barbarians within his body. But Qin Yu wouldn't explain this. He wanted to rule the mine and make it his base. The more these barbarians feared him, the better. Hey Lin dripped with sweat. He never imagined that Qin Yu would be strong to such a degree. If Qin Yu could suppress him with a single hand, then even if all the barbarians joined forces, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. It was impossible for them to join forces to resist General Jin. No one was willing to die with him. General Jin, you cannot kill me, He Lin roared. There are a portion of the sinners underground that obey my orders. If you kill me, the sinners will riot. At that time, the mine will stop mining and we won't be able to produce enough ore. You will be in deep trouble. Qin Yu nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Bang, with a dull thud, He Lin's entire body seemed to be grasped by a giant invisible hand. His entire body twisted into a ball. Blood gushed out from every orifice of his head and his aura vanished from sight. Like this, a powerful ruler-level barbarian had died on the spot. Fear flooded the hearts of the other barbarians. If someone as powerful as He Lin could be killed just like that, then what about them? General, please spare us. We know nothing about this. General, please investigate this. The snake woman slumped to the ground, her enchanting body constantly shivering. Not too long ago, she had instigated He Lin to fight General Jin. But she never imagined that this would be the result. Before He Lin could do anything, he had been killed on the spot. As she thought of this, the fear in her heart deepened. As she looked at the person in front of her, endless fear gushed out from the depths of her heart. Before, I said that I had the final say in the mine, but it seems you didn't take my words to heart. I hope that this matter will help you remember better. Qin Yu waved his hand. Take this corpse and leave. If anyone dares to offend you again, this will be the end. The group of barbarian powerhouses trembled as they picked up He Lin and left in panic. In normal times, when He Lin was killed, the first thing they would think of would be to divide up the territory he left behind. But now, no one dared to act rashly. This was because from today onwards, the mine had a true master. Everything had to follow his will. General is invincible. True Saint Baiyu's face was filled with excitement. In the future, this subordinate will be loyal and devoted. I will support the general with all my strength and accomplish great things in the army. Qin Yu glanced at him. Stop flattering me. For these next 2 days, I will need to deal with some matters. Help me pick up someone and make arrangements for her. Calculating the time, Ruru should have arrived by now. When he left the camp, Qin Yu had already made preparations. True Saint Baiyu respectfully bowed. Yes, General. Underground mine. Dark and icy cold. The air surged with restlessness and restlessness. He Lin had died. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had been killed on the spot by the newly arrived General Jin. It was said that the entire process had been extremely easy and he hadn't been able to resist at all. The little head mister screamed, "This is a provocation to us." There was silence in the darkness. By killing He Lin, the General Jin had used such an unyielding attitude to reject their conditions. There was no way this matter would end peacefully. Of course, what was more important was that this General Jin was far stronger than they had imagined. Everyone, what has happened has already happened. How should we respond? The big head slowly spoke, his face calm. Humph. The mountain-like shadow coldly sneered. General Jin is truly awe-inspiring. He killed He Lin and at the same time tore off our faces and trampled all over us. You and I must respond to this matter. Otherwise, it will be difficult to convince the masses and it will be difficult to maintain our own interests. That's right. General Jin is indeed strong, but I fear he doesn't know that the foundation of this mine is in our hand. The little head Mr. Ning Xiao revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. Then, let us join forces and teach him a ruthless lesson. The sinners underground went on strike. There were guards stationed in the mine, but more importantly, there were people who had to go deep underground. They had to dig out the ores needed to forge weapons from the dark and dirty mines and then transport them to the surface. Before, it was said that the guards stationed in the mine were a plague that everyone avoided in the border army camps. But compared to the sinners underground, these people were already in a much better situation. Most importantly, it was said that the great shaman of the barbarians had set up a curse altar underground. The deeper one went, the more terrifying the power of the curse became. Emperor realm experts had once descended in the western wilderness in an attempt to eradicate the effects of the curse. But in the end, they had no choice but to retreat after going tens of thousands of feet underground. The losers of the internal strife of the empire, the criminals who had committed the most heinous crimes, the rebels who had been suppressed and captured. For countless years, they had been continuously thrown into the depths of the mine. Nobody knew just how many miners, who were generally known as sinners, had after years of accumulation and reproduction. But according to the Emperor realm expert who had gone deep underground, the layers of tunnels intertwined like a dense spider web. They had long since formed dirty cities hidden underground and in the darkness. It could even be called the country of the sinners underground. General, the sinners have rioted. The ore production has been halted. The barbarians were sweating profusely, their faces filled with fear. They weren't worried about Qin Yu. They were only afraid that they would be implicated in their anger. In fact, when He Lin was killed, they knew very well that this moment would come. But they didn't expect the sinners to react so quickly. It seemed that they wanted to take this opportunity to teach General Jin a harsh lesson. Although the mine was the territory of the Western Wilderness and was guarded by the border army, its true owner had long been the sinners underground. The border army and the sinners had only reached an agreement that they would provide an endless supply of ores and the border army would provide supplies. But the sinners had long accumulated resources. Even if they were locked in supplies, they could still last for a long time. Eating people was a very simple matter for them. But if they lacked ores and couldn't supply the army with weapons, it would be a great disaster. All of them would be burned to ashes by the anger of the military. Chapter 1525. I understand. Qin Yu laid down his teacup, his expression calm. Looking at General Wu Jin's current appearance, the barbarians thought that he didn't know the horrifying consequences of the sinners going on strike. They began to sweat profusely. General, things have gotten out of hand. The sinners have already put forth their conditions. We must satisfy them 3 times as much as before we can resume mining. The barbarian wiped away his cold sweat. We do have some reserves in our hands for emergencies. But compared to the mine's output, this is nothing more than a drop in the bucket. In another 3 days, the sinners refuse to cooperate with us, so there is no way we can gather enough. Blackscale's death as well as Qin Yu's extraordinary strength left them with no way to complain. The snake woman clenched her teeth. General, the only way is to agree to the sinners' conditions. Qin Yu swept his eyes over them. He lightly said, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Since the sinners are going on strike, let's suppress them. The barbarians were stunned. Their eyes widened in panic. Their first thought was that General Wu Jin wanted to use this chance to eliminate them all. Simple. As long as he ordered them to bring people into the mine to suppress the sinners, they would never be able to return. Simple, straightforward, and effective. Their complexions were deathly pale and sweat streamed down their backs. All of them felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a mocking smile. Don't worry, I won't send you to your deaths. I will personally suppress the sinners' strike. General. True Saint Bai Yu anxiously said, the depths of the mine are filled with unknown dangers. With your status, how can you take such a risk? We need to consider this matter at length. As he spoke, he winked at the barbarians. He was well aware of what the situation beneath the mine was. It was a sinkhole that would bury anyone who entered. He couldn't figure out why Ning Qin would suddenly make such a stupid decision. Qin Yu glanced at him and waved his hand. It's decided. You can all go back. I will make up for the ore within 3 days. The barbarians respectfully bowed and drew back. As long as they weren't suppressed underground, they could do whatever Qin Yu said. Moreover, deep in their hearts, they were hoping that Qin Yu would die beneath the mine. At that time, this place would become their world again, and they wouldn't have to live in fear like they did now. As soon as the half-human barbarian left, True Saint Bai Tu growled, General, the underground of the mine is a den of demons. Even the Emperor realm experts sent by His Majesty couldn't solve the problem. You must not go. Qin Yu said, there is no need to speak any further. I know what I am doing. He got up and walked outside. Remember, don't forget what I told you before. A moment later, Qin Yu appeared outside a mine that led underground. Looking into it, the light quickly dimmed. Soon, all that was left was pitch black. It was like a large mouth that was choosing people to swallow, and also like an abyss that could swallow everything, causing fear to arise from the bottom of one's heart. Most of the soldiers stationed at the border showed signs of turning into berserkers. At that moment, shock appeared in their eyes as they watched the scene before them. The Jinwu general, who held great power, actually wanted to enter the mine alone to suppress the sinner's strike. He was simply courting death. The snake woman licked the corner of her lips and said respectfully, "General, according to our investigations, this mine leads deep underground, but we are unable to determine where it leads to." She paused. "This subordinate must remind you that the mine is like a maze, and there is a powerful barbarian curse. You must consider this carefully." Qin Yu glanced at her. "Although that's what you say, in your heart, you must be very anxious to see me walk in, isn't that right?" The snake woman's expression changed greatly. She immediately fell to the ground. "General, this subordinate wouldn't dare." Qin Yu sneered and didn't look at her again. He strode into the mine. "Tell them that I will return in 3 days." The footsteps went far away and soon disappeared. The snake woman looked up at the quiet mine. Even though she had seen Qin Yu step inside with her own eyes, she still felt a strong sense of disbelief in her heart at this moment. General Jin, did he just take the initiative to enter the underground of the mine? The snake woman took a deep breath and steadied her mind. A cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. If an Emperor realm existence couldn't solve this problem, then so what if the Jinwu general was strong? He was digging his own grave by entering the mine. When the sinners spread the news that the Jinwu general had been killed in 3 days, her arrangements over the years would be put to good use. Hei Lin was dead, and the Jinwu general was dead. She would become the master of the mine. The border army team that had escorted Ruru had stopped in the distance. No one wanted to taste the barbarian curse. "Miss Ruru, this is as far as we can go," a commandant said in a low voice, a trace of pity in his eyes. In his opinion, Ruru was too kind. She was clearly being taken by the Jinwu general, but she was still willing to follow him. But he had no right or position to persuade her otherwise. The carriage was pushed open from the inside, and little Meaty stepped out. Suddenly, she frowned imperceptibly. There was movement on the other side. "Alert!" the commandant roared. News of the barbarian cavalry killing the Jinwu general had reached the camp. But soon, they were sure that it was a false alarm. The person who had come was a guard of the mine. His appearance was very obvious, and he had stopped when there was still some distance between them. True Saint Bai Yu smiled bitterly. "Miss, I'm here on the general's orders to receive you." Ruru said. Ning Qin went underground. True Saint Bai Yu thought that the camp had received the news and nodded. "Yes, the sinners underground are on strike. The general has gone to suppress them alone." On the other side, the faces of the commandant who had escorted Ruru and his subordinates were extremely interesting. The news quickly spread to the camp. Wu Tongtian frowned, a pensive look in his eyes. He felt more and more that he couldn't see through Qin Yu. Was this the person who had made Yi Bohu suffer a loss, and the emperor had chosen him to join the army? No matter how he looked at it, Qin Yu didn't deserve it. The underground of the mine was a terrifying place. Even if the Jinwu general was strong or had a trump card, he was doomed to die. Whatever, it was his own choice. Even if he died, no one would blame him. This was good news for him. "Boy, you're courting death." Yi Sang sneered. Was the underground of the mine a place that anyone could enter? What a pity. He had originally planned to wait until he was no longer noticed before killing him. But he had given him a quick death. Otherwise, if he had fallen into his hands, he would have begged for death. Soon, Yi Sang's attention returned to the military report in his hands. Ning Qin would undoubtedly die. After the sinners killed him, the conditions would be met and the ore supply would be restored. The storm would then dissipate. These things were no longer worth his energy. Jiang Chengkengzi sighed. He began to wonder if his previous actions had been too thoughtless. Ning Qin was finished. Qin Yu walked in the underground mine. He didn't know that in the eyes of the people outside, he had already become a corpse. Of course, even if they knew, They probably wouldn't care. The truth triumphed over everything. It was dark and cold. Besides the sound of his own footsteps, there was only the howling of the wind. It was like the howling of a monster, making one's scalp tingle. But Qin Yu was very calm. It wasn't just because he had the palace lantern in his hand, but because darkness was one of the fundamental strengths he controlled. Light and darkness were one. Walking in the darkness at this time was no different from a fish in water. There was no discomfort at all. Everything in front of him was as bright as day. Another fork in the tunnel. Deep underground, after countless years of mining, a massive amount of ore had been mined. Indeed, a maze-like mine tunnel had formed. At this point, Qin Yu had already passed nearly 100 forks of various sizes. But every time, he was able to quickly make a choice. This time was no exception. Sure, with a turn of his feet, Qin Yu stepped into the tunnel on the right and continued forwards. Suddenly, he frowned. A bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Someone was watching him. Were they the sinners underground? The aura was indeed strange. It was different from that of humans and barbarians. It was more chaotic, violent, and difficult to control. But Qin Yu didn't care about it. He allowed this aura to follow him from afar as he continued deeper into the darkness. The Imperial General Ning Qin had broken into the underground tunnel alone, wanting to suppress the sinners. When the news came, the sinners only treated it as a joke. But now, the joke had been confirmed. Ning Qin had really come. Moreover, he continued forwards, moving deeper and deeper underground. The several leaders of the sinners, the true rulers of this filthy city of sin, gathered together once more. The Imperial General Jin has arrived. He has been targeted by the demon eye. On the shoulder, the big-headed man slowly said, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The little man screamed, "What are you waiting for?" He delivered himself to our door on his own initiative. It's been a long time since I've eaten pure human flesh. A deep laugh echoed out from the mountain of flesh. Kill the Imperial General Jin and swallow his cultivation and strength as an apology to us. That's right. Since he is seeking death on his own initiative, how can we not help him? Sneering, in the eyes of the sinner leaders, Qin Yu was the prey that had been delivered to their mouths. Three arms the two strange leaders roared out, "Crow, I'll leave this matter to you. Release the dried bones." In the darkness, a deep and vicious laugh echoed out. "Of course. My babies have long been starving." Blackscale's death was enough to prove just how strong the Imperial General Jin was. They certainly wouldn't personally act and give the Imperial General Jin a chance to counterattack. Deep underground, there were many things that could kill. All they needed to do was wait for the fragments of his corpse to be sent over. Qin Yu stopped walking. He tilted his ears and heard some strange sounds. It was like something hard was rubbing against the surface of ore. What followed was a putrid stench, like a coffin that had been buried underground for many years being opened. Roar, roar, loud roars spread into his ears. Qin Yu finally saw what these things looked like, a bunch of skin and bones. In simpler terms, their flesh and blood had disappeared, leaving behind only a layer of dry skin that tightly wrapped around their bones. Their pitch-black eye sockets emitted endless cruelty and bloodthirst. They opened their mouths and roared, revealing jet-black teeth. They were sinners that had died underground. Their corpses had been corroded by a curse, and over the years, they had mutated and turned into terrifying monsters. Dried bones were the most dreadful predators of flesh and blood in the mines. Even the sinners below the ground were their prey. At this time, as they smelled the scent of fresh flesh and blood from Qin Yu's body, countless dried bones rushed towards him. The terrifying aspect of dried bones lay in their indestructible bones, their astonishing speed, and their infinite strength. Besides that, they also had a most astonishing aspect, that was, they could ignore defenses to a certain degree. While they were alive, the sinners' hearts were filled with hatred and resentment. After they died, they produced a rich death energy, and they absorbed and accumulated a thick curse power. All of this piled up, causing a mutation to occur in the corpses, causing the dried bones to possess a horrifying slaughter attribute. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, if they were surrounded and killed by a horde of dried bones in the dark and narrow underground mine tunnels, unless they were strong enough to break through all methods and forcefully crush everything in their path, all that awaited them was death. But the problem was, how many people in this world possessed such strength? At the very least, Qin Yu was still far from it. But he was the Goliath sovereign and he controlled the rare treasure of the Goliath race, the palace lantern. The curse left behind by the Goliath great shaman in the past was a great help to him. So at this time, looking at the ferocious and terrifying dried bones rushing towards him, Qin Yu only lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Bang bang, there was a dull thumping sound. It was like a giant stone was suddenly shattered to pieces by a strength that erupted from within. The dried bones that rushed forwards, although they no longer had any consciousness, their empty eye sockets still revealed a bit of astonishment. Their chests had already exploded. Their hearts, which were as shriveled as walnuts and protected by their hard ribs, had been shattered into countless pieces. Under normal circumstances, a dried bone in such a state would not have a heart, and it would not have mattered at all. But now, as the walnut hearts exploded and flowers bloomed on their chests, the flow of time around them seemed to accelerate by 10,000 times. The fingers that reached out, the jaws that were wide open, the black teeth that were exposed to the air, all of this began to rapidly disintegrate and dissipate. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it actually happened extremely quickly. As Qin Yu lifted his hand, stretched it out, and grasped it, everything fell silent. There was only dust that covered the entire mine tunnel, as if it were telling him something. Deep in Qin Yu's eyes, a cold light burst out. "I've caught you." He lifted a hand and pointed out a finger. In the place where the sinner leaders were gathered, the figure that grinned in the darkness could clearly feel the excitement of the dried bones. They had already found their prey and would soon complete the hunt. He never doubted this at all. The dried bones were his most powerful method and also the foundation that allowed him to obtain his current status. The bright red tongue was dazzling beneath the dim green light. It slowly licked its lips, revealing a look of excitement. According to the rules, he could directly obtain half of the prey that the dried bones caught. To be able to directly kill the black-scaled golden general, the flesh and blood of such a powerhouse was the best tonic for him. Suddenly, the bright red tongue licking the corner of her mouth and the surging greed and desire in her eyes all froze at this moment. Ah! In the darkness, there was a mournful howl, filled with endless resentment and anger. But soon, the second half of this howl was mostly filled with panic and fear. Dong, there was a dull thumping sound on the ground. The figure in the darkness shot backwards. "Found you." The air trembled, emitting a sound of its own. Calm killing intent circulated within. Puff, a bloody hole appeared between the eyes, piercing through the back of the head. Thick red and white blood splashed out. Chapter 1526. The sinners underground had long since been tainted and distorted, turning them into monsters that weren't human. Their brains exploding was a serious injury to them, but it wasn't fatal. But at this time, with the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, the figure that fell into the darkness had its aura completely dissipate. A sinner leader, one of the true rulers of the filthy and evil underground kingdom, had been killed like this. A cold chill instantly struck their hearts, causing the air to freeze. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. But without a doubt, this was the truth. The dried bones sovereign, the most terrifying existence underground, had died. And the one who did all of this was without a doubt the owner of that voice just now. In other words, it was the golden general that they had sneered and believed would surely die. Ning Qin. Demon Eye, what happened? The big-headed man roared out from his shoulder, trying his best to remain calm. The little man angrily howled, "Immediately investigate, we want to know the truth." Outwardly fierce but inwardly cowardly. But at this time, no one laughed at the little man, because the sinner leaders were all shrouded in fear. Crossing through space, the Golden General could kill the dried bones sovereign with a single strike, but he could also kill them. Soon, a giant eyeball with countless crimson veins wrapped around it appeared in front of the sinner leaders. Or with a tremble, the eyeball shot out light. In the dark underground space, a picture appeared. They couldn't hear anything, but this didn't stop the sinner leaders from soaking their clothes in a cold sweat. The picture was extremely clear. This was the special ability of the Demon Eye. They could clearly see Qin Yu's appearance. They saw him raise his hand, clench his fingers, and kill the overwhelming dried bones sovereign. Then, he sneered and said something. Then, he lifted a hand and pointed a finger. Found you. This was probably the sound that came from the air shaking just now. Then, there was no need to mention what happened to the dried bones sovereign. What left the other sinner leaders feeling even more fearful was the Golden General's eyes when he killed. He looked straight ahead, he killed the dried bones sovereign, but it also seemed as if he was covering them all. In the silence, the little man screamed, "We have no choice. Or do you think that the Golden General will let us go? Surrender." In truth, this thought had already swelled up in their minds. For the leaders of the sinners, the change in the person in charge didn't affect them much. As long as the mine wanted to operate normally and produce ores continuously, their existence was needed. As for lowering his head and embarrassing himself, he didn't even consider it. He wasn't even human anymore, so why would he care about his face? However, Mr. Littlehead's words ruthlessly shattered the fantasies in their hearts. The dry bones sovereign king was directly killed. Straightforward and efficient. There was no room for negotiation, nor was there any chance for him to show his subservience. In truth, this was already an indication of Qin Yu's attitude. The huge mountain of flesh suddenly trembled. Layers of flesh surged up, and pairs of hidden eyes opened. Jin Wu wants to kill us. Of course, we can't just wait to die. Countless eyes flashed with a cold light. Not to mention that Emperor Realm cultivators had no choice but to retreat when they descended into the underground. I don't think the Golden General is stronger than an Emperor Realm cultivator. Big Head's eyes flashed. You mean to say that General Jin Wu killed the Bone Sovereign with the help of an external object? That's right. Rosen sneered. This is the only and most reasonable explanation. In the darkness, there was silence. The fear and terror in the eyes of the leaders of the sinners slowly dissipated. If that was the case, then General Jin Wu was still terrifying, but not to the extent of making them despair. Borrowing external force seemed terrifying, but there was a limit to it. We need to test it, another sinner leader said in the darkness. Mr. Littlehead screamed, then, what are we waiting for? Let's begin. Qin Yu was once again surrounded in the depths of the mine. This time, a strange worm appeared. It was the polar opposite of the dried bones. The former was all skin and bones, while this worm was extremely swollen. It was like a ball of boneless fat that could twist at any angle. And their only method of attack was to get close to their prey and self-destruct with a bang. The suicidal attack seemed extremely stupid, but when they saw the crimson liquid that sprayed out sizzled and sizzled as it fell into the mine, white smoke billowed out, and the terrifying corrosive marks it left behind, they couldn't bring themselves to laugh. In the beginning, the sinners underground used these insects to mine ores. The liquid in their bodies had a terrifying corrosive ability, causing the production of the mine to increase by leaps and bounds. Later, it was used in wars. Before the territory of the sinner leaders was clearly divided, it was the nightmare of countless sinners. It was unknown how many corpses were corroded by the crimson liquid. Qin Yu frowned. With a snap of his fingers, all the worms that rushed over exploded. The crimson liquid instantly submerged them. White fog rose up, corroding a large hole in the underground mine. DI. 3 times. The trouble Qin Yu encountered was the sinners underground. This was the first time he saw the sinners with his own eyes since he entered. They were fierce and terrifying. Compared to the border guards who showed signs of barbarism on the surface, they didn't have the appearance of a human anymore. It was as if a monster had been born from the darkness in the underground. Their crimson eyes were filled with cruelty and killing intent, and there was nothing else. They didn't know fear, and they didn't fear the aura that Qin Yu emitted. Roaring and howling, the sinners rushed over. They tried to use their corpses to submerge Qin Yu and suppress him. But in the end, they failed. Bang! With a dull sound, the corpse of the last sinner exploded in front of Qin Yu. He frowned, a gloomy light in his eyes. He looked down and saw a wound on the back of his hand. This was a mark left behind by a powerful sinner just before he died. Around the wound, the flesh and blood had turned jet black. Black lines that looked like spider webs were spreading outwards. With a deep breath, Qin Yu stepped over the mountain of corpses and continued to move deeper into the mine. Then, the fourth time. The fifth time. The gathered sinner leaders all paled. They never imagined that Qin Yu would possess such a terrifying thing. Luckily, the first one to attack was the Bone Sovereign, otherwise the one to be killed would be one of them, but fortunately, external forces would eventually be consumed. Through the images transmitted back by the demon eye, they had already come to a clear conclusion: Qin Yu's strength was weakening. Or, to be more precise, his trump cards were about to be exhausted. The sinner leaders who had been shrouded in fear and cowering like cowards suddenly revealed fierce and ferocious expressions. On their shoulders, big head and small head roared, "General Jinwu is at his wit's end. It's time for you and me to send him on his way." In the naked eye, thousands of pairs of eyes surged with an icy cold light. In the darkness, thick killing intent rippled endlessly. As the rulers of the underground kingdom of sin, although they were bugs crawling in the filthy land, they were free and unfettered. It had been a long, long time since anyone had given them this feeling of fear and despair. General Jinwu had to die, and he had to die in the most miserable and terrifying way. Only then could the resentment in their hearts be slightly dispelled. "Wait a moment." The sinner leader in the darkness said in a deep and fearful voice, "I feel that General Jinwu isn't easy to deal with. We should wait a little longer to avoid being schemed against." The mountain of flesh fell silent. Fear and hesitation gushed out from its countless eyes. The sinner leaders had a deep hatred towards Qin Yu and an equal amount of fear. It wasn't impossible for this to be a trap that was deliberately luring them out. Whoosh! A demonic eye flew over. It shot out a beam of light that formed a picture in front of the sinner leaders. General Jinwu was retreating. Even though it was difficult to determine the direction in the mines that were as dense as a spider's web, the leader of the sinners who lived here could tell with a single glance that General Jinwu was retreating to the surface. He was running away. At this moment, all the hesitation and restlessness in the sinner leaders' hearts were swept away. "We cannot let him go. If he dares to intrude into the underground world, then don't think of leaving alive. Kill him." With loud howls, the sinner leaders rushed out. In fact, they all wanted to know just what card Qin Yu had in his hands. It was actually able to cause such terrifying damage to the underground life forms. They were like chickens and dogs in front of him, unable to resist at all. If they could kill General Jinwu and seize this treasure, then from now on, this underground kingdom of sin would have a true master. Qin Yu was helpless. He discovered that the leaders of the underground sinners were far too cautious, far too steady. When he killed the dry bone sovereign, his performance could be called perfect. Although his acting skills didn't explode, he didn't make any mistakes. Now, his performance was so pitiful, but the sinner leaders still hadn't done anything. Qin Yu couldn't help but regret killing Sovereign King Withered Bones a little. If he knew this would happen, he would have restrained himself a little. Shaking his head, Qin Yu swept his eyes around. He had already used his final move. If these sinner leaders didn't come, then he could only wait for him to finish what he had to do and then suppress them. But this would waste time, especially underground. The tunnels were as complex as countless overlapping cobwebs. Once the sinner leaders were frightened and tried to hide, it would be far more difficult for Qin Yu to wipe them out. At this time, as Qin Yu was retreating from the tunnel, his eyes flashed with a bright light. Then, he revealed a look of relief. It wasn't easy. Using this retreat in order to advance move, he had finally hooked them. Rumble rumble, the sound of breaking air mixed with the tremors of the tunnel flooded into his ears. Qin Yu stepped forward and took the initiative to rush over. The sinner leaders had arrived and he was really afraid that they would run away again. It was best to take the initiative. The sinner leaders had fierce expressions and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, they were scared witless. General Jinwu had used up all his cards and was about to flee underground, so how could he still dare to rush towards them? The little head mister screamed, "Don't be afraid, General Jinwu is at the end of his tether. He is deliberately trying to trick us." He seized control of an arm and threw out the oar in his hand. "Watch as I smash him into meat paste." After the mutation, he had 2 heads and 3 arms. His talent was infinite strength. This wasn't a simple description, but true strength that could shake the heavens and shake the earth. The stone silently tore through the air. It wasn't that there was no sound, but that it was simply too fast. It was so fast that after it tore through the air, there was only a shrill sound. It was impossible to catch up. Bang! With a loud explosion, Qin Yu was forced backwards. Blood tumbled in his chest. If it weren't for the fact that his mortal body had been tempered to a high enough degree, his arms would have been broken and a giant pit would have been smashed into his chest. A numbing pain swept through half his body. This feeling, it was quite refreshing. Qin Yu glanced at the sinner leaders across from him. When he had killed the Bone Sovereign, he had glanced at them. It was good that they were all here. However, Qin Yu's thoughts had undergone a massive change from before. The sinner leaders were still tyrannical in strength. He had personally experienced it when he caught the large stone with one hand. If he killed them like this, it would be a bit of a waste. If he could control them, that might be a good choice. Moreover, there was another point. If he really killed them all, there would be a vacuum of authority in the underground world. This would inevitably lead to struggles and unrest. This wasn't a result that Qin Yu wanted to see. As the foundation of the mine, stability was the #1 priority. The production of ore couldn't be reduced, otherwise it would affect his chances of opening up the army. Qin Yu stepped forwards. Above his head, a lantern quietly appeared. Flames quietly burned within the lantern. The light that fell down wasn't too bright, but it was enough to illuminate the figures of the many sinner leaders. Ah! Sad and shrill cries rang out. The flames of the lantern were the sinner leaders' natural enemy. Beneath the illumination of the light, their bodies began to rapidly decay. Moreover, the most horrifying point was that the sinner leaders discovered that they had lost control of the strength within their bodies. Their entire bodies had turned into wooden stakes and crushed stones. They were imprisoned where they were, unable to move in the least. Suddenly, the flames within the lantern gently flickered. The sinner leaders' pitiful screams rose up once more. Their incomparably tough bodies that were harder than iron and stone began to rot and fall to the ground. Black skeletons that had been corroded by the power of the curse were revealed. A thick aura of death and destruction completely covered them. The sinner leaders finally realized what cards General Jin held in his hands. It was just that the price of discovering the truth was far too great, so this really was a trap. Mr. Big Head screamed out, "Ah, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. General Jin, I am willing to submit to you. Don't kill me." Mr. Big Head and the other sinner leaders wished they could tear him to shreds. "Bastard. You were the one who said you wouldn't let them go, and now the first one to beg for mercy is also you." General Jin had finally managed to scheme against them. How could he let go of this chance to catch them all in one fell swoop? Begging for mercy was nothing but a dream. "Fine." A calm voice entered the sinner leader's ears. The pain and injuries brought about by the lantern's light lessened by a great deal. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smile. Light swirled in his eyes. "Give up resisting and let me leave a mark in your souls. Then you can continue to live." In the face of life and death, this was a question with no other choices. The sinner leaders who had been rescued from the brink of death tightly grasped onto the straw of hope that Qin Yu had handed them. "We sinners greet General Jin." The two-headed and three-armed sinner leaders all knelt to the ground. Their posture was humble and respectful. The mountain of flesh wanted to cry. No matter what he did, his current form was basically the same. He could only desperately flatten himself. "General, I have no legs." Qin Yu's lips twitched. He waved his hand, "Get up." He didn't expect that the sinister-looking sinner leader in front of him would have such an outstanding talent for making jokes. "I have been ordered to guard the mine. In the future, I will hand over the production of ores to you. Remember, I don't like trouble. You must work hard." The sinner leaders let out a long sigh of relief. "Yes, General." Although they had lost their freedom and their lives were in the hands of General Jin, at least they were still alive and could retain their rights underground. Compared to a moment ago when they were almost roasted and melted alive, this was much better. At this point, the suppression of the sinner's strike had been completed. For Qin Yu, the newly crowned emperor with the palace lantern, things were this simple. But this was originally only a side part of Qin Yu's plan. His real purpose in entering the mine this time was to find the source of the fluctuation. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He wanted to know what the great barbarian shaman who laid down this curse had left for him. Chapter 1527. In the deepest part of the mine, there was a huge cave. It was different from the surrounding areas that were intertwined with man-made tunnels. From the traces here, it seemed to be formed naturally. Faint traces of black fog constantly seeped out from the cave entrance, disappearing into the air. As the sinner leaders saw this from afar, their complexions paled and their eyes filled with fear. "Gulp," the little man gulped. He said with a trembling voice, "General, you want to enter the ghost fog grotto?" Qin Yu nodded. "All of you wait here." As his words fell, he stepped forwards. "You cannot." A sinner leader cried out in panic, "General, the ghost fog grotto is incomparably terrifying. For countless years, no one has ever returned after entering." The big head said, "That is indeed the case. The ghost fog grotto is incomparably terrifying. I ask General to reconsider." The sinner leaders certainly weren't. Because they were subdued by Qin Yu, they were worried about his safety. This was because Qin Yu's mark had been left in their souls and they were bound together with him, sharing weal and woe. In simpler terms, if Qin Yu died in the ghost fog grotto, they would also be buried with him. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a cold sneer. He didn't turn his head. "I have already made up my mind. There is no need for you to say anything else." With several steps, his figure vanished from the cave entrance. "It's over." The mountain of flesh howled in grief. From within its layers of fat, pairs of eyes opened and tears of pain flowed down. They originally thought that it would be difficult for them to survive, but who would have thought that General Jin would be such a brute? Ghost Fog Grotto. This was the Ghost Fog Grotto, the most terrifying place beneath the mine. Once one entered, no one would be able to come out alive. The little man screamed, "I don't think so." He swept his eyes over the crowd. General Jin's will is extraordinary. Since he dares to rush in, he must have confidence he can escape unscathed. Although his previous actions had left them feeling disdainful, the sinner leaders still felt a little more at ease upon hearing these words. The big head slowly said, "Now, you and I can only wait." Besides this, there was nothing else they could do. It would be best if General Jin came out alive. But if he died, all of them would be buried with him. As he stepped into the grotto, fog filled the air. The name Ghost Fog Grotto was quite appropriate. And the reason Qin Yu appeared here was because he had sensed an aura fluctuation. The source was here. Traces of ruthlessness gushed out from the bottom of his heart. Like tenacious vines, they gradually filled his heart and occupied his entire mind. The most terrifying thing was that the entire process was extremely abrupt. Within the fog, he could clearly feel the ruthlessness in his heart, and he could also feel it slowly increasing. His mind was restless, but he could suppress it and overcome it. Everything was still within his control. But suddenly, as if he had crossed a certain boundary, the ruthlessness that filled his heart erupted like a volcano, sweeping out in all directions. His mind fell, and his vision turned blood-red. His ability to think disappeared, and all that was left was the desire to destroy. The palace lantern suddenly appeared and hung above Qin Yu's head. The flames within gently danced and the blood-red color in his eyes rapidly faded away. Qin Yu regained his consciousness. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He finally understood why this place was called Ghost Mist, and why the leaders of the sinners outside were extremely terrified of this place. As the new emperor of the barbarian tribe, he did not fear the corrosion of the curse. His will was strong enough, but he had fallen into a trap unknowingly. If he did not have the palace lantern in his hand, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Of course, taking a step back, if it weren't for the palace lantern in his hand, Qin Yu wouldn't have rashly stepped into this place. He would have made some preparations. Qin Yu's eyes flashed and he looked deep into the fog. The fluctuations of aura became increasingly clear, they were coming from this direction. With a thought, the dancing flames within the palace lantern suddenly brightened. At this moment, the invisible power was like flowing water, quietly spreading out. The fog that covered Qin Yu was slowly pushed aside, revealing an empty area. Before this, he had suddenly fallen into a trap, causing Qin Yu to feel a bit of dread. Perhaps what the barbarian great shaman had left behind in the past might not have been good intentions towards him, the new barbarian emperor. But no matter what, being a bit more cautious wouldn't go wrong. Qin Yu stepped forwards. Like a stream of water being pushed aside, wherever he went, the fog would retreat. The area of this cave hidden deep underground was much larger than he had imagined, but it wasn't just that. Faintly, Qin Yu could feel some weak spatial fluctuations in the fog. Although it was weak, that didn't mean it was weak. It was possible that it was a powerful concealment. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. This was because he discovered that the ruthlessness that had been completely crushed and expelled, ruthlessness appeared in his heart once more. As he approached, the strength hidden in the fog outside seemed to become increasingly strong. Humph! With a cold snort, the palace lantern above Qin Yu's head brightened once more. In his ears, he could faintly hear a short and painful scream. A cooling sensation spread out from Xiao Chen's forehead, looking like a drop of dew. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the fog in front of him. It was much thicker and slowly flowing, like the slowly wriggling tentacles of some large mollusk. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It seemed that his worries and cautiousness weren't unnecessary. In the past, although that barbarian great shaman was a barbarian, he didn't have any good intentions towards the new emperor. He looked up at the palace lantern above his head. After a moment of hesitation, he continued forwards. Although this lantern was only an imitation of the little blue lamp, since it was the most precious inherited treasure of the barbarians, it shouldn't disappoint him. Moreover, besides this, Qin Yu had other choices. Her Excellency ruler, cough cough, it was too late to hide. Before he figured out how to explain to her about the emperor tomb, Qin Yu didn't plan on disturbing her. The mysterious existence hidden in space-time could be considered a grasshopper on the same rope as Qin Yu. Everyone had a close relationship. If there was trouble, he could look for him. Towards this mysterious existence, Qin Yu didn't have a complete and clear understanding. But there was one thing without a doubt: he was strong, and not just ordinarily strong. For instance, when the human cultivators tracked him down, he was actually able to temporarily isolate him. Although, according to him, he had paid a tremendous price. But no matter how Qin Yu looked at him, he was still alive and kicking, without any signs of strain. In short, Qin Yu had full confidence in this mysterious existence. As long as he took action, whatever ghost fog grotto, it wouldn't be difficult at all. With this thought in mind, Qin Yu continued forwards. Perhaps it was because he could feel his firm thoughts. Then, after taking a few steps, the extremely dense fog in front of him suddenly disappeared. That's right, like this, they completely vanish. Qin Yu could clearly see the appearance of the ghost fog grotto. It wasn't too large. To be more precise, it was much smaller than he expected. It was around 1,000 feet in size. A stone pillar shaped like a water droplet hung down from the ceiling of the grotto. There were black chains wrapped around its surface. Or, it could be said that they extended out from the inside of this stone pillar. Scattered throughout the grotto, there was a dried-up corpse at the end. Their mouths were wide open, their expressions fierce and fierce. The chains had pierced through their mouths and drilled into their bodies. Although their flesh and blood were withered, one could still see the cruel and crazed expressions on the faces of these dried-up corpses. There was no pain, no fear. It was like they were the murderers and not some pitiful worm that had been killed by the chains. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. His eyes swept over the many dried-up corpses in the grotto and he suddenly said, "You should know that since I have come here, there is no need for you to hide." After several breaths of silence, there was a faint sigh in the grotto. "Your Majesty is right." A face appeared on the water droplet-shaped stone pillar. Its eyes were calm and peaceful, like a calm lake without any waves. The aura of the barbarians emitted from the stone pillar. Qin Yu said, "I still don't know your name." The face hesitated for a moment and then slowly said, "Your Majesty, you can call me Lost Tracks." Qin Yu nodded. He looked into the face's eyes and said, "Great Shaman Lost Tracks, after what happened in the past, no one should have imagined that you would still be alive. It was an accident." A bitter smile appeared on Mystery Track's face. Hualala, the chains that drilled into the mouths of the dried-up corpses suddenly vibrated. Your Majesty, do you know that these chains were originally laid down to prevent accidents? I personally arranged them to suppress myself. Qin Yu said, it seems that Great Shaman Lost Track's preparations weren't sufficient. Lost Tracks was silent for several breaths of time. He nodded. Your Majesty is right. I underestimated this place. I never thought it would possess such an astonishing strength. A bit of confusion appeared in his eyes. Does Your Majesty believe me? A dead person was actually able to come back to life. Moreover, I am well aware that I am still me. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. You came back from the dead, so you don't want to die again. Yes. Lost Track sighed. Without personally experiencing it, no one can imagine what death is like. It is lonely, dark, and cold. After it descends, it deprives all senses and crushes all life. The world turns grey and silent, no longer related to me. That is an extremely terrifying taste. On the stone pillar, Lost Tracks looked up at Qin Yu. There was a bit of fear and guilt in his eyes, but there was also a bit of heat surging deep within. Qin Yu lightly said, although I have never truly experienced death, I can understand what you are saying. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lost Tracks respectfully said. A sharp light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. So, you can make your move now. The teardrop-shaped stone pillar gently trembled. A mass of light flew out from within. Your Majesty, if I can live on, I will do my best to help my people restore their past glory. On the other hand, if I die once more, this mass of light will contain everything you wish to know. Qin Yu nodded. Good. Bang within the stone cave, dried-up corpses exploded into pieces. Countless chains howled towards him at an astonishing speed. They were like thick spider webs that wrapped around Qin Yu. In the blink of an eye, the chains wove together, turning into a giant ball, as if it were a constantly wriggling digestive organ. Outside the ghost fog cave, faint traces of fog continued to drift outwards. The two-headed, three-armed, and other sinner leaders silently waited outside, their expressions heavy. Thinking about it, no matter who it was, their life and death were tied to the shoulders of others. Moreover, the shadow of death could descend upon them at any moment. None of them would feel relaxed. 2 hours had already passed. The good news was that they were still alive. The bad news was that no one knew how long this mental torture would last. Suddenly, a divine light exploded in the big-headed's eyes. He looked up. The arm that drilled out from his chest lifted up and pointed between his eyebrows. Puff, with a dull sound, the flesh and blood between his eyebrows ruptured and dark red blood flowed out. But there was no pain on his face. There was only confusion, as well as endless excitement and ecstasy. This wasn't an illusion. He had already determined that the mark left in his soul had disappeared. In other words, the connection between him and General Jin had been removed. Happiness came so suddenly and without reason. Even with the big-headed man's composure, he still did something that seemed like a crazy demon. He withdrew his hand and wiped away the blood on his face. He grinned and said, "We are free." Suppressed roars came from the sinners' mouths. They looked towards the entrance of the ghost fog cave, awe in their eyes as well as a bit of ridicule. Don't believe in so-called loyalty. In this world, the most reasonable thing was always the fist. Although they didn't know what had happened, there was no doubt that General Jin had died. Only like this would the mark left in their souls suddenly disappear. As for why they weren't implicated in General Jin's death, although it was strange, the most important thing was that they were able to survive and obtain freedom. Everything else wasn't important. Thank General Jin, thank him for being an arrogant brute, thank him for his impulsive and arrogant actions. How could a puppet that was controlled by others, whose life and death was in their hands, be compared to the free rulers of the underground kingdom? Rosen hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Should we investigate?" He was really worried, and in his heart, he couldn't believe it. The powerful General Jin had died just like that. As soon as he finished speaking, he knew that he had said something stupid. As expected, the gazes of the people around him were filled with concern for the brainless adults. This was the Ghost Fog Cave. Was General Jin strong? He was a fierce character that could easily suppress all of them and control everything. It was because he wanted to go in that he died inside that they regained their freedom. Investigate. How could they investigate? Whoever went would die. Humph. Rosen coldly snorted. Pairs of eyes opened and fiercely stared at them. It was as if he was angry out of humiliation. Mr. Big Head smiled and said, "All right, today is a joyous day for you and me to regain our freedom." He cupped his hands and said, "Everyone, General Jin is dead. You and I still have things to do." Mr. Smallhead's laughter was sharp and ear-piercing. He controlled his arm and pointed above his head, "Don't forget, there are people outside waiting for our news. 1,500 women. No, I want 3,000, not one less. In addition, I want 10 times the amount of flesh and blood to compensate for our loss." In the darkness, a deep laughter sounded. "Mr. Smallhead, you are absolutely right." The Sinner leaders took one last look at the entrance of the Ghost Fog Cave, which was as quiet as before. They laughed and turned to leave. General Jin was dead. This result couldn't be more wonderful. Chapter 1528. General Jinwoo Ningqin had died underground. Deep in her heart, she had been eagerly waiting for this news. But when it truly came out from underground and turned into words on the jade slip, the snake woman still felt as if she was in a dream. Her many years of preparation was about to become a reality today. The strongest of the half-human barbarians, Hei Lin, had been killed by General Jinwoo. And now, General Jinwoo had also died underground. There were no more obstacles in front of her. The mine would become her mine. "Come." Snake Woman shouted in a low voice and strode outside. Since she could make preparations in the underground sinners, the other half-barbarian opponents might have made the same arrangements. If she wanted to act, the faster the better. One day later, besides the dead Hei Lin, the other 6 half-human barbarians guarding the mine all submitted to the Snake Woman. The jade slip that recorded the news of General Jinwoo's death underground was sent out of the mine and sent to the border army camp at the fastest possible speed. Looking in the direction of the messenger, the enchanting Snake Woman's face flushed red. Her heart was filled with excitement. Now, she only needed to obtain the approval of the camp and she could become the new ruler of the mine, but before that, there were still some small problems that needed to be dealt with. For example, the people that General Jinwoo had brought, as well as the little girl that had chased after them. A cold light flashed in the Snake Woman's eyes. Women, especially beautiful women, were hidden dangers that could not be ignored no matter where they were. The Snake Woman knew how she had risen step by step to where she was today. So, she would not give her other self any chance. Commander's tent. All the generals had gathered. The accounts were being discussed. Suddenly, the commander's tent was opened from the outside. A young general hurried in with a dignified expression. Wu Tongtian frowned. The war had stabilized and the barbarians showed signs of retreating after a wave of frenzied attacks. Just what had happened? He actually wanted to interrupt the ongoing accounting discussion. Zhao Chong recognized that the one who had broken into the commander's tent was a highly regarded officer under Wu Tongtian. He smiled and returned to his seat, not showing the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. "What is it?" Wu Tongtian asked. The young general respectfully bowed. "Greetings to the commander, greetings to the generals." He took out a jade slip and held it above his head with both hands. An urgent report from the mine. Yi Sang-do's eyes flickered and he revealed a cold smile. He thought to himself, here it comes. Ever since he received the news that Ningqin had barged into the mine alone, he knew that this day would come. That boy had probably become food for the sinners in the subterranean world. Wu Tongtian reached out and the jade slip flew into his hand. He sent his divine sense into it and withdrew it after a few breaths. His brows furrowed and his expression turned serious. He swept his eyes around the tent. A report came from the mine. General Jin Qin went underground to suppress the sinners, but he unfortunately died on the spot. It was a solid hammer. Zhao Chong lowered his head slightly. Although his face seemed slightly gloomy, he was actually sneering on the inside. The first princess had indeed sent him a message, asking him to give Ningqin some convenience. But what happened in the imperial capital, for this border army general, wasn't a secret at all. Of course, he knew that the first princess's letter was full of reluctance and compromise. Thus, from the bottom of his heart, Zhao Chong wasn't close to Qin Yu. In fact, he was quite happy to see Qin Yu being pushed aside and suppressed. Now, Ning Qin was dead. Disregarding everything else, the first princess could at least remove a hidden danger. Jiang Chengkengzi was expressionless. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that this old border army general's sitting posture was a bit stiff. General Jin Qin had died. In truth, this was completely different from the outcome he had expected. But saying these things now was meaningless. As General Jin died, true Saint Bayu's fate could be imagined. This time, he feared he had really misjudged. As he thought about the sky-bearing monarch in the imperial capital and the contents of the letter he had just received from the imperial capital, Jiang Chengkengzi felt a headache coming on. Ning Qin had misled him. Wu Tongtian had a calm expression. He quietly took in everyone's expressions. General Jin died in battle underground. This commander is quite distressed. I will report this to the imperial capital and ask that General Jin be given a posthumous title. As he spoke to hear, his eyes flashed. It's just that the mine is an important place for military supplies and there are still sinners rioting. We must arrange for a successor as soon as possible. Yi Sang stood up and said, Marshal, may I ask who sent this news? Wu Tongtian said, it was a general guarding the mine. Yi Sang laughed coldly. This general beseeches Commander to immediately descend. I implore Commander to immediately kill this general and take his head to the imperial capital. He turned and swept his eyes over everyone. General Jin Qin hasn't been in the Western Border Army for long and his knowledge of the mine is limited. How could he recklessly charge underground and lose his life? There must be someone who instigated this matter with malicious intentions. This is why General Jin Qin died. This general must be the murderer. A trace of appreciation flashed in Wu Tongtian's eyes. Thus, in the commander's tent, all the generals participating in the discussion understood that these two were shifting the blame. General Jin Qin was someone chosen by His Majesty. He had planned to increase the authority of the imperial families in the army. But now, he had just arrived, and before he could do anything, he had died a violent death underground. As the number 2 figure in the Western Border Army, what would His Majesty think? Although His Majesty's thoughts couldn't easily shake the position of the commander of the Border Army, but history had already proven that His Majesty was a person who held grudges. Being remembered by His Majesty was still an extremely dangerous thing for them. Thus, the Border Army camp needed a scapegoat, or more accurately, a scapegoat to bear His Majesty's anger for them. This was also necessary for the generals in the tent. No one wanted to leave a shadow in His Majesty's heart because of this. After all, the Western wilderness was controlled by the imperial families. If they wanted to live comfortably in the future, they had to be clear about their position. Great General Yi is right. The general guarding the mine must be the mastermind. Zhao Chong sneered as he spoke with certainty, as if he already had concrete evidence in his hands. That's right. Commander, please give the order to immediately kill that general and take his head to comfort General Jin Qin's soul in heaven, another general said. Everyone expressed their stance. Why should they stop something that was beneficial to them? Killing a general, especially a half-human barbarian who had been corroded by the barbarian race's curse, could save them some trouble. Of course, they were happy to do so. Wu Tongtian nodded. His eyes swept across the people below and suddenly said, Jiang Chengzi, I will send you to capture and kill the mastermind. With his status as the commander of the border army, this sentence was the final verdict. It was a death sentence for the snake woman. What a pity. This stupid and vicious woman was still dreaming of becoming the ruler of the mine. Jiang Chengzi stood up and bowed. Yes, Commander. I will set off immediately. He turned around and left. Looking at Jiang Chengzi's back, Yi Sang's expression did not change. He glanced at Wu Tongtian and cursed him for being an old fox. Who didn't know how they felt about each other? Wu Tongtian wanted to use this matter to gain Jiang Chengzi's favor and increase his influence in the border army. This was also what Yi Sang had been trying to do. As the number 1 and number 2 figures in the border army, their vision was naturally higher. True Saint Baitu was a nephew favored by the sky-bearing king, but compared to the power of the powerful families in the army, he was not even worth mentioning. No matter what the reason was for General Jin Qin's death, Jiang Chengzi, who suggested him to guard the mine, could not absolve himself from the blame. With this matter, the relationship between Jiang Chengzi and the sky-bearing king would be shrouded in a shadow, and this would give them a chance. Yi Sang frowned. He was thinking about how to ease the relationship between him and Jiang Chengzi. After all, when Ning Qin first came to the border army, he had secretly used some tricks. Jiang Chengzi would definitely be dissatisfied. In the mine, little Meaty looked at the snake woman who had broken through the door with a sneer on her face. She sighed softly with a hint of helplessness. Men, capture them all. Kill anyone who dares to resist. True Saint Baitu had a dazed look on his face. He already knew that General Jin Qin had died. His heart was filled with hesitation. He was angry that Ning Qin did not listen to his advice, but he was also confused about the outside world because of his death. There was also a violent anger that came from the depths of his heart. True Saint Baitu had never told anyone that when he was with General Jin Qin, he would unconsciously feel a sense of closeness. It was as if this person was an old friend, a good friend. But now, he was dead. Seeing the snake woman and the others break through the door, True Saint Baitu suddenly looked up. But before he could explode, a light sigh sounded in his ears. Just tell them who you are. It was little Meaty. She met Baitu's gaze and rolled her eyes. What are you looking at? General Jin Qin is not dead. If you resist now, you will just be throwing your life away. True Saint Baitu's eyes widened. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by her rolling her eyes even more. Then, he discovered that no one else could hear little Meaty's voice. As he thought about how Qin Yu didn't hesitate to suppress the demonic sect in order to snatch her away, True Saint Baitu's heart was filled with excitement. I knew that General Jin Qin was not someone who would truly lust after beauty. There must be a reason why he did this. Perhaps there was a connection between General Jin Qin and little Meaty that he hadn't noticed. In other words, little Meaty's words could be trusted. True Saint Baitu took a deep breath and shouted, "Stop. My uncle is the current sky-bearing king. If you dare to touch me, you will all die." The complexions of the barbarians that rushed over changed. They turned to look behind them. The snake woman hurriedly raised her hand, her complexion uncertain. Is this true? True Saint Baitu sneered. This matter isn't a secret in the border army camp. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask. The snake woman had heard of the sky-bearing king's reputation before. He came from a branch of the imperial bloodline and was deeply trusted by the desolate emperor. He was a high-level figure of the empire and held great power. If someone killed his nephew, the consequences could be imagined. The snake woman took a deep breath and revealed a smile. Her vicious face became charming and charming. Why didn't Advisor Baitu say this earlier? This is all a misunderstanding. Someone, please allow Advisor Baitu to rest. Her eyes fell on Ruru. Although her body was explosive to the extreme and possessed a soul-stealing charm, the snake woman couldn't help but feel disgusted when she saw the soft and weak face in front of her that could easily arouse a man's desire to protect. She couldn't help but feel disgust in her heart. This face should be torn apart and covered with maggot. Ruru sighed for the third time. This time, the snake woman heard her. Her eyes were soft, but the words she said were very harsh. Sister, didn't you find it strange that I only came to the mine later? Moreover, I was escorted by someone from the marshal's tent. The snake woman's expression changed slightly. Ruru lowered her head slightly. I'm from the demonic sect. To be more precise, I'm the adopted daughter of the night demon sect master. Of course, I'm closer to him than my own. True Saint Baitu nodded. I can prove this. His eyes fell on the snake woman and revealed a mocking expression. Moreover, the night demon sect master is the chief of the demonic sect and has a peak sovereign cultivation. The snake woman's pupils shrank in fear. Below the emperor realm was the peak sovereign realm. In the desolate domain, The Emperor realm was a peak power that could intimidate others. The peak sovereign realm was the strongest existence one could come into contact with in the ordinary world. Just this point alone made the sovereign realm's deterrence not below the sky-bearing kings. Ruru waved her hand. I know you're not satisfied. Then hurry up and investigate and see if I'm right. The snake woman left in a sorry state. She gritted her teeth the whole way. She had just had a beautiful dream of becoming the ruler of the mine when she turned around and was slapped in the face. Her heart was filled with anger and resentment, but she didn't dare to turn hostile and make a rash decision in a fit of anger. She couldn't afford to offend either the sky-bearing king or the night demon sect master. Go. Contact the border army camp and confirm whether what the two of them said is correct or not. True Saint Baitu laughed coldly as he watched the snake woman and the others leave. But before he could say anything, he suddenly shivered. Baitu, I feel that you're the kind of person who can keep secrets and won't say much, right? Ruru said. Her eyes were soft and her expression was gentle. She gave off an aura that said she was easy to bully. But at this moment, True Saint Baitu felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze when he met her gaze. His face quickly turned pale and as time passed, there wasn't a trace of blood left on his face. Ah, I'm sorry, I scared you. Ruru stuck out her tongue, an apologetic expression on her face. I'm used to it. I will pay more attention in the future. True Saint Baitu felt as if he had been fished up from the depths of an icy cold lake. He gasped for breath in great gulps. Beads of sweat covered his forehead and his clothes stuck to his body. He felt terrible to the extreme. As he looked at Ruru, there was a lingering fear in his eyes. You, don't ask what you shouldn't ask and don't say what you shouldn't say. Just these 2 points. Ruru blinked her eyes. Do you understand? True Saint Baitu shivered and quickly nodded. Ruru revealed a satisfied smile. She waved her hand. All right, you can leave. After True Saint Baitu left, she sighed. She reached out and hugged the chicken overlord that was lying at her feet. Her fair, delicate, and soft little hands gently stroked its feathers, her expression extremely leisurely. Little chicken, you also need to be obedient. Otherwise, I'm also very good at charcoal roasted chicken or spicy diced chicken. The chicken overlord shrunk into a ball, trying its best to remain motionless. Its small eyes were filled with endless longing as it looked outwards. Chinyu, hurry and come back. This situation. I can't handle it alone. Chapter 1529. Since the dried bone sovereign was dead, the territory he left behind would certainly be divided up. After the two-headed, three-armed and other sinner leaders passed through their initial ecstasy, they soon regained their composure. The mountain of flesh was the first to speak. His deep voice revealed an unyielding will that didn't back down. My domain isn't near the dried bone, but I still want to take a bite of this fat piece of meat. The larger the area they ruled, the higher the ore production would be and the more authority they would have when communicating with the surface. When it came to his own interests, he certainly wouldn't back down. After an intense struggle, they argued several times until their faces flushed red and their roars nearly overturned the underground stone houses. But the sinner leaders patiently endured and didn't truly turn hostile. Everyone's strength was about the same. If a conflict were to erupt, it would only benefit others. Ever since the last sinner leader destroyed his own foundation and died, this sort of foolish thing had never happened again. After the division was basically finished, there were only some small problems that could be erased with the massive amount of compensation that would soon arrive. Then, it settled. The little mister screamed, an anxious look on his face. The snake woman said that she will offer down an extremely beautiful woman. But first, she is mine and no one is allowed to steal her from me. There was a burst of laughter and the fat on his body jiggled. In this aspect, who here can compare with me? I can control dozens of them at a time. In the darkness, the sinner leaders all revealed smiles. But at this time, as if a pause button had been pressed, the underground cave suddenly quieted down. All the sinner leaders froze where they were. Their eyes widened with shock and fear. Because at this moment, they could clearly feel that the mark left in their souls had been restored. Ghost Fog Cave. Catcher, a light sound rang out. In the silence, it was particularly clear. Countless black chains intertwined with each other, forming a huge ball that suddenly shattered and turned into powder. Qin Yu's figure was revealed. He paused for several breaths of time and slowly opened his eyes. Light flowed within, transparent and bright. It gave off a mysterious feeling as if he could see through everything. Above Qin Yu's head, the lantern quietly floated. The light that sprinkled down bathed his body. It was like a layer of golden light had been inlaid around his body. The sphere of light floating in the air shattered and dissipated. Because Qin Yu already knew everything, there was no longer a need for it to exist. He raised his head and looked up. The face of the lost witch on the water droplet-shaped stone pillar had long disappeared. After a brief silence, Qin Yu said, "Great Shaman Bewilderment, it looks like I am the one who survived to the end." He cupped his hands and bowed. This bow was not because the lost Grand Shaman was strong enough. Nor was it because of the harvests he obtained from this matter. Instead, as the new emperor of the Berserkers, he had acknowledged and respected Great Shaman Lost's attempt to go against the heavens and change the fate of the Berserkers. The front lines of the Western Wastelands and the Western Barbarians, the lands shrouded in curses, the border army camps were unable to hide. Who would have thought that all of this was just a disguise? Who would have thought that such a secret would be hidden in the depths of the earth that was covered by the boundless terrifying curse? And this secret was right in front of Qin Yu. It was this teardrop-shaped stone pillar, or, to be more precise, it could be called a spirit embryo raised by the heavens and the earth. It was born with the Saint Tao, and this was just its nascent state. In the endless years that followed, it continued to grow and awaken, its strength rising with it. It crossed the Saint Tao and stepped into the ruler realm. And now, the spirit embryo had the laws of space and time gathered within it. This was the reason why Qin Yu had stepped into the cave. In fact, if it weren't for the wisp of Great Shaman Bewilderment's remnant soul being inadvertently sucked into the spirit embryo and then gradually resurrected, perhaps the spirit embryo had already given birth to true self-awareness. Then it had truly come back to life. Suddenly, a subtle fluctuation spread out from within the spirit embryo. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He could clearly feel that as the lost Grand Shaman died, the spirit embryo had begun the process of rebirth. It happened with incredible speed. Even as the thought flashed through his mind, a weak will appeared within the spirit embryo. He could hear the sound of crying in his ears, like a new child being born into the world. This cry was filled with endless pleading. It actually had the ability to recognize the outside world. It begged, hoping that Qin Yu wouldn't do anything to stop it from forming. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. His eyes were as clear as water and he lifted a hand. His fingertip fell on the surface of the spirit embryo. A great tide of his divine sense instantly rumbled within. In his ears, the cry was loud and clear. It was filled with despair, unwillingness, and resentment. In the next moment, it completely dissipated. This was the initial form of consciousness. Even if it was born from the spirit embryo of the heavens and earth, it was still far too weak. It simply couldn't withstand the impact of Qin Yu's divine sense. Like this, it vanished into thin air. "I'm sorry, but this is the lucky chance of the barbarians. I cannot allow you to be born." Qin Yu lifted a hand and touched between his eyebrows. His complexion paled and his body shivered. With a light cracking sound, a crack appeared between Qin Yu's eyebrows. Radiant light surged outwards. This was the light of his own soul. Inside, wrapped in layers of light, was a soul fragment. Breaking apart the soul, even if he did it on his own initiative, was still extremely damaging. Moreover, what Qin Yu was doing now involved completely severing his source. This would cause his soul to be incomplete and a gap would appear. But this was precisely the result that Qin Yu wanted. A cold sweat instantly poured out. Beneath the light of the soul, even more colors were reflected. Qin Yu forcefully grabbed this soul fragment and pressed it towards the spirit embryo. Without encountering any resistance, the soul fragment instantly fused into the spirit embryo. Qin Yu let out a deep breath. He took 2 steps back and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to restore his soul. One day later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. His complexion was still slightly pale. This was the blood damage caused by the splitting of his soul. It wasn't something that could be repaired in a short period of time. It would take a long time for him to slowly restore it. He looked at the spirit embryo. He could clearly feel the connection between him and it. The soul fragment that was sucked in felt pitch black. But this was normal. It was like a seed that had been buried in the ground. It needed time to grow and wait before it could break through the soil and sprout. At that time, Qin could be considered to have truly grasped this spirit embryo. Even so, because the soul fragment had fused into the spirit embryo, Qin could already feel its gift. Even so, because the soul fragment had fused into the spirit embryo, Qin could already feel its gift. Or, to be more accurate, Qin was together with the spirit embryo, sharing the nurturing of the heavens and earth. The spirit embryo was born from the heavens and earth. As time passed, it would gradually grow stronger and stronger. Now, Qin had also obtained the care of the heavens and earth. And this was the key reason why he didn't hesitate to shatter his own soul and even sever his source in order to plant a soul within the spirit embryo. Now, it seemed that he had succeeded. The air trembled. The phantom of a stone pagoda appeared. Its voice trembled, revealing an unconcealable excitement. It couldn't hide its excitement and joy. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully planted the spirit embryo and will receive the support of the heavens and earth. Your cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Qin couldn't help but smile. The stone pagoda's words revealed the entire truth. From then on, he and the spirit embryo would receive the support of the heavens and earth. Their road of cultivation would be unimpeded. In the past, Great Shaman Bewilderment had discovered this spirit embryo underground. This was the reason why he had desperately defended the mine. Thus, this led to a long and terrifying war between the Western Wilds and the Western Barbarians. Both sides had suffered over 1 million casualties. The Western Wilds always believed that the reason the barbarians fought to the death was because of this mine with an astonishing amount of resources. After all, mining and weapon manufacturing had always been the barbarians' weaknesses. But they never imagined that this was only a facade of concealment. Great Shaman Bewilderment determined that he couldn't defend the mine with his own strength. Thus, at the cost of his own destruction, he borrowed the millions of dead soldiers on the battlefield to lay down the most terrifying curse of the barbarians. His goal was to protect the secret of the spirit embryo. It was likely that before he died, he already had a certain degree of understanding towards the spirit embryo. Great Shaman Bewilderment laid down those chains in an attempt to lock down his own remnant soul. Or rather, he wanted to lock down the spirit embryo itself. As for what happened during this period of time, it was impossible to find out. Great Shaman Bewilderment's remnant soul smoothly survived and occupied the leading position of the spirit embryo. He discovered that Qin was the new barbarian sovereign and deliberately released fluctuations of his aura to lead him here. This was a test for Qin and also for himself. If he won in the end and controlled the spirit embryo to swallow up Qin, fusing the strength of the two together, he would inevitably become the strongest barbarian sovereign in the history of the barbarians. He would truly have a chance of leading the declining barbarians to restore the glory of ancient times when the barbarians ruled over all living things. On the other hand, if he was killed, the barbarian emperor would also obtain the spirit embryo, and it would still be a fortuitous encounter that belonged to the barbarian race. As for how the barbarian sovereign would deal with the spirit embryo, that would be his own choice, and Qin's choice was to split his soul and plant a soul within the spirit embryo, sharing the nourishment of the heavens and earth. This was the method he decided on after much consideration. Otherwise, if he wanted to completely possess the spirit embryo, he would have to abandon his own soul and possess it, just like the lost shaman. But doing so would cause one's soul to fuse with the spirit embryo. It would take a long period of time for one to slowly grow stronger. This was very safe. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to find a spirit embryo hidden underground. Back then, when the Western Baron Imperial territory entered the underground, they returned empty-handed. That was the best proof. Qin didn't have that much time. He still had many matters to attend to in the outside world, So he asked the stone pagoda and made the choice of planting a soul. There were pros and cons, but since he had already made his choice, he would not regret it. Qin Yu looked at the spirit embryo. For the following period of time, he would need to protect it. At the very least, before the soul seed sprouted, it was still very fragile. Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu turned and walked out. With a snap of his fingers, a great fog gushed out once more. It was incomparably thick and soon covered the entire cave. Fluctuations of the space and time laws were released once more, quietly fusing into the surrounding space. However, to Qin Yu, none of this could harm him in the slightest. Because this place had already become his domain, the cave entrance appeared in front of him. Qin Yu didn't stop and stepped out. A sneer appeared on his lips. He stood where he was, his eyes looking down from above. Bang, bang, there was the sound of people falling to their knees. 2 heads, 3 arms, mountain of flesh, and the other leaders of the sinners fell to their knees without a word, their faces pale and sweat streaming down their bodies. Chapter 1530. There was a deathly silence in the underground space. The sinner leaders were tormented, their faces filled with fear and dread. They didn't know what kind of punishment they would receive, but without a doubt, if General Jin wanted to kill them, all of them would die. This is the first time and also the last time. Just as their minds were on the verge of collapse and they couldn't bear it any longer, Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Then, all the sinner leaders were overjoyed as if they had escaped from death. Thank you, General. We know we were wrong and will never do it again. General's magnanimity is far from what we can compare with. I swear that I will be loyal to you in the future and will willingly go through mountains of blades and seas of fire for you. They kowtowed again and again, their voices loud and clear. Their words were sincere and sincere. Qin Yu sneered. These words were good to hear. As long as he was strong enough, these sinners wouldn't dare to do anything. Conversely, it was the same. I will go into seclusion underground for a period of time. Send out a message and have True Saint by you temporarily manage the mine. Qin Yu didn't say much about the strike or the ore production. He believed that as long as these sinner leaders didn't want to die, they would know what to do. Yes, General. The sinner leaders bowed together. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. After a long time, 2 heads, 3 arms, Roshan, and the other sinner leaders wiped away their cold sweat and slowly stood up. Everyone let out a long breath. They glanced at each other, bitter smiles on their faces. Their moods were like a roller coaster, rising and falling in the blink of an eye. This was the most perfect description of their current experience. The Golden General had actually come out alive. Not just that, but the feeling he gave off was even more terrifying than before. As for what exactly was terrifying, they couldn't say. They only felt that he was becoming more and more enigmatic. Suddenly, in the darkness, a sinner leader sucked in a breath of cold air. This is bad. Everyone was startled and hurriedly looked at him. This person wiped away his cold sweat. Everyone, we seem to have forgotten something. He lifted a hand and pointed upwards. 2 heads, 3 arms, Roshan, and the other sinner leaders immediately understood. Their complexions changed, revealing looks of panic. They had thought that General Jin had died and had sent out news of his death. It would definitely cause a tremor in the ground. The sinners underground had been dealing with the border guards on the surface for countless years. They were very familiar with each other. General Jin Wu had brazenly killed He Lin and seized control of the mine. After his death, those half-human barbarians guarding the border would definitely retaliate. If, because of this matter, General Jin Wu's trusted aides and family were killed, the sinner leaders sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. They had already used up the chance to avoid death. If something were to go wrong again, they had no doubt that Jin Wu would have the courage to kill them all. Quick! Immediately send a message to the surface. Big Head's lips trembled. He hoped that those idiots hadn't done anything irredeemable. As for Qin Yu, he only said that he would go into seclusion underground and then left. No one knew where he had gone. Thus, it was naturally impossible for them to tell him what had happened. In the mine, the border army had made many attempts to deal with the barbarian curse. Although they couldn't completely resolve it, they could still temporarily isolate it by paying a certain price. Jiang Chengzi led 100 of his personal guards into the mine with a gloomy face. This old general of the border army had experienced countless battles in his life. At this moment, his heart was filled with malice, and his whole body was emitting a murderous aura. Even the half-human barbarians, who had always prided themselves on being ferocious, showed fear on their faces. Without stopping, he rushed straight into the mine's guardian department. This was the organization with the highest authority here in name. The snake woman had just grasped power and was currently immersed in it. She didn't want to give it up for even a moment. At this time, she just happened to be in the guardian department. She was training several half-human barbarian powerhouses that had just submitted to her. Hearing that someone had arrived from the border army camp, the snake woman was startled. She hurried out to greet them. Outside the gates of the guardian department, the two sides encountered each other. Seeing Jiang Chengzi, the snake woman's complexion changed. She didn't dare to reveal the slightest bit of charm. She stepped forwards and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, old General Jiang." Within the Western Border Army camp, the fourth-ranked general had actually personally come to the mine and even risked his life to enter. Something had happened. There must have been an accident. The snake woman immediately thought of General Jin, who had died underground. Cold sweat seeped out of her back. However, she couldn't understand. All the information she had received clearly indicated that the border army camp was hostile towards General Jin. Otherwise, with his noble status, there was no way he would have been sent to guard the mine. The group of half-human barbarian powerhouses also paled. They all knelt on the ground. Although the mine was at the edge of the border army, it was almost isolated and abandoned by the border army camp. But as long as the big shots of the border army wanted to, they could sweep the mine clean at any time. They had the strength to do so. And Jiang Chengzi absolutely had the qualifications to do so. Are the people who followed General Jin to the mine safe and sound? Jiang Chengzi asked in a low voice. The snake woman's heart relaxed. She hurriedly nodded. Reporting to Old General, Advisor Bai Su and Miss Ruru are safe and sound. They are resting in the cave dwelling. She secretly rejoiced that Bai Su and the others had directly revealed their identities. Otherwise, she would have been in big trouble. Jiang Chengzi's heart relaxed. True Saint Bai Su was still alive. This was already a great blessing in misfortune. Although he had stayed here for too long and had probably been corroded by the power of the curse. But it was better to be alive than dead. Jiang Chengzi's gaze fell on the snake woman. This old general of the border army looked old, but her eyes were like sharp arrows that could pierce through a person. You are Shimai? You were the one who sent a message to the camp to report General Jin's death. The snake woman instinctively felt uneasy. She hesitated and said, Old General, I am Shimai. I am powerless to stop General Jin's death. As she spoke, she observed his expression. Her thoughts turned quickly, trying to find the source of the uneasiness. Jiang Chengzi sneered and directly interrupted her. Men, take Shimai down. Behind him, several personal guards rushed out. Old General. Shimai screamed. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why did they take her? General Jin had gone underground on his own initiative. Even if he died there, he had brought it upon himself. Looking at the guards rushing over, she could feel the coldness in their eyes. Shimai's mind was shrouded in fear. They want to kill me. Ah! With a loud cry, she turned around and fled. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chengzi's eyes. He lifted a hand and punched out. This old general of the border army always gave people a feeling of extreme old age. Moreover, he rarely fought in front of others. Many people didn't know just how strong he was. At this time, his fist came crashing down. It was like a collapsing mountain, instantly pressing down. He wasn't a ruler, but this fist contained the endless slaughter of his army and the terrifying slaughter energy condensed within it. Its might wasn't any weaker. Bang Air Snake Woman, who had fled a certain distance away, suddenly stopped screaming. Her body was directly smashed into pieces, and only her head rolled on the ground with a gurgle. Her eyes were wide open, filled with fear and deep confusion. Even as she died, she still couldn't understand why she had been killed. Jiang Chengzi drew back his fist. His eyes swept over the shivering half-human barbarian. He coldly said, "The Mine Guard, Shi Mai, conspired to assassinate General Jin. She was put on trial today and attempted to escape. I killed her on the spot. Did any of you participate in this matter? General Jin's death was Shi Mai's plot." This lascivious hussy actually had such a trick up her sleeve. The half-human barbarians felt it was strange, but seeing that Jiang Chengzi didn't seem to have any intention of venting his anger on them, they didn't dare to hesitate. "Old General, all of this was done by Shi Mai alone. We were forced by her and had no idea at all. I ask the old general to investigate clearly." Jiang Chengzi waved his hand. A personal guard stepped forward and put away Shi Mai's head. This person bowed. Without pausing, he turned and headed straight for the main camp. In the commander's tent, he was still waiting for the head to be sent to the imperial capital along with General Wu's report. General Jin had died underground. As the commander of the border army, Wu Tongtian had to give an explanation and give the imperial capital a result. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. Even if His Majesty was dissatisfied, it was said that the imperial capital hadn't been stable recently. In addition, the will of the military had always been independent and unyielding. It wasn't that they feared the suppression of the imperial families. The greatest possibility was that His Majesty had tacitly approved of this result. Jiang Chengzi took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. Summon advisor Bai Su. He had to bring this nephew of the sky-bearing king away as soon as possible. As for how to repair his relationship with the sky-bearing king, he also felt a headache. "Yes, old general." Soon, True Saint Bai Su rushed over. His eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Chengzi. He bowed respectfully. "Nephew greets Uncle Jiang." There were no outsiders here, so he naturally chose a more intimate form of address. He thought back to the cold treatment and suppression he had received when he entered the border army. Then, when he entered the mine, he was shocked again and again. Shocked. True Saint Bai Su's emotions fluctuated and his eyes turned red. Jiang Chengzi thought that it was because of his own tragic experiences and guilt rose in his heart. "Bai Su, this matter was indeed because I didn't think it through and made you suffer." He took a deep breath and then exhaled. "Don't worry, I came here today to bring you away. Although the curse of the barbarian race is terrifying, it doesn't mean that there is no way to get rid of it." True Saint Bai Su wiped the corners of his eyes and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang. I am fine for now. I will wait here for General Jin to come out." Who would have thought that General Jin would die underground? Jiang Chengzi furrowed his eyebrows. He turned and looked over, his white eyebrows gently trembling. Meeting his gaze, True Saint Bai Su regained his composure. He smiled and gave him a firm nod. "Uncle Jiang, you didn't hear wrong. My general is still alive. The barbarians in the mine have made a mistake." His lips curled up in a cold sneer. "These bastards. Once General Jin comes out, they will surely suffer." At this time, he didn't know that Shi Mai had been killed. Jiang Chengzi, General Jin Ningqin hadn't died. If this was true, then what were the people in the mine? The border army camp was the real deal. They had made a huge mistake and made a joke of themselves. "Nephew Bai Su, are you speaking the truth? Do you have a way to determine whether General Jin is alive or dead?" True Saint Bai Su shook his head. Then, he thought of the seemingly weak little girl in the back courtyard. Hiss, a chill suddenly surged out from the bottom of his heart. He suddenly felt that there was a gaze that seemed like a smile that wasn't a smile enveloping him. His body shivered and his face paled. He squeezed out a smile. "Uncle Jiang, don't ask any more. But I can guarantee that General Jin is still alive." He didn't doubt the words of this little girl. What nonsense. If you were in contact with her, you would also believe her. That feeling was terrifying to the extreme. General Jin had suppressed the demonic sects and snatched her to his side. Perhaps even he didn't know what kind of terrifying existence he had invited back. Jiang Chengzi looked at True Saint Bai Su. He could sense the fear and unease in his eyes. He frowned and didn't ask any more questions. He didn't know that he had inadvertently avoided a disaster. Because the little girl in the back courtyard was really looking over here. If he continued asking, he wouldn't be able to leave so easily. Sitting on a chair, Jiang Chengzi fell into deep thought. When he first received the news, he had lost his composure. But now that he had regained his composure, he began to seriously examine this matter. Calculating the time, Shimai's head shouldn't have arrived at the camp yet. In other words, the report in the commander's tent hadn't been sent to the capital yet. If Jiang Chengzi wanted to, he had a way to stop this matter. But why should he stop it? Suppressing the matter a little and watching from the sidelines might not be a bad choice. Thinking of this, Jiang Chengzi looked at True Saint Baisu. Nephew Baisu, you never mentioned what you said today to me. General Jin has indeed died underground. True Saint Baisu's eyes flashed and he immediately understood what Jiang Chengzi was planning. Although he didn't know the specifics, thinking about how the border army camp had always been suppressing him, he revealed a cold smile. He bowed. Uncle Jiang is right. I didn't say anything and I don't know anything. Western Wasteland Capital. Military headquarters. The war between the Western Border Army and the Western Barbarians was intense and the entire country was watching. Since it came from the Border Army camp, no one dared to delay the urgent report from the commander's tent. After it was signed, it was sent to the palace at the fastest speed possible. Holding the military report and the wooden box together, the military headquarters cultivator's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He had worked in the military headquarters for many years and was responsible for sending military reports to the palace. He had experienced similar situations before. This wooden box likely contained a head. The frontline military commander had acted first and then sent a report to the palace. Something major must have occurred. As he thought about the rumors he heard in his daily life, his complexion paled. Jin Wu had placed Ning Qin into the Western Border Army. His Majesty's intentions were self-evident. If it was related to today's report, then, if he wasn't careful, it might trigger a conflict between imperial power and military power. Even if there was only the tiniest bit of strength involved, if it affected him, he feared he would die a horrible death. Entering the imperial palace, he didn't stop until he arrived at the study. A eunuch walked out and received the military report and wooden box with both hands. The military headquarters cultivator's legs softened and he nearly fell to the ground. The eunuch looked at his distressed appearance and then at the wooden box. His expression turned dignified. He hurried into the hall. The eunuch knelt on the ground and raised his hands high. Your Majesty, the Western Border Army Camp's commander's tent has sent an urgent military report.